9. The unconscious jouster lay across the front of Ari's saddle, draped over Cachette's neck like a half-filled grain sack. How had Ari and Cachette caught him? For that was the only possible explanation, though Vetch could hardly believe his eyes. It seemed nothing short of a miracle. Had the god Harris, the especial god of the Jousters, spread his wings over them both? Had he given Ari some special power that he could do something like this? Had there been an especially gifted priest in the crowd of onlookers, able to work some powerful magic to make this happen? But he shook off his shock. This wasn't the time for him to think. There was need of him, and now, for Ari and Cachette were coming slowly in to land. "Serve your dragon, serve your jouster." Cachette dropped down with a thunder of wings that drove up so much dust that the gawkers had to shield their faces and look away. Ari wasn't being any too careful about where they came down, so long as it wasn't actually on top of anyone, and if the folk who were in the way could scramble out of the way in time, then it wouldn't be on top of them. There was a mad dash by servants and spectators alike to get out of the way. They scattered like a covey of quail, and Cachette landed heavily in a cloud of dust. Vetch ran for his master, and the rest of the onlookers surged forward behind him and overtook him, enveloping him, swallowing him up. Ari didn't so much as glance at any of them. His attention was on the servants. Jousters' servants, who must have been out of Vetch's sight behind the crowd of dragons and riders, who had reacted faster than anyone but Vetch. They were already at Cachette's side, and were taking the unconscious jouster from Cachette's saddle. He slid down limply in their arms, but as far as Vetch could tell, he was still alive and breathing. The crowd erupted in cheers and surged against the ring of servants, trying to get closer to the dragon and jouster. They surrounded Cachette and Ari in a circle of enthusiastic, even hysterical joy, shouting at the tops of their lungs. Cachette, normally the most placid of creatures, reared back, eyes widening with alarm, nostrils dilating in distaste. Vetch was caught up in the crush, between the servants trying to take the jouster away and all of the well-wishers. But somehow Ari saw him and roared an order to let him through, pointing and waving imperiously with one hand. The order had no effect at first, and Vetch jabbed with his elbows at those he dared to, and tried desperately to push past those he dared not offend. After a moment of confusion in which he tried to no avail to get through the spectators, some of them wealthy, powerful, dangerous, they realized who Ari was shouting for and parted for him. Coal-rimmed eyes, both knowing and haughty, stared at him as he shoved past. Once his hand brushed against a garment of linen so fine that the rough skin of his hand snagged it. He just barely noticed. He shook it free and shoved his way to Cachette's side. "Harriket sent me! Harriket says—" Vetch panted, staring up at his jouster with mingled awe and disbelief, and trying mightily to remember his message. "Harriket says—" "Never mind what Harriket says. This isn't over yet." Ari looked up with a scowl, and Vetch followed his gaze. The two dragons were whirling together now, in the mating dance that Vetch had instinctively recognized, and Sefdu's rider, a tiny dot at this distance, was clinging on for dear life. Another high, thin wail of pure fear drifted down from above. Vetch was not surprised. Not only was the novice jouster no longer in control of his dragon, he was going to be lucky to stay in the saddle, and he was very, very lucky that his dragon was the male. If he'd been riding the female, and a male dragon found an inconvenient little human in his way, a single snap and the inconvenience would be gone. "Idiots!" Ari snarled. "If they paid half as much attention to their dragons as they did the vintage of the date wine they drank last night, they'd have known this was coming on and ordered extra tala. Vetch!" Vetch snapped to attention. "Run and tell Harriket what just happened. Tell him that Cachette and I will bring Corson in when the mating's over. She'll be tractable then, and there's no point in losing a dragon because her jouster was an imbecile. Sefdu's rider will have to bring his male in by himself, unless Harriket wants to send a couple of others to herd him in when he's done." "Yes, sir," Vetch said instantly, and started to turn to run. But Ari held up his hand. He wasn't finished, and Vetch froze. "Tell him that I think her jouster got the kind of crack to the head that breaks the skull, so Heracet had better send to the Temple of Teth for a trepanning priest at least, to lift the bone, and perhaps one with healing magic just in case. You go run ahead now." He raised his voice as Vetch whirled and broke into a mad dash for the compound. His voice rang out behind Vetch as he commanded the servants over the babbling of the crowd. "You lot! Stretch him on that bench, carefully now, and carry him on that bench to the compound and overseer Heracet." Vetch couldn't do anything about the injured jouster, and in any case, now that he wasn't going to have to watch him die horribly, he didn't really care what happened to the man. But he did care about Ari, and what Ari proposed to do. He couldn't imagine trying to come between two mating dragons. It was dangerous enough bringing a bull to a cow, or a stallion to a mare. But no, Ari wasn't going to come between them. He proposed to bring Corson in once the mating was over. It was just as well that he was going to leave Seftu to Seftu's own jouster, and serve the man right if he had to ride the dragon until Seftu was exhausted, or at least until near nightfall, when Seftu would want his dinner and his own comfortable sand wallow for the night. So would Ari, when all of this was over, and Heracet had to know exactly what had happened right now. So he ran as hard as he ever could, pelting down the training field, through the huge sandstone gates, and into the corridor beyond. His bare feet pounded along the ground in time with his pounding heart as he searched for Heracet. But he didn't have to search long. Heracet had already seen the dragons in the sky, and knew that there was a mating going on, even if he had not seen the accident nor the aftermath. He had certainly seen that one of the dragons was riderless, and was on the way, expecting the worst. Vetch literally ran into him and bounced off Heracet's stomach, landing on his backside in the middle of the corridor. "Corson's jouster is hurt," he blurted, looking up at the surprised overseer. "They were trying to mate, the dragons, and he got hit. He got a lance to the back of his head and fell off, but Ari caught him. Ari brought him down. He's at the practice ground, and Ari says to tell you he's going to bring Corson in. The servants are bringing the jouster. Ari says get priests." Heracet had wits like a striking cobra. Somehow he made sense of what Vetch was babbling. "Ah, you!" he snapped, pointing a finger to one of the two men with him. "To the Temple of Teth. I want a healing priest and a trepanner. You, to ready Jouster Ari's quarters, wine and food, for by the gods, he'll want them when he comes back in. And a massage slave. And a hot bath. Move!" They moved, all right. They turned and ran off in opposite directions, running just as fast as Vetch had. So did Heracet, leaving Vetch gaping at them from the dust of the corridor. After a moment, he scrambled to his feet, realizing that his initial errand was discharged. Serve your jouster, serve your dragon. He had to know what they were doing first. Will they be all right? Will Seftu and Corson try to attack them? The thought put a shiver up his back. Surely not. Ari knew dragons as no one else in the compound did. Surely he would never do something that would cause the mating dragons to turn on him and Cachette. He ran on, his side beginning to ache now, to the landing court where he could see the dragons in the sky clearly, without the interference of walls. They were still wheeling and whirling around each other in a complicated ritual that was the equal of anything a bird could do. They soared and plunged, they twined around each other and broke apart. Mostly Seftu chased Corson, and she evaded him only enough to make it clear she was going to see just what he was made of before she let him mate with her. Then, finally, after a series of 3 heart-stopping lunges, as Seftu herded the scarlet female higher and higher in the sky, they began an ever-tightening spiral that took them still higher, up into the cloud-studded sky, until they were scarcely larger than ants. Then they lunged for one another with a ferocity indistinguishable from rage. The lunge ended in a tangle of locked claws and a plunge to earth that must have terrified Seftu's rider out of a dozen years of life. How he stayed in the saddle, Vetch could not even begin to guess. Caught together, neither willing to let go, paralyzed by the rapture of mating, they spun around a common center, whirling, wings held half outspread at a peculiar angle. They plunged on and on, down to the unforgiving earth, while Vetch and everyone else in the court held their breath. and just behind them plunged a blue-green streak that was Cachette, paralleling their fall. At the very last moment, just before the impact, they broke their hold on each other. Their wings snapped open completely at the same moment, and the vertical plunge suddenly became horizontal as they tumbled from the fall into a ground-brushing flight and streaked off in opposite directions, parallel to the ground. Vetch wasn't interested in what happened to Seftu. Presumably his jouster would get him back under control and bring him in without help. He had eyes only for Ari and Cachette, who had followed the entwined dragons down in their deadly plunge and now deftly herded Corson away from the eastern hills across the river, above the King's Valley, where the great kings had their tombs, where she wanted to go, and towards the compound. She didn't want to go there. She kept snaking her head back and trying to snap at them, but Ari and Cachette were more clever than she. They managed to keep their superior position in the air, staying above her all the time. Cachette didn't even have to do more than threaten. A dragon's one vulnerability was his wings, and Cachette could slash Corson's with his claws very easily from where he was. Corson didn't dare chance it, and was herded where Ari wanted to go as Cachette feinted strikes at her wings. At that point, a dragon landed in the court. It was Seftu, and his rider looked as if he must have been near to soiling himself with fear. Vetch ignored Seftu and the jouster. Some other dragon boys did run to help the man lead a reluctant Seftu away, but Vetch's charges were still in the sky, and he was not going to leave the court until they were safely down. Harriket had arrived without him noticing, and stood just behind Vetch. He grunted when he saw Seftu land. "The priests lifted the bone. The fool will be well enough. Idiot that he is," Harriket said to no one in particular, though Vetch knew his words were meant for Ari's ears via Vetch. "A few weeks and he'll be healed up, though if he hadn't been seen right away, well, he'd not have had a chance." Corson was coming back now, in the direction of the compound. Once she was turned, they started forcing her down. By getting and staying above her, they forced her to fly lower and lower and slower as well, until she couldn't stay in the air any longer. And at that very moment, they were above the landing court, and her training took over and she came in to ground. The moment Corson touched the earth, Harriket was there with 2 of the strongest slaves in the compound and 3 leading chains. Vetch started to help them, but Harriket waved him off. "Keep off, boy! This has not worked for you," he shouted, and then turned his attention back to the angry dragon. He needed to. That tail was whipping back and forth with deadly force until a 3rd slave came up and flung himself bodily on it, pinning it to the earth. She hissed and tossed her head, but she was also tired and probably hungry, and unlike a wild dragon, did not think of humans as food, but as those who brought food. Harriket and one of the other slaves plunged under her snapping jaws and grabbed her harness and hung onto it until she stopped tossing her head and lunging. She didn't surrender then, but she did stop fighting. With Ari and Cachette hovering above her to keep her from taking off again, Harriket hooked his chain into the ring on the front of her harness, and the 2 slaves hooked theirs into the foot loops on either side of the saddle. Then, last of all, Harriket whipped a choke collar around her neck, and that was that. Serve your dragon, serve your jouster. Vetch wanted to watch, but his time was not his own at the moment. As soon as Cachette came in, he and Ari would need taking care of. Vetch sprinted for the gate nearest Cachette's pen. When Ari and Cachette landed, they'd need, and deserve, careful attention, and he was going to be the one to give it to them. At the exact moment he began to run, Corson resigned herself, and with a final hiss, allowed herself to be led away. The 3rd slave freed her tail at Harriket's signal. Together, Harriket and his 2 helpers led the dragon to her pen, while Ari and Cachette rose again, to hover a little higher for a moment while they picked a good landing spot. Then they landed, nearest to the gate that led to Cachette's enclosure. By that time, Vetch's last glimpse of them was as he sprinted through the gate in the wall, going for Cachette's pen himself. Seftu's dragon boy was in the corridor, laden with food and drink. Vetch snatched what he wanted from the provender over the boy's vehement protests, which he ignored. After all, the novice rider didn't deserve it. Wasn't he half responsible for the near disaster? Seftu's jouster could bloody well wait for his wine. If Vetch were to have a choice, he'd get stale river water, thick with flood-time mud, and be grateful for that much. When Ari and Cachette stumbled into Cachette's pen, Vetch was there ahead of them, waiting with a skin flask of palm wine for Ari and a bucket of water for Cachette. But Ari waved off the wine and took the bucket of water instead, drinking as he had that day that Vetch had first seen him, and pouring the rest over his head and shoulders. Cachette went straight to his trough, which, as always, was also full of clean water, and drank as deeply as his jouster. Vetch was unharnessing him as soon as he reached the trough and stopped moving forward. The dragon not only felt as hot as a furnace, he smelled hot, and Ari smelled like his dragon. Both of them looked utterly spent. The coal around Ari's eyes was smeared, making his eyes look like holes burned in his face, and Cachette's eyes were dull with fatigue. Ari shook his head like a dog, sending droplets of water flying in the bright sunlight. Vetch cast a glance at him as his own fingers unfastened buckles and pulled away harness. He looked terrible, weary and ill, and not at all as triumphant as Vetch thought he should be. "Etat save me from ever having to do that again," he said, and sat down, right on the edge of the sand pit, head and shoulders sagging. Vetch was torn between going to him and continuing to get the harness off Cachette. He compromised by unbuckling the last strap and letting the saddle drop to the side, then going to Ari. "Sir," he ventured, not daring to touch the jouster. "I'll have that wine now, boy," came the muffled reply. Vetch put the skin in his hand. He fully expected Ari to drain it, but the jouster again surprised him, taking only a single mouthful before handing it back. "That's better." He raised his head. "How is Reeton?" That was Corson's jouster. Vetch recalled it as soon as Ari spoke the name, and he had news, startled out of Seftu's dragon boy. "He has a cracked skull, and it would have been very, very bad if he hadn't been seen to right away. But the priest is certain that he will be all right eventually," Vetch told him. "The trepanning priest is lifting the bone right now. He should be all right once the incision heals." "Te and Teth be thanked," Ari sighed, and Vetch had no doubt that the words were more than half a prayer. "And Haras, who puts the wind beneath our wings. The gods truly look after the fools of the world." He shook his head slowly and took another mouthful of wine. "That so little permanent harm has come to this is more than either of those two deserve." Vetch couldn't help himself. He was bursting with curiosity, and with no little awe. "Sir, how did you do that? One moment he was falling, the next he was across your saddle. It looked like magic." "It's all Cachette's doing," Ari replied. But he looked up, then, and behind the weariness, seemed very pleased at Vetch's wide-eyed admiration. "I'll admit we've practiced just that move in case something like this happened. This was the first time we've caught a man, though. It's always been bags of chaff before this. Have you ever seen a dragon take a goose in flight?" He waited for Vetch's reply. Vetch shook his head. "No. Well, it's something they do in the wild, pulling their head and neck back, then snapping it forward while flying, like a heron catching a fish. I've taught Cachette to do that, only to bring his head in under what we're trying to catch rather than snapping at it with his jaws, then to raise his head and fly up a little at the same time. If we've got the balance right, what we're aiming for slides right down his neck onto my saddle where I can steady it." Ari shook his head, and Vetch gaped as he tried to imagine just how much control and coordination and cooperation on Cachette's part that would take. "Needless to say, no one else can do it. Another of my little eccentricities that the others put up with in the past. None of them ever had the imagination to see that it could be used to rescue a falling rider. I suspect there won't be any more sniping remarks about it after this, though." Sniping remarks? Never had it even passed Vetch's mind that his own jouster, so highly thought of by Herrickett, might be on the receiving end of any criticism. After all, from what he had overheard, Ari was widely thought of to be the most skilled rider and jouster in the compound, so why would anyone criticize him? But it appeared that Ari's unorthodox ways were enough to make him as much of an outsider among the jousters as Vetch was among the dragon boys. Vetch snapped his mouth shut and nodded, and watched as Cachette left his water trough half-emptied, dove into the sand, and rolled wearily in his hot sand wallow. "Riton won't be flying for weeks," he offered. "So the priest says." "The commander of dragons will have a few choice words with him before he's able to fly," Ari said with grim satisfaction, "and I suspect that he'll consider himself lucky to have that crack over the back of his head. The commander just might take pity on him because of it." "What's going to happen to him?" Vetch asked. "At the least, they'll both be personally reprimanded by the king's commander of dragons and might be dismissed as jousters for their carelessness." Ari's lips thinned and his jaw tightened. Vetch had seldom seen him angry before this, but he was definitely angry now. "As raw as they are, it isn't as if they can't be replaced. They both should have known better. But of the two, Seftu's rider is the most to blame. A male shows the mating urge much more graphically than a female. I would have seen it, if they hadn't only just gotten up in the air. I thought all that jockeying about was Riton and Horeb trying to impress me with fancy flying, and having no luck at it." Ari paused, and Vetch wordlessly handed him the wine for another small, moderate mouthful. "In fact, anyone who had anything to do with Seftu and Corson should have seen the signs," Ari continued. "There's going to be some sharp words all around before this affair is over, and maybe some dismissals." Seftu's dragon boy probably knew that. He'd been tending Seftu for the last 2 years at least, and should know all of the protocol and rules that governed not only the jousters themselves, but everyone connected with them. Certainly he knew more about it than Vetch did. That was probably why he hadn't done more than protest weakly when Vetch robbed him of his burden. Shock and the fear of being dismissed had left him so stunned he completely forgot Vetch's lowly status, or else being dragon boy to the hero of the hour had suddenly raised Vetch's status. "Seftu's safe enough back in his pen," Vetch was able to report. "His rider, Horeb, I don't know where he is, but his dragon boy was on the way to the jousters' courts with food and wine." Dangerous to go further than that, or mention any speculations of his own. He was just a serf after all. Anything more, well, that would be taken as gossip about his masters, and even Ari, tolerant as the jouster was, might feel he had to make some sort of action at that point, so he kept himself quiet. "Well, it wouldn't surprise me if Horeb was at least demoted back to the training classes. Riton just might find himself sent back to the ranks too, no matter how much the commander pities him. In any event, he's going to be bedridden for a while, which will mean that Corson won't be ridden for weeks. Just as well. Corson will be impossible to handle for that long, or at least until she rids herself of her eggs." Ari closed his eyes and held out his hand. Vetch put the wineskin into it, and Ari took another mouthful. This time he kept the wineskin. "It could be worse. Let's hope the others have learned a lesson about paying attention to their dragon's behavior, anyway." Ari had a fourth, very long pull on the wineskin. Vetch thought there was a grim satisfaction in his expression, but he was more interested in what Ari had said than in what his expression might imply. "Eggs?" Vetch asked, as a wild thought entered into his mind. Dared he think he might be able to get hold of one, if there were any at all? But if he could, after all he'd been learning from Ari. "She'll lay eggs now. How many? Who's going to mind them?" "Nobody," Ari sighed, and his shoulders sagged. "I would if I could, but no man can tend and fly more than one dragon at a time, if it's to be done raising the dragons from the egg. What a waste. Of course, they'll probably be sterile. Wild dragons mate a dozen times or more for a clutch of 2 or 3, and Corson only mated once today. But you'd think that someone would be interested in trying to duplicate what I did when I was Herriquette's helper, but no. This has happened before, although without the accident, and other than the one egg that hatched Cachette, the eggs were just taken away and left on the refuse heap. His gaze turned scornful. Of course, warriors can't be bothered with playing nursemaid to an egg and a dragonette, and they can't simply assign the task to their dragon boy and expect to come to take over from him when the dragon fledges. They can't? Vetch breathed, hearing his own wild thoughts confirmed, hearing that the sudden plan that had burst into his mind might be more than a mad dream. No, they can't, not when a dragon's been raised from the egg by a man, Ari replied. Not even if you drugged him with Tala. A dragon raised wild thinks all humans are the same human. A dragon raised from the egg knows better. He turned a fond gaze on Cachette, who was now stretched out flat on the top of the sand, spread out like a rug. It was a very peculiar posture, one that said volumes about how tired and cold Cachette was after that flight. Vetch couldn't imagine how Corson had had any fight in her at all, after the mating, if Cachette was so exhausted. The dragon that's raised from the egg is a dragon that won't fly for just anyone, will he, Cachette? The dragon raised his head just a little and sighed. Ari laughed. Like a falcon egg reared or a cheetah taken before his eyes are open, a dragon hand-reared is loyal only to the one who nurtures him. A hand-reared dragon is not like a dog, who will hunt with any man who knows his commands. Cachette rolled over on his back and twisted his long neck around, eyeing Ari for a moment, then snorted with what sounded like amusement. At that moment, a number of disparate bits of information came together for Vetch, like broken bits of a wine jar flying back together again and giving him the shape of the thing. First, Ari had studied to be a scribe, and as a scribe, had been sent here to serve in the compound. A scribe was needed here, certainly, but he must have had a great deal of free time. Many jousters could read and write on their own, and wouldn't need his services. Second, Vetch recalled Ari had said that he had found a dragon egg. And after all he had learned, Vetch couldn't imagine anyone climbing into a nest after a dragon egg. He already knew, of course, that Ari's education had been cut short before he could be recruited into one of the temples. He had thought that it was because Ari had hatched Cachette, but what if he had things backward, that Ari had been bound over to work here first, and only after serving as the compound's junior scribe and learning all he could about dragons had he hatched Cachette? Third, Vetch had the key fact that he had not known before this, that a jousting dragon had escaped to mate and lay eggs at least once before today. That changed the shape of his speculations entirely. Ari must have served here and become interested in the dragons for their own sake. Then perhaps he rose to become one of Herriquette's helpers, either in his capacity as scribe or because of his interest in the dragons and their ways. That would account for the unspoken bond between the men. But more times than not, any boy in training to be a scribe ended up attached to a temple, not attached to the Jousters' compound. What had led to Ari's needing to leave his studies? Because he wasn't that old. Yet he had been flying Cachette for years. So he had to have hatched Cachette while he was in his teens. So he couldn't have truly finished his education as a scribe. Unless perhaps he had been attending one of the temple schools when his family fell on hard times and could no longer pay for the schooling. Hadn't he said once that he was the youngest boy, and it was his uncle who was the head of the household? He had. He'd said his uncle, also a scribe, had made Ari's mother his second wife after Ari's father died. Yes, that must have been it. All the pieces fell neatly into place. Vetch could picture it in his mind's eye. Ari's father sending him to school, dying, leaving his widow and son to be supported by his uncle, who eventually married her. Then the additional strain of a second wife and children on the family finances forced Ari to become a common scribe before his education was complete, and he took a position here in the Jousters' compound. Ari must have gotten hold of a fertile egg from one of those chance matings, perhaps from the dragon of a jouster he had served as a scribe. or gotten directly from Herrickett as an experiment, or perhaps just because he'd been bold enough to take one before they put it on the midden. Vetch knew better than to blurt out his conclusion, though. Nor did he blurt out his reaction, that what Ari had done he, Vetch, could do. "You should rest, master," was what he said instead. "Your room is ready. Herrickett has already seen to that." "And whatever Herrickett sent you to tell me originally is now of minimal importance, compared with the impact all of this will have on affairs in the entire compound," Ari said, and shook his head crossly. "Evil spirits plague Reeton with boils. I'll have to take his patrols now, doubtless, while he lies abed, being made much of by all his noble friends." Then perhaps he bethought him of what Vetch had told him, and his irritation eased a little. Or perhaps not. It's an interesting thing with noble friends. When your star is rising, they are all standing near you and bathing in your reflected glory. But when your star falls, no one can escape from your vicinity fast enough. Vetch nodded, agreeing was harmless enough, but he must not say anything that could be construed as criticism of his masters. Ari patted Vetch on the head. "Get Cachette an extra treat. You know, bullock hearts, if there are any." "He more than deserves them. Then go to the kitchen and tell them I want my dinner in my room." "Herrickett's seen to that, sir," Vetch said. "And he said something about a hot bath and a massage slave." Now Ari smiled, just a little. "Good old Herrickett. Well, I'll take him up on all of it. I'm for a cool swim first, in the Atlantis pool, and perhaps after that I'll feel less like strangling Reeton than finding Horeb, ripping off his arm and beating him to death with it." The corners of his mouth turned up a little more. "After all, it would be ill done of me to deprive both the Commander of Dragons and Herrickett of that privilege." He levered himself up off the edge of the sandpit, and as he stalked off out of the pen, Vetch noticed that he was favoring one leg. He must have injured it somehow, either in the rescue or when he and Cachette were bringing Corson to Earth. Typical of him not to have mentioned it. "Herrickett will have a massage slave sent," he remembered, "and perhaps that will help." Vetch did as he was told, and while he was getting Cachette's treat, he heard that, not unexpectedly, the request for someone to bring Ari his supper and someone else to see to a massage nearly brought on a fight among the servants over who was to have the honor. Ari's very self-effacement in not lingering to be made a hero of had had the effect of making him more of a hero than he would have been if he had stayed about to preen rather than bringing Corson in. Or at least that was true among the servants. What those wealthy spectators had thought of Ari's heroic efforts today, well, Vetch couldn't begin to guess. But there was another repercussion to all of this. When Vetch went back to the butcher's to return the barrow for Cachette's feed and his treat, there was a drama being enacted right in the center of the court. It was Sobek, Reeton's dragon boy, who was causing all the fuss. With all the other boys around him, he refused, sweating and trembling, to go anywhere near his charge. He described at the top of his lungs to an enraptured and credulous audience in the butcher court how she snapped at him and, so he claimed, nearly taken his leg off. "Like a mad thing!" he cried, his voice cracking. "Mark me, she'll eat anyone she gets hold of. She nearly ate me, I swear it." "That's because she mistook you for a goat, with all your silly bleating," Herrickett boomed from the door of the courtyard, where he stood, legs braced slightly apart, arms crossed over his chest, a fierce and disapproving frown on his face. Vetch shrank back against the wall, but already his mind was awhirl with a possible idea. "What is all this foolishness, Sobek?" Herrickett continued. "And disobedience, saying you will not tend to your dragon." "And I won't!" Sobek cried hysterically, both hands clenched into fists, his face a contorted mask of fear and defiance. "I won't, you hear me? My father is a priest in the Temple of Epis, and he'll have something to say about this. Your father is a cleaner of temple floors, and you may go back to him in disgrace if you say one word further." Harriket thundered dangerously, his eyes flashing and his brow as black as any rainy season storm. Vetch sucked in a breath. Harriket annoyed was dangerous enough, but Harriket enraged. Was he about to see Sobek beaten? If so, it would be the first time he'd seen anyone beaten, even the slaves, since he came to the compound. But Sobek had been pushed too far. His fear was no act, and he had gone over the edge from fear into panic. He snatched the eye amulet off his neck and threw it to the pavement, where it shattered into 1,000 pieces. The noise of its shattering could not possibly have been as loud as it seemed. It sent a shiver over all of the dragon boys and servants crowded into the court, and even Vetch was not immune. "Send me back, then!" he screeched, as the shattered pieces glittered on the stone. "Go ahead! Better that than to be torn apart! I care not, Harriket! I will cut papyrus! I will beg for my bread rather than go into that killer's pen!" But if Sobek had been pressed too far on this day, so had Harriket, and Harriket had authority. "Out!" Harriket roared. "Out of my compound! Out of my life!" Step by step he advanced on Sobek, his face red with anger, so outraged by the Dragon Boy's rebellion that he was about to lose control of himself. "You are dismissed, Dragon Boy, little coward! Run back to your father, pathetic scum! Go and cut papyrus for a pittance! For that is the only position you will ever hold to put bread in your mouth!" His arm shot out, pointing toward the door. The hand trembled with suppressed rage. "Run away like the frightened child you are, before I lose my mind and beat you black and blue to give you bruises to take back with you! Run! Run!" Sobek ran, bolted for his life past Harriket, bare feet slapping on the stone, fleeing for the outside world and presumed safety. Silence fell over the courtyard, a silence broken only by the shuffling feet of the other dragon boys. Hanging in the silence was the certain knowledge that someone would have to take care of Corson until Harriket found another boy to tend her. And Corson, at her best, was no cachette. At her worst, well, she was evidently so unmanageable that Sobek had chosen disgrace over continuing to tend her. This was the opportunity all looked for that Vetch had not dared to hope would be granted to him. He leaped upon it and seized it with both hands. "Overseer," he said into the leaden silence, "I will tend Corson along with Cachette if someone else will mend harness, pound tala, and clean Jouster Ari's room for me. I will need that sort of help. Feeding, tending, and bathing 2 dragons will not be easy. It is hard enough at the best of times. But it will be much more difficult when one of them is Corson, a dragon newly mated. But I will do it for her sake. There are no bad dragons here," he added boldly. "Only mishandled ones." A collective sigh arose out of the huddle of dragon boys. They gazed at him in awe, and was it in sudden respect? Yes, it was. Vetch kept his eyes on Harriket. Now was not the time to take advantage of that. Harriket's brow cleared a trifle. "You? Corson is no cachette boy. She has always been a handful for Sobek with that tail of hers, and as you said, she is going to lay eggs, which will make her even more difficult." "But I have been around females about to whelp all my life," he countered, raising his chin. "My father was a farmer. I believe that I can tame her a little, perhaps more than a little." He allowed scorn to come into his tone, for the first time ever. But Sobek was now, in Harriket's mind at least, in utter and complete disgrace, just like his jouster. Dragon Boy and Jouster had both failed, and failed as badly as it was possible to fail and not die. Criticism of Sobek would fall on ears ready to hear it, and it was such a relief to be able to abuse one of those wretched Tian boys without fear of being punished for it. Vetch waxed eloquent in his scorn. "Sobek never treated her properly. Half the time he was afraid of her, and he never thought she was anything other than a dumb beast with a vicious streak. He never saw how clever she was, or treated her with any kindness. I'd have snapped at him myself if I had been her. She's smart enough to bully anyone who gives way to her, but she's also smart enough to change her ways if she's treated right. Harriket rubbed his shaven head with the palm of one hand, now looking worried. Sobek was not entirely in the wrong, boy, he admitted. Perhaps he neglected his dragon, but that will make her all the more dangerous. Corson could harm you if you are not careful. Let me feed her. Feed her now, Overseer. Vetch pleaded urgently. The plan was rapidly forming in his mind, a beautiful plan that would give him everything he could possibly want. But he could only carry it out if he became Corson's keeper, at least until she laid those eggs. She's hungry now, and she'll be easier to win when she's hungry. Please, watch and see if I can handle her. Harriket took a deep breath, and Vetch felt a surge of triumph, knowing he had won, at least so far. Very well, you may feed her, but I and my helpers will be standing by to guard you. Ari will never forgive me if I let any harm come to you. We will see. Vetch did not wait for Harriket to have second thoughts. Harriket left to get help while he seized a barrow, got it loaded with meat, and was out into the corridor before anyone could blink, his own footfalls making the walls echo as he ran. But not like Sobek, for the outside world. He had a chance. He had to make the most of it. Unlike Sobek, he had nowhere to go, nothing to lose, and the world to gain if he succeeded. Harriket and two of the biggest of his slaves, trailing a curious and apprehensive crowd of dragon boys, intercepted him on the way to Corson's pen. He was wheeling a barrow heaped with Tala-treated meat, as much as he could manage, and double the ration that he usually gave Cachette. If Corson was breeding, she'd be hungrier than usual even given the exertion of the mating flight as her body demanded the wherewithal to make eggs, and if Sobek had been neglecting her because he was afraid of her and impatient to get away, he might not have been feeding her properly for some time, and she'd be hungrier still. The way to a dragon's heart was ever through her stomach. There was no reason whatsoever why he should not feed her to bursting. She wouldn't be flying any time soon. She would be making eggs. Why not stuff her and soothe her with food? Besides all of that, with a double ration of meat would come a double ration of Tala, which, once it got into her, would gentle her even in her aroused state. With all of Ari's instruction, he knew what Tala did. If he could get her to allow him to lay nurturing hands on her, with a full belly that he had supplied, and the tranquilizing effect of the drug making her see things in a pleasant light, he would create a mighty contrast to Sobek, and it would be right in the forefront of her mind. Well, he might truly tame her. She would never be a Cachette, but she might become one of the better dragons. He heard her hissing before he even reached her pen, and looking up, saw her head above the walls, watching the corridor, swaying back and forth at the end of her long neck. She was gorgeous. If she hadn't been so angry, he'd have been able to appreciate her beauty more. Her color was a deep ruby, shading at the extremities and along the veins of her wings to a turquoise blue, but her scales looked dull, as if there was a haze of dust over them, and that made him frown. She ignored him, except for a voracious glare down on his laden barrow. He was not Sobek. She did not expect feeding from him. But when he appeared in the door of her pen, with his barrow heaped with fresh red meat, she reared up, her hiss of anger turning to a short bark of surprise. Then she went into a lunge that came up far short of where he stood, her chain snapping taut between her collar and the wall. She was ravenous, and Vetch gritted his teeth when he realized that she was thin, not unhealthy, not yet, but that miserable excuse for a dragon boy Sobek truly hadn't been feeding her nearly enough, just as he'd suspected. Hadn't he seen how much hungrier she was? Hadn't her Jouster? Like Jouster, like Dragon Boy, it seemed. Sobek and Reeton deserved each other, for neither of them had noticed the changes in Corson. Seftu's rider was evidently nearly as much in the wrong. As Ari had said, none of the trouble this morning would have happened if they had only been paying proper attention to their dragons. Vetch didn't leave the poor thing straining at the end of her tether for any longer than it took him to get up beside the barrow and begin tossing the biggest chunks of meat in her direction. She was quick. She saw the first one coming and snatched it right out of the air, snaked her head around to catch the second and the third. She paused to swallow. He kept the meat coming. Only when the barrow was half empty did she pause, for a breath, then turn her head to take a good long drink from her trough. While she was drinking, he moved the barrow nearer, and perforce himself. When she looked up, the barrow was well within her reach, and Vetch stood behind it, making sounds that Cachette found soothing, a kind of pish-pish noise. Now the tala that had been dusted over the meat she'd bolted had begun to take effect, taking the edge off her aggressiveness and the anger that must have been born of hunger. Oh, he understood that all too well. He felt a surge of sympathy for her. He would see to it that she never had another hungry day in her life. She had eaten as much as she usually did, too, and although she was still hungry, she was no longer ravenous, and her mood had mellowed considerably. She arched her back and her neck, and eyed him with a great deal more favor. "Come here, my beauty," he said to her, in a soft and coaxing voice. "See what I've brought you? There will be plenty of meat for you from now on, if you can be a good girl for me. I understand how you must be feeling. I know how much an empty belly hurts." Evidently she could, when she chose, move her head as fast as that whippy tail. She snaked her head at him with a lightning strike and snapped a pair of jaws that could have taken off his head. If his head had been what she was aiming for. The jaws clashed a good foot above his head. He never moved. She was trying to see if he rattled as easily as Sobek. If he flinched, she'd bully him at every possible opportunity. He'd seen her with Sobek at the grooming compound, where she looked at him out of the corner of her eye and lashed her tail at him, and he would jump and wince and insist that slaves put extra tethers on her. She reminded him of a goat on one of his master's farms, who'd done the same to her herders until she got one who'd given her a good rap across the nose with his crook the first time she charged him. "Come along, my beauty," he coaxed. "I'm tough and stringy. There's better fare for you in my barrow, if you're good." She eyed him again, then abruptly buried her muzzle in the meat, and didn't stop until she'd eaten every morsel and licked the barrow clean. Only then did she raise her head and gaze at him with eyes that blinked with satiation, and just a touch of sleepiness. So the tala was beginning to take hold. Good. "There's a good girl," he told her, and taking the chance that the tala was coursing through her veins, further tranquilizing her, he moved down and loosened her chain from the wall. "Come on," he said, tugging at the chain. "I know you want a good bath, and a proper oiling, don't you? That wretched Sobek can't have given you one in an age." She was more restive by far than Cachette, and never had Vetch felt the differences more keenly, and she kept snapping at the air above Vetch's head, as if she wanted to express irritation and anger, but not truly at him. She still allowed him to lead her to the grooming court without too much fuss. Perhaps it was her bulging belly that was leading her, or just perhaps in the depths of that odd mind she was making comparisons between him and her former keeper, and deciding that she liked the change. He fastened her to the nearest ring in the wall and began buffing and oiling her. Flakes of dead skin fell away from the crevices of her wings as he rubbed, confirming his guess that Sobek hadn't been tending her properly. And she responded to his careful ministrations, slowly but favorably, finally bending her head to permit him to tend to the delicate skin of her ears, her muzzle, and around her eyes. In fact, he felt her muscles relaxing under his hands, until at last she was allowing him to tend to even the most sensitive and ticklish places, with her eyes closed and the breath coming quietly from her flaring nostrils. Now her scales glowed with the color of fine gems as they should have. When he led her back to her pen, she ambled along quietly beside him, and dove into the sandpit to wallow as soon as they reached it. He chained her up. She was still no Cachette, and he wasn't going to trust to this good behavior until he knew how big a dose of tala he really needed to keep her tractable. But he gave her a much longer chain than Sobek ever had. She could reach every spot of her pen now. She just couldn't get out of it or fly off. She could bury herself in her hot sand and roll and wallow without the chain bringing her up short and making her uncomfortable. Harriet had followed him every step of the way, as he left her to her nap in the warm sand and turned to leave the pen. Harriet gave him an approving slap on his back that staggered him. "Well done," the overseer said gruffly. "You do know your business. You tend your cachette, and this virago, that's enough work for any man or boy. I'll see to it that your other tasks are taken care of." Vetch ducked his head and murmured his thanks, then headed back to the butchery to get Cachette's ration and his treat, for if ever a dragon deserved special tending today, it was Cachette. This would not be easy. Corson was going to test him every single time he entered her pen. She was intelligent and crafty, and she had learned how to disobey. Disobedience was a habit it would be hard to break her of. But if all went well, she would lay her eggs on his watch, and he would have every possible opportunity to spirit one away, if anyone could. And then Vetch would have a dragon egg, and after that, well, then it would all depend on the gods of Alta, and whether here, in the heart of Tia, they would be strong enough to aid him. One step at a time, that was all he dared to think about. For now, wait for the eggs, then see. 10. Within hours, Vetch found himself in an interesting position. No one envied him, but he was no longer the target of scorn either. In fact, some of the other dragon boys began to look at him as if they did not quite believe anyone was mad enough to do what he was doing. Curiously enough, it was the oldest boys who gave him the most respect. Maybe that was because they had the most experience with dragons. They knew what it was he had volunteered to do, and how much work it would be. Others, however, if they did not scorn him, did not love him for what he had done either. Sobek might not have been universally beloved, and he certainly had brought his downfall upon himself, but those boys that had been his friends took it ill that Vetch should dare to take his place, dare to outdo him even. A mere serf, lower than a slave, had not only been accepted as a dragon boy, but had the audacity to claim that he could care for a difficult dragon better than a freeborn Tian, and to have the gall to say in so many words that the freeborn Tian had not been caring for the dragon properly in the first place. It was an insult that they took poorly, and never mind any doubts that might have been creeping into their minds about Sobek's performance. Now they would never voice those doubts. He consoled himself with the knowledge that at least none of them were looking at him as if he was some sort of insect anymore, nor did they ignore him. And if he got black looks of resentment, he also got respect. And it could have been worse, oh, very much worse than suspicious or worried looks and whispers. No one ventured to suggest that Vetch had somehow engineered all of this, which, had he been an adult instead of a child, could well have happened. And how would he defend himself against a charge that could neither be proved nor disproved? That very thought was in his mind as he led a now relaxed Corson back to her pen, when he saw the odd pair of boys watching him and whispering to each other. He'd seen just such a thing happen when the first new Tian overlord had taken the farm, back when he was still with his mother, grandmother, and sisters, slaving on what had been their own land. One of the village girls attracted the eye of a Tian officer and rebuffed him. She had taken care to avoid him when he showed that he was disinclined to take no as an answer. She was no landowner, and the idea that a young maiden could attack a Tian officer was absurd, so he had taken his revenge in some other way. Before long, there were accusations of spells and curses, and within weeks of the refusal, she was taken up as an Altan witch. The officer started it with a lurid story of how he had rebuffed her, blatant lie that it was, and how after that she had come to him every night, sitting on his chest and sucking out his breath, and it was hinted other things. Oh, that certainly did happen, and it might have even happened to the officer, But it couldn't have been poor little Artina who'd been the sorceress. And it was certainly convenient that none of these attacks were the sort that would leave any visible marks. That opened the floodgates, though. Soldier after soldier claimed that she had come to him in the night and stolen his vitality, or brought him nightmares, or led evil wandering spirits in to attack him while he slept. No matter what anyone said, it came down to the fact that it was the word of Alton's against Tian's, and there was an end to it, especially once it was strongly implied that anyone who spoke up for her was liable to be charged with witchcraft as well. She was finally brought up before a Tian magistrate and sentenced. Then she vanished from the village altogether in the custody of her accusers, and nothing whatsoever was ever said of her again. The adults all went silent if he or any other children asked what had happened to Artina, and he never did find out. Now, well, he knew it couldn't have been good, and he hoped it had been quick and not too horrible. At that time, though, it had been driven forcefully home to him that such unprovable charges could be just as potent as any real crime. So it would not have been out of the question, had he been a little older, for someone to claim Vetch had managed to make the disaster of Corson and Seftu happen. Never mind that if such a thing could have been done, it would have to have been by means of powerful magic. And why would so powerful a magician be wasting his time to supplant a dragon boy? For that matter, why would he remain a serf when he could use such magic to escape to Alta rather than working like a dog in the Jousters' compound? The adults, at least, and the older boys, dismissed such a notion out of hand. But there were other possibilities, of course, and even if no one considered it possible that he had caused the accident, there was still Corson's behavior with Sobek to consider, for she had not had the reputation of being difficult before this. Within hours, there were dark looks from the younger ones and suggestions of curses, though they swiftly learned not to say anything of the sort where Harriket could hear them. Only once that day, as he was bringing Corson her evening meal, had someone come to Harriket with tales of magic, and the boy who had ventured such speculations had found himself sitting on the ground, with one ear ringing from the impact of Harriket's fist. Harriket was decidedly unamused by such errant nonsense, and said as much. And fortunately none of the boys knew about his father's shrine, or certainly there would have been dark rumors of magic. By nightfall, after experiencing an entire day of this new change in attitude on the part of the other dragon boys, Vetch decided that he did not particularly care what they thought, so long as nothing bad came of it. He was, in fact, too busy to care, and the rumors and veiled accusations of curses had an effect that those who made them did not anticipate. "That's ridiculous," said Harriket. And, "Too stupid to be funny. Little brats, frightening themselves with boogeymen," said the older boys contemptuously. But, maybe Vetch hadn't done anything, but he was Alton and the enemy, and the Altons had magic too, just as the Tians did. A new set of stories and speculations began to drift among the boys. Maybe the magic that Alton sea witches were working against the enemies of their land had elected to operate on Vetch's behalf. It was well known that magic did not always work as it was supposed to. Curses went awry, and so did blessings, sometimes alighting on targets that were related to the intended one, for the magic had to go somewhere. Perhaps Vetch was attracting Alton blessings, or providing a medium through which Alton curses could operate. Maybe it wasn't Vetch who was creating the curses or blessings. Maybe it was the sea witches, and Tian magic was so effective at deflecting curses, blessings, or both, that the best outlet the magic could find was to improve the life of a single serf-turned-dragon boy. And then, by nightfall, yet another variant emerged. There was a more dangerous possibility than the magic of mere mortals as the cause of Sobek's downfall, the injury of one Tian jouster and the disgrace of both. Maybe the Alton gods were striking back through him, or had taken an interest in his welfare. Sobek had been one of the boys who had been the most vocally contemptuous of Vetch, and his jouster one of the jousters most opposed to a serf as a dragon boy, and now Sobek was dismissed and disgraced. Riton lying in his bed with a cracked skull. No one wanted to annoy a boy who might have attracted divine intervention, so even though the gossip was meant to hurt, in a way, it helped him. As for Corson, by nightfall she was back to being a bit more even-tempered. She'd had 2 big meals, she'd been buffed, her chain lengthened, and when he was done with Cachette, Vetch perched cautiously nearby on the very ledge of her wallow and talked to her soothingly until dark. At first she had been suspicious, but after a time she accepted his presence, listening to him warily. Given the rumors flying, he was pleased, rather than otherwise, that she didn't warm to him immediately. That she had lost that dangerous edge was enough for now. He really did not want to add fuel to the rumors by taming Corson down into a cachette in the course of half a day. She wouldn't settle down and go to sleep while he was there, however, so when his own stomach growled, he decided that he had given her enough attention for the first day, and he would leave her alone until morning. When he arrived at the kitchen court, he paused for a moment in the entryway. And although conversation didn't stop, it paused for a moment, and everyone, literally everyone, stopped to take a look at him. Then they went back to their food. But in that brief moment, he had a sense of what had been going on while he had been shuttling between 2 dragons. The reaction his presence caused could not have been more remarkable. In those looks had been caution, respect, just a touch of fear here and there. From the slaves and few fellow serfs he saw pride, admiration, no contempt. And when he sat down at his usual table, the 2 serfs and 2 slaves who shared it with him gave him quick, congratulatory smiles. No more than that, but those smiles and the approving pat on his back from his favorite serving woman created a surge of warmth inside him that took him by surprise. The serfs and slaves then turned the discussion, among themselves, to the rumors that they had been hearing. None of them mentioned Vetch, Sobek, or Corson by name, nor did any of the conversationalists speak to Vetch directly, but it was clear that they were using this method to let him know just what was being said about him. But best of all, truly the top to his day, was when a still weary, but not so haggard-looking Ari arrived at Cachette's pen after sunset. And for once, Cachette could not be roused, not even by his beloved jouster. "We flew the equivalent of 3 combats today," Ari said, after calling the dragon's name and getting no response. "And to tell you the truth, he's not in fighting condition after the rains, so I'm not surprised he won't awaken." Ari stretched and winced. "I'm not in fighting condition either, to be honest." "You should get another massage," Vetch said severely, knowing by now that such boldness wouldn't even earn a rebuke from Ari. "It doesn't do me any good to take care of Cachette if my jouster won't take care of himself." Ari chuckled. "Ha! Truth to tell, I just wanted to come and tell you that you have done a very fine thing with Corson today. It was brave of you to take her and stand firm and let her test you, and braver still to work with her afterward. You gave her nearly a full day of the best possible care, and I do think that she will respond to that." Vetch felt himself flushing, with embarrassment and pleasure. "Ah," he stammered, "I just didn't want to see her made into a maw-dragon after you'd gone to all that difficulty in catching her. And after all you've told me, I thought I could probably read her all right." "If what I've told you is helping you to get her properly tamed, then I am well rewarded," Ari said with warmth. "You've done well, Vetch. It may be presumptuous for me to say this, but I'm quite proud of you." "Oh." Vetch was quite taken aback, both by the praise and by his own reaction to it. Thank you." He tried to think of something else to say, and couldn't. Ari didn't seem to mind. "It's been a cursed long day for all 3 of us," he said into the awkward silence. "And I'm going to follow Cachette's example and your advice. You should probably do the same. Good night, Vetch." He limped off, but Vetch did get the last word after all, for he called after the jouster. "Get another massage." Ari's chuckle floated back in the darkness, making him feel warm inside. Everyone seemed to take it as a given that Corson would lay eggs, even though she'd only mated the once. Vetch could only shrug his shoulders at that. The only things with wings that he had any experience with were geese, ducks, and chickens. He would have thought, if dragons were a species that required multiple matings, that she would be mad to get at a male as soon as she'd slept off her enormous meals, and he was perfectly prepared for that when morning came. He'd even shorten her chains if he had to, though he hoped it wouldn't come to that. The next day, though, when the dragons flew overhead on their way to morning practice and the first patrols of the season, she yearned after them a little, but that could have been the eagerness to fly rather than to mate again. The moment that her meat appeared, she was much more interested in it than in the dragon shadows passing overhead. Harriet could not tell Vetch if, or how many, of her eggs were likely to be fertile after just one mating. Ari, who might have known if one mating was enough for the eggs to be good, was, well, not really available. Vetch found out that morning that Ari was now flying 2 patrols, his own and Ritan's, just as he had expected would happen. Vetch vowed to manage on his own, with the information he already had, and not trouble his jouster further. He knew from experience that Ari might well start to continue to talk on his favorite subject, then stay awake far too late to do so, in the hope that what he told Vetch would help him with Corson, and he didn't want to ask Ari for another reason besides sparing him. Ari was sharp-witted, and might very well guess just what Vetch was planning from the tenor of Vetch's questions. He wanted no one, not even Ari, to guess what his real goal had been in taking on Corson's care. But how could anyone, having been exposed to Cachette, not fall under the spell of dragons, and want one like him? He did not know what Ari would feel about that, if he'd been free-born. There was no doubt that the jouster would have encouraged him, but a serf? And a serf born free, born Alton. However Ari felt about the war personally, he still fought Altons. How could he countenance putting another dragon in the hands of someone who could only be described as an enemy? Even if the enemy himself didn't yet know what he could make of such a situation. But that was counting one's chickens, or in this case dragons, long before they were laid, much less hatched. There were a great many obstacles to overcome before Vetch could find himself a dragon back. And many more pitfalls, and 1,000 ways in which the plan could go horribly wrong. He also couldn't find anyone who could tell him how long after mating it would take a dragon to lay her eggs, which was a good thing, because it meant that no one would be expecting eggs on a given day. That was totally in his favor, for it meant that he had a measure of time in which he could act before he had to admit that there were eggs and allow the slaves to take them away to discard them. The one thing that everyone agreed on was that Corson would take her time about becoming a mother. Absolutely no one expected an egg the next day, or the one after that. Eggs took time to form, after all, even in chickens, especially something as big as a dragon egg. Vetch had wondered, despite what Ari said, if he would have to compete with other teens for the eggs, perhaps would-be jousters who had not yet gotten a dragon, or even other boys who decided that they wanted to emulate Ari. It seemed logical, after all. Maybe no one wanted to dare stealing eggs from wild clutches. But there was Corson, about to go to nest, and the eggs were practically begging to be taken. Surely there would be one boy, other than himself, here in the compound who would want to become a jouster by getting himself a dragon. But Ari had been right. No one rushed forward to claim an egg in order to repeat Ari's experiment. Vetch couldn't understand it, especially given what Cachette and Ari had done in saving Ritan. It should have been obvious to a blind man that Ari's way was the superior one. When you hatched and raised your own dragon, you got a beast that was so much easier to handle and so much more cooperative. Why would anyone even think of taming a dragon any other way? But no. And when he asked cautiously, he got the same answer that Ari had given him. The jousters much preferred the old ways, hunting the nests of dragonettes about to fledge, trapping them and confining them while they were tamed. And it was clear, the more questions he asked, that they saw nothing obviously inferior in the way their dragons were trained either. Dosing them with tala, training them until they were broken to the saddle and accepted a rider, and schooling them with increasingly heavy weights on their backs until they were grown enough to carry an adult jouster, might be harder in the long run than Ari's way, but it meant that the jousters themselves didn't have to do a thing until they were presented with a dragon already trained. But this was hardly the way to tame a wild thing and turn its heart toward you. Even Vetch knew that. What was more, besides knowing little or nothing about the taming, the jousters weren't even involved in the primary training of their mounts. The poor things would pass through several hands before they came to a jouster. One group of hunters to trap the fledglings, then a coterie of trainers to make them tractable, then a dragon boy to see to their needs. By the time they finished their training, it was yet another stranger who rode them and commanded them, jousters who never saw them except when it was time to ride. Small wonder none of them loved their jousters. Only Ari and Cachette had that bond of trust between them that made for more than a grudging service. And not even a lowly dragon boy, much less a jouster, seemed to understand how a bond like that enriched every moment of both of their lives. But then again, Vetch had seen how the other jousters lived, in quarters that were certainly better than Kefty the Fat's, with almost everything they could have wanted at their command. And in return for this, they rode patrols twice a day, fought Alton jousters now and again, occasionally joined the great king's armies in battle, and trained and drilled. Very light duty compared to, say, that of a spearman or a bowman. Extremely light work compared with almost any craftsman or a laborer. But to follow Ari's path, once the dragonet hatched, a jouster would have to do the very considerable work of both a dragon boy and a trainer, work that would be demanding and might be considered beneath him. Perhaps that was the real reason why none of them were interested. But why wouldn't some other dragon boy seek to duplicate the feat? Perhaps because in the end they were lazy. What had happened with Vetch and Corson was very different in nature from taking on a dragonet. Corson was a productive dragon, trained and ready for another jouster once the eggs were laid. A dragonet would not be ready for patrol and combat for 2 to 4 years. Harriket would hardly allow any of the dragon boys to slack on their regular duties to take on the care and feeding of a second dragonet. At least Vetch didn't think so. From Harriket's point of view, a dragon boy's duty came first, and a dragonet would be a hobby. Something he could do if his duties permitted it, but not the sort of experiment that would permit him to shirk things like the leather work, the tala preservation, and the cleaning. Even if, contrary to Vetch's expectations, Harriket did permit such a boy to devote himself only to his dragon and his dragonet, even with the other chores taken off his hands, that was still a lot of work. And as the dragonet grew, the burden would become greater, not smaller, for to those tasks would be added that of trainer. A dragon boy would have to be willing to do the work of 3, which would leave him exactly no time for himself. Yes, that might well be the answer. The others valued their own ease over the possibility of becoming another Ari, with another treasure such as Cachette. Well, let them be short-sighted. That just made it easier to do what he wanted to do. On that first day, as he had buffed and oiled his new charge, his mind had been entirely on what he might do and how to do it. Once it was obvious that the only thing he needed to guard against was discovery, not rivalry, nothing else particularly mattered. The day after the rescue proved to be very interesting. With Ari off in the morning flying Reeton's patrol instead of training, Vetch devoted the time to Corson, getting her used to being handled properly. That consisted of taking her around and around her pen on a lead, and teaching her that it was more pleasant to follow him than to fight him. He did not flinch when she snapped, he did not scream at her or prod her with an ox goad when she balked. He simply let her fight the collar, then learned that when she stopped fighting, all was well again. He took the lessons in short sessions, so as not to aggravate her, and he always ended them when she had done a complete circuit of the pen without misbehaving. When Ari and Cachette returned, Vetch had already fed Corson her midday meal. After Corson had buried herself in her hot sand to drowse away her second meal of the day, Vetch fed and groomed Cachette to within an inch of his life, and before the grooming Cachette got something he well deserved. Vetch had not forgotten his promise to Ari to reward Cachette with the treat of ox hearts. He'd gotten a half basket yesterday, and the butchers had promised Vetch more today. With Corson sleeping, Vetch and his empty barrow made the trek to the butchers, who practically fell all over themselves to cull out the delicacy for the dragon hero of the hour. By this time, everyone in the entire compound, from the old man who swept the corridors to the commander of dragons, had heard what Ari and Cachette had done. It made Vetch wonder just how much peace Ari was going to get after all. Cachette got a full basket of his favorite treats, and he savored them. Once fed, Vetch made sure that every inch of him gleamed with buffing and oil, telling him the whole time what a fine and brave and, above all, clever fellow he was. If Cachette had been a cat, he would have purred, and not just because of Vetch's ministrations. People kept coming to the door of the grooming pens to admire him, and Vetch was sure that it wasn't his imagination that made him think there was a certain posing look about the great dragon whenever another admirer appeared. Nor did he think he was deluding himself that Cachette took care to display himself to best advantage on the side where people were. And with every word of praise, he arched his neck a little more and flashed his eyes at Vetch, and became even more relaxed and happy. There was no doubt that he enjoyed hearing the tone of Vetch's voice, but of late Vetch had to wonder just how much of the words he also understood. The more time he spent with Cachette, the more certain he became that the dragons were far more intelligent than any jouster, except perhaps Ari, really guessed. In the happier days on the family farm, he'd seen their little donkey work the harder for praise, and admiration had doubled the number of mice laid out for inspection by the granary cat. Cachette was easily as intelligent as either beast. Still, beast he was, for he showed no signs of the thinking ability of a man. Nor did any other dragon. Well, if they had been that clever, they'd have all slipped their chains and flown far out of reach a long, long time ago. But he could hardly begrudge Cachette his preening. He'd earned the right to preen. It had been an amazing thing that he and Ari had accomplished, and even the fact that it had been attempted at all was astonishing. "I won't neglect you for Corson, handsome one," he told the dragon, as they paced back to Cachette's pen side by side. Cachette curved his sapphire neck, bringing his head down to Vetch's level as they walked. Vetch reached up and smoothed the skin of Cachette's golden nose and forehead, and the dragon breathed into his hair. "And I won't neglect you for," he didn't say it, "my egg, my dragonette." He didn't dare think that far. "For anything else either," he promised. "As long as I'm here, I won't neglect you. I'll see you get the treatment you deserve." As long as he was here, he could not promise more than that. For though he tried not to think of it, because he did not want to give himself too much hope, too many dreams, to hatch and raise a dragon meant more than just echoing Ari's achievement. Ari was a Tian. By raising Cachette, he had won an automatic place within the ranks of the Jousters. If you had a dragon, you were a Jouster. It was a simple equation. Tian custom, so resistant to change, had worked for Ari in that instance. But Vetch was an Altan, a serf, and not born into captivity, he had no loyalty to any Tian, and no reason to fight for the Tians. In fact, he had many, many compelling reasons to fight against them. So no matter what happened, if anyone discovered he had a dragonette, it would be taken from him. No sane Tian would leave such a dangerous weapon in the hands of an enemy. That was the first and most all-encompassing difficulty he would have to face. Every moment of every day from the instant of claiming an egg for his own. But if he could raise a dragonette to fledging and teach it to carry him, so that, like Ari, his dragon's first flight was with him on its back, he could escape. And no one would be able to stop him, not even another jouster, if he could contrive for the flight to take place when they were all out on patrol. He tried not to think of that, one step at a time, and be primed for disappointment. After all, if he failed, he would be no worse off than he was now. And there were so many ways in which the plan could fail, so few that would lead to success. The first step, get an egg. And not just any egg, a fertile egg. He went to sleep at night with his mind full of prayers for success. For the next 3 days he gave Corson double rations, which, more than the Tala he suspected, greatly improved her temper. She swiftly put on weight until she was sleek again, and her scales shone with health and good care. On the second day, she stopped looking up when the other dragons flew overhead. She began to dig in her sand, as if she was looking for some perfect spot to nest. She had plenty of opportunity to do as she pleased, since she only left the pen with Vetch to be groomed. The rest of the time she was on a long leash and left to her own devices when he wasn't feeding her or trying to gentle her. He still had Cachette to tend, after all, and that left her plenty of time on her own. She began taking him for granted, as a part of her landscape. It was tolerance rather than acceptance, but it was enough. She suffered him to clean her pen while she was in it, which was a mercy. The scheme would have swiftly fallen apart if he'd had to ask Harriet to get someone to clean the pen while he took her out of it. No matter what happened, he couldn't actually take an egg until after nightfall, which meant that it would have to stay in the pen from the time that she laid it until sundown. If someone else had been required to help him, then farewell secrecy. After living the good life for several days, Corson still snapped at strangers, and that agile tail of hers was guaranteed to deliver painful blows to the unwary. But she seemed to have decided that making life difficult for him was not going to change what she was being asked to do, and would only delay the rewards of food and grooming that she wanted. In fact, there were only 2 or 3 more attempts to intimidate him rather than strangers, and even then the attempts were half-hearted, as if she didn't care if he didn't react. He had to wonder, then, what that fool of a Sobek had done with her, that she had gotten so ill-tempered. Perhaps all it had taken was simple neglect, after all. Though why Sobek had neglected his charge, when Corson had not been known for being a particularly difficult dragon, baffled Vetch. Maybe it had been fear. Maybe he'd been afraid of her all along, and as a consequence, kept chaining and tying her closer and closer, so that the only time she was truly free to move was when she was under saddle. Maybe that was why she'd learned the trick of snapping her tail at everyone. Sobek hadn't ever acted as if he feared her until the last, but then he was a blustering sort of boy, and maybe he couldn't have admitted his fear even to himself. Well, in her position, as he'd thought and said before, he'd have acted the same way Corson had. If Sobek had been chaining her short, she had certainly been partly cold all the time, since there was no way she could properly wallow on a short chain. He already knew that she'd been hungry and that she hadn't been properly cleaned in an age. So cold, hungry, and itchy, it was a wonder she hadn't tried to take off Sobek's head, fulfilling the fears that made him ill-treat her. Or maybe it had just been laziness on Sobek's part rather than fear. Certainly Harriet seemed to think so. It was a lot easier to bring a barrow full of whatever the butcher happened to put there and leaving it for the dragon to clean out, rather than carefully observing the dragon to see if it was still hungry after the first barrow. And it was easier to skimp on grooming if the dragon was fractious. Or just possibly Sobek had stupidly thought that by keeping Corson hungry, he would teach her not to fight him. Now that was a technique that could work, but only if you made up for the short rations in reward morsels, tidbitting the dragon whenever she did something right, and making sure she got her full feed over the course of the day. If the overseer had thought that Sobek's fear of his dragon, rather than laziness, was the real reason for what had happened, he still wouldn't have hesitated to dismiss him, but it wouldn't have been in such complete disgrace. Harriet, so Vetch had heard, had made it known that Sobek was a shirker, a slacker, totally incompetent, and the kind of boy who would find any excuse to evade doing his duty. Now the officers of the army wouldn't have him, even in the lowliest of positions. That didn't leave much for him but manual labor, or perhaps the scribes or artists, and Sobek had not enough patience for the former, or the talent for the latter. Just deserts, in Vetch's mind. No dragon, no beast, could ever be successfully starved into submission. Whether it was due to a full belly and a building layer of fat, due to the Tala, due to kind treatment, or all three, Corson confined her displays of temper to the most minor of outbursts with Vetch, snorts, hisses, and head-tossing, spending most of her time lounging in the heat. Even those displays of pique were half-hearted, as if she was saying, "Yes, you see, I am a princess, and you are beneath me, and will render me my due or feel my wrath. See, I can punish you with my display. Now, you will fetch me some of those lambs, or I will make you rue it by hissing at you again." She was, in fact, turning into a creature that reminded him more of a spoiled, wealthy girl chit than a carnivorous monster. Yes, tending to her was a great deal of work he could not have done without a slave assigned to take over his other chores. Actually, his chores had been divided, with a slave cleaning Ari's quarters, and the chores in leather workshop and armory being taken up by the other dragon boys. It was more work than Cachette caused. Corson was difficult to move about the compound and required extra effort when he fed her and especially when he groomed her. Nevertheless, she did not cause him as much work as Sobek had been put to, and Vetch was convinced it all had been because of how he handled her. It was easier to pause at the doorway and throw the impatient dragon chunks of meat until the edge was off her hunger than try and fight past her to put the barrow next to her. It was easier to chain her in the grooming pen and wait out her head-tossing and fidgeting than to fight to chain her even shorter. It was easier in general to work around her than to fight her, and when she didn't get a fight, she lost interest in fighting. All perfectly logical, really. Every morning Harriet asked if there were eggs yet. Every morning Vetch answered in the negative, truthfully. Then, slightly more than a week after the mating, the first egg appeared. Corson had laid it sometime in the night. He hadn't yet given up hope, but he'd begun to wonder if, perhaps, everyone was wrong, and a dragon wouldn't lay unless she'd mated more than once. But it had become a habit to scan the sands of the wallow for any sign of an egg, paying close attention to parts of the pit that Corson had been digging in the night before. The egg, that precious egg, was indeed in a corner of the sand pit she had been paying special attention to last night, and if he had not been looking for it, he might not have seen it, for only the barest top curve showed above the sand. He didn't go near it. Much as he wanted to, he fed her first, wanting to get some tala into her before he made any attempt to investigate it. When she was sated, she returned to her wallow. He walked around the pit cautiously, and with one eye always on her, in case she decided to take exception to his interest. But Corson didn't seem to notice him, or that he was interested in her egg. She was buried in sand, dozing, when he finally crouched down next to the object of his desire and brushed the sand away from the top. The egg was exactly the same color as the sand, and the shell even had a similar texture to sandstone. It was very hard, like an enormously thick bird's egg, rather than leathery like a snake egg. He could get his arms around it easily enough, he thought. The question was, how much did it weigh? He uncovered it further and slid his hand underneath it. He hefted it experimentally, with one hand steadying it and one under the shell, though he didn't try to lift it completely out of the sand that cradled it. It was as warm as the sand, and weighed about the same as a 5-year-old child. Corson didn't seem to mind that he handled it, perhaps because she wasn't yet brooding. Or perhaps it was only because this was her very first egg. With barnyard fowl, first-time mothers weren't always very motherly. He covered it back up again, quickly. He didn't want to chance it getting cold. And now the reality of it came home to him in a rush. An egg. Corson had laid his egg. His hands shook, and his insides felt as if he'd eaten live fish. He could hardly contain his excitement. An egg! Here it was, what he had been waiting for. He forced himself to calm down. He tried to look normal, although he felt anything but normal. The first person he had to get past was Harriet, when he arrived to get Corson's morning feed. Sure enough, the overseer was there, making sure the tala got properly measured out, that boys were getting enough meat for their charges. Harriet asked him about eggs when he dipped the scoop into the powdered tala to shake it over Corson's rations, and he just shook his head, trying to keep from looking the overseer in the eye. Harriet took that as there is no egg yet, and didn't ask anything further, much to his relief. He didn't want to lie to Harriet, not if he could help it. The gods didn't like falsehood, and he needed the gods on his side in this. He also wasn't entirely sure that he could lie to Harriet. He wasn't good at lying, and the overseer was uncannily good at knowing when someone was lying to him. But the egg was on his mind all day as he divided his time between his two charges. He had a choice of several courses of action now, but he would have to decide what he was going to do soon. He had to get his egg before someone else decided to check Corson's pen on the theory that Vetch wouldn't necessarily know what he was looking for, or that Corson would have buried the eggs and not allowed Vetch to see them. When it all came down to it, he was just a dragon boy, and not even Harriet knew how much Ari had taught him about the great beasts. It was a logical supposition to presume that he wouldn't know what to look for. Until last dry season, he'd never even seen a dragon that wasn't high in the sky. It wasn't likely that Ari would have told anyone how much the Jouster had been teaching Vetch about dragons. Why should he? It would make no difference to anyone, and was no one else's business. They probably figured that the reason that he'd gotten Corson to behave had more to do with being a farmer's son and knowing in general how to handle beasts than it had to do with his newly won knowledge of the great creatures. He knew from his experience with geese and Ari's stories about wild dragons that they didn't dare let Corson go broody over her clutch, so the very moment that eggs appeared, Harriet would, understandably, feel that they had to take them as they appeared, for if she did go broody, they'd be in for nothing but trouble from her. She might not even let them get near the eggs once she went broody. Someone might get hurt or even die trying to take the eggs, if her motherly instincts finally awoke. Hens were bad enough. All hens did was to peck the hand that tried to take their eggs from underneath them, and they frequently bruised or even drew blood. He did not even want to think about taking eggs from a broody dragon if their behavior was at all similar. Maybe you could do it at night, but given that he'd already seen Cachette awaken to accept attention from Ari long after he thought that the great beast was torpid, he wouldn't bet on a female dragon being unaware of what went on at night when she had eggs that she needed to tend. Even if she didn't become protective of her clutch, if they waited to get her eggs until after she went broody, they would probably have to give her infertile eggs, or dummy eggs to brood, or she would start looking for another mate with twice the energy she had used before. That was what happened in many birds, and if Corson had been difficult before this, well, with the drive to mate in her at double strength, Vetch didn't think even he would be able to handle her. So he could understand why Harriet would want to get each egg from her as she laid it, or shortly thereafter. He understood it, but that meant he would have to decide within a day or two what he was going to do. Should he take this egg, for instance? He could take the chance that the first egg would be fertile and carry it off. He already knew when he could make his theft, at night when the Jousters were in their quarters, the dragon boys at their recreations, and darkness would cover his actions. Corson would be torpid and would not notice him. More importantly, if she missed the egg in the morning, she would not know who had taken it. And he knew where he would take it when he had it. One of the empty pens on either side of Cachette's. There were 3 times the number of pens than there were dragons, plenty of empty pens where an egg could incubate in the hot sands undisturbed. No one ever went into the empty pens, unless they happened to be storing something there. No one put 2 adult dragons next to one another, even if they appeared to get along, because of the chance that they would decide one day to fight one another. Or worse, chose one another as mates. Dragons were creatures that flocked together, sort of. They did spend a lot of time in a juvenile flock when they were young and not ready to mate, because clumsy juveniles working together were able to bring down prey that one alone couldn't manage. And when they weren't raising young, they also kept to a flock. But that could have been because natural hot places, natural sand wallows, sheltered places where the sun heated the sand, hot springs, and the like, were relatively few compared to the number of dragons. It could have been necessity that had them roosting together at night. But when they were fertile, they were like spotted hunting cats, sharing a territory just long enough to raise the dragonettes to fledging, then parting again, and would fight the dragon that had been a mate if there was a conflict over food, flock rank, or perches. So, while there were plenty of extra pens, there was no need to take the risk of conflict by housing the beasts too closely together. He could put the egg where it was easy to get to, and when it hatched, if it hatched, Cachette would probably ignore the dragonette as completely as he ignored other adult dragons. Just as he was alone among the other dragons in his affection for humans, he was alone in his indifference to his fellow dragons. Now, instead of taking the first egg, he could wait, hope that no one noticed the growing clutch in the corner, and have his choice of eggs. Corson could lay as many as 4. He was giving her plenty of extra bone for the shells, which she would sorely need to keep her hale and healthy. But the more eggs that appeared, the more likely it was that someone would get impatient and take a look for himself to see what Corson was up to, and the more likely that she would go broody. Take the first, or wait. He wavered between the two actions all day, the egg looming large in his mind the entire time. When Cachette and Ari came in, clearly tired from taking double patrols, he still had not decided. While the rest of the Jousters were still on the lighter duty of practice and patrol, they were on a full schedule. It was a good thing that Cachette was so strong and so willing. "If I didn't know he was flying twice as far as the others every day, I wouldn't guess it," Vetch said, as Ari handed him a lance and dismounted, as usual, with a pat on the shoulder for Cachette. "He's tired, but not as exhausted as he could be. I think you're more tired than he is." "Well, perhaps it's because he was first laid," Ari said with a proud if tired smile. "They hatch in order of being laid about 2 days apart. Firstborn is supposed to be the strongest and the smartest, but when the younger ones are taken by dragonette hunters out in the wild, firstborn has usually fledged and gone, so they get whatever is left." Then Ari strode off without looking back, which was just as well, for Vetch was still standing there with his mouth open for a long moment after he was gone. There it was, the deciding factor. Firstborn is the strongest. If Vetch was going to succeed, his dragon would have to be very big, very strong, and mature very quickly. If that had not been enough, all of the conditions that night were perfect for him to move his egg. Most of the other dragon boys all went out that night, for it was a full moon, and the father of one of them, a fisherman, had promised to take them out for night fishing in the moonlight. The Jousters' quarters were full of music and voices. One of the others was holding festival with many of the great king's nobles in attendance, and even Ari, as weary as he was, had consented to attend. The boys who were not out fishing had been pressed into service for the feast. The corridors outside the pens were flooded with light from the moon, and utterly deserted, and Corson slept like a stone, probably exhausted from laying this, the first of her eggs. Vetch dug the egg out of the hot sand with his bare hands. It was very warm, the texture very like that of a common pot, and unwieldy. He lifted it very carefully, transferred it to a sand-lined barrow, and trundled it to its new home without sight or sound of anyone or anything except a few bats flitting about the corridors in search of insects attracted by the torches. The spirits of the dead were supposed to take the form of bats. Was one of them his father, flitting like a silent guardian over his son? For a moment he paused, looking for a sign. He sighed, as the bats went on with their hunting, paying no attention at all to him. They were probably just bats. If his father returned from the summer country, how could he possibly know that his Alton son was here, in the compound of the Tian Jousters? No, he would surely be flitting about the farm that had been stolen from him. Hopefully, if he had chosen to return, he was sending the worst possible dreams into the heads of those who had taken it. Vetch reburied the egg in the corner of the empty pen least visible from the entrance. The sands were bake-oven hot, but he had gotten used to them by now. He knew, from Ari's stories of how he had raised Cachette, what he would have to do from this point. He would have to turn the egg at least twice a day to keep the growing dragonette from sticking to the inside of the shell. He would have to make certain that no one spotted him going into the pen. But that was the easy part, for if the egg was fertile, if it hatched, He would have to get food to it several times a day, also without being seen, and keep the dragonette amused once it got old enough that it didn't sleep all the time when it wasn't eating. Then he would have to somehow train it as Ari had trained Cachette, to carry a burden of a saddle and a rider. He would have to keep anyone from seeing the dragonette, or at least arrange things so that no one guessed that it wasn't one newly brought in from the wilds. If he could manage all of that, if. There were a lot of ifs standing between him and a fragile hope of success. One thing at a time, one day at a time. There was no point in thinking past the next obstacle, which was how to slip away to turn the egg in the morning. One small step at a time, on the path to what was nothing more than a hope at this point. That was all he dared to do for now. There were 60 mornings, 60 evenings, 120 egg turnings to get through before he had to worry about a nestling, if there was a nestling. If the egg was fertile, if the sand was hot enough but not too hot, if no one discovered it. There were a very great many ifs between him and a dragonette, and most of them he had no control over. But he had the will, and as Ari said, enough will is will enough. He had to hope that in this, as in so many other things, Ari was right. 11. With his precious egg tucked cozily in the hot sand and the empty pen, Vetch went back to his pallet in Cachette's pen. There was nothing more he could do for the egg at this point. It was hidden, it was warm, and if Ari was right, dragons themselves didn't take too much care about keeping their eggs perfectly warm until they actually started brooding them. Still, after he curled up on his pallet, listening to Cachette breathe, the egg lay heavily in his thoughts. He had to keep reminding himself that there really was not anything he could do right now. Nevertheless, he kept trying to think of some way he could hide the egg better, how he could manage to get extra meat to feed the dragonette, how he could keep the youngster quiet. And training. I need to know how to train it. I need to get a saddle, guiding straps, harness. Perhaps it was just as well that Cachette and Corson together kept him running, because eventually the need to sleep caught up with him, and he dozed off in mid-thought. Vetch woke just as dawn was coloring the sky to the east. A desert thrush was singing somewhere overhead, and the breeze from the direction of the Great Mother River smelled of wet mud and algae, with a hint of fish. The flood was definitely over now, and the river was pulling in the hem of her robe, and he was just in time to slip over to the next pen and turn the egg before anyone else was awake. He flung off his blanket and sprang up out of his pallet, not bothering to twist on a kilt. In the dim light, everything seemed painted in shades of blue, and the damp air was clammy and cool on his skin. He scuttled over to the next pen, feeling fairly secure that no one else would be awake at this hour. He waded out into the hot sand, which felt exceptionally good on his chilled skin, and carefully dug around one side of the egg until he had uncovered enough to enable him to give it a half-turn. Then he covered it back up again, except for a very small area at the very top, the merest curve of shell. Then he sprinted back to Cachette's pen and his pallet. Cachette had not moved a muscle, and until Cachette woke, there was no reason for him to get up either. In fact, he managed to doze a little, before the rustling sound of sand moving against dragon scales warned him that he had better start his working day. He was actually feeding Corson 4 times daily now, giving her a final meal just before she went to sleep for the night. This meant that she would sleep longer in the morning than Cachette, and he would feed his primary charge first, get him saddled and ready for Ari by the time most of the other dragon boys were still queuing up for meat. This meant that when he came around with a barrow for Corson, most of them were gone already. When he reached her pen, she was scratching in an absent-minded way at the sand in the corner where her egg had been. But the moment that he appeared with her breakfast, she lost interest in that corner in favor of food. He went about the usual routine as though she had never laid an egg, and after another cursory search for it when she'd eaten, Corson soon settled. She didn't so much give up as lose interest in looking for it. A good sign, Vetch thought. In fact, at noon she wolfed down meat until Vetch thought she was going to pop. then stretched herself out in the sun for a long doze, quite as if the egg had never existed. Cachette came in that afternoon looking marginally better, and so did Ari, who took a look around the pen as Vetch divested the dragon of his saddle and harness. "I was afraid, doing double duty as you are, that all the work was going to be too much for you, Vetch," the jouster said, with just the faintest overtones of surprise. "But I swear, if anything, Cachette's pen is cleaner and neater than it was before. Are there two of you? Have you spawned a twin brother you haven't told me about?" Vetch smiled to himself. "I'm used to doing more than my share," he said boldly. "It gets put on me often as not, and don't think it's your fault because it isn't. But so are you and Cachette, used to doing more than your share. And you don't have anyone to take the boring part of your work off your hands. At least I got that much advantage." "Huh, you've certainly hit that target in the heart ring," Ari replied, with a raised eyebrow. "I suppose, though, it's always been true that those of us who are outsiders have to work twice as hard just to prove ourselves the equals of those on the inside. How's Corson?" "Fat and lazy, and getting fatter," he replied truthfully. "I figure the fatter I get her, the less trouble she'll be, because she'll be too lazy to make trouble." "The fat part is probably the egg she's about to lay," Ari corrected. "And the lazy part because she's preoccupied with nesting and saving her energy for the eggs she'll lay. Has she been digging in her wallow?" "All the time," Vetch said instantly, glad that now he needn't conceal anything in Corson's pen. "One corner in particular, the one that gets sun all day." Ari nodded. "Then she's about to lay. Good. Otherwise, is she behaving for you?" "Better every day, by a little," Vetch said, feeling very proud of himself. "And I've been saving back the best meat from her meals to tidbit her with when she behaves herself." "Then, once she's finished laying, I don't think it would be out of the question to reinforce that by making her meals of the shanks and inferior meat, and save the things she likes for tidbits only," Ari replied, squinting thoughtfully. "You don't want to starve her, but if you make it clear that she gets the finer things only when she's on good behavior, she'll come completely around. She was trained properly originally. Well, as properly as you can, when you're starting out to break a dragon rather than tame it." "She'll never be a Cachette," Vetch stated, as he removed the last of the dragon's harness, and the great beast gave himself a shake and stepped down into his wallow. Ari laughed. "Ha! No, you're right there. I'm afraid there will never be another Cachette." And with that, the jouster gave Vetch a wink, and left. Vetch hid his smile. There would never be another Cachette? Well, that remained to be seen. Perhaps for once Ari will be wrong, so long as the gods are with me. And 2 days later, Corson's second egg appeared in the same corner as the first, though this time Vetch found it in the afternoon rather than the morning. Actually, the appearance of the egg surprised him. He would have thought that it would be more of an effort for her to lay such enormous objects. With great relief, Vetch went straight to Harriket and reported it. Finally, he was not going to have to worry about evading Harriket's questions, nor would he have to worry that the overseer might begin to wonder why there weren't any eggs. Mind, Harriket hadn't shown any evidence of suspicion, but, well, Harriket wouldn't necessarily show anything. The overseer was very good at keeping his ideas to himself when he chose. Vetch would never want to play the stone game against him, for there would be no reading anything on Harriket's face. It took Vetch some time to actually track Harriket down. He wasn't with the butchers, inspecting occupied pens, discussing the work of the boys with the harness maker, or any other place where Vetch expected to find him. Finally, after asking everyone he met, Vetch discovered the overseer in a little room just off the kitchen. He was sequestered with the steward of the household, who was in charge of supplying all of the food and clothing needs for the Jousters and the considerable staff it took to support them. Tevelathat, apparently, was not in charge of this most vital of duties. Tevelathat, from a remark that Vetch overheard before he made his presence known, considered the procurement of supplies to be entirely beneath him as an overseer, and left it all up to Harriket. Harriket, who was already handling the procurement of everything associated with the dragons, got saddled with this job as well. And as a consequence, it seemed, Tevelethat had a great deal less power and influence within the compound than he thought he had, which was a bit of information that Vetch filed away, just in case he needed it at some time in the future. "An egg! Finally!" the overseer grunted, once Vetch had apprised him of the situation. "I was beginning to worry that she might be egg-bound." "What would you like me to do, sir?" Vetch asked diffidently. "Don't do anything. I'll handle this," Herrickett said firmly. "Now go back to her and don't act any differently. Don't pay any attention to that egg, because we don't want her to have a go at you. She might not. There's no telling at the moment. You'll have to leave her be, and if she acts possessive, leave her alone with it. Just lengthen her chain and take a barrow of meat into her and don't bother any further with her. As a first-time breeder, chances are she won't know what to do with it, but don't take any chances if she shows the least sign of getting protective." Vetch ducked his head. "Yes, sir," he said obediently. "I'll do that. But she didn't even act as if she cared about it at all. The way she acted, it could just as well have been one of her droppings." "That could be a ruse, the way a plover plays broken wing to lure you away," Herrickett warned. "But as long as she doesn't think you know about it, she won't do anything to draw attention to it. You're too valuable for us to risk you getting injured by a broody she-dragon. I don't want you hurt." "Yes, sir," Vetch repeated, knowing already that Corson wasn't going to do anything about the second egg, since she hadn't been at all possessive about the first. He was safe enough with her, and given her indifference, perhaps it was just as well they weren't going to give her the chance to be a mother. Perhaps, though, he was doing her a disservice. Chickens didn't pay any attention to their eggs until after a full clutch had been laid. There was no telling but what, once her instincts awoke, she wouldn't have been a good mother after all. And for a moment he felt horribly guilty. Here they were, taking her eggs from her, never giving her a chance to raise them. It didn't seem at all fair. If the gods had meant her to breed, he told himself, she'd have gotten away from Ari and Cachette and gone off into the hills, and she'd have found herself a handsome male and set herself right up, no doubt. What healthy dragon could have resisted such a scarlet beauty? And he went back to his split duties, leaving Herrickett and the steward poring over tallies of wheat and barley. He fed Corson, then made sure that Corson's pen was as spotless and tidy as Cachette's. If Herrickett was going to arrive with a picked crew to purloin the egg, he wanted the pen to show just how diligent a worker he was. By the time he finished Corson's pen, it was time for Cachette and Ari to come back from their second patrol, so it was on to the next round, feeding Cachette, buffing and oiling him, then giving Corson the same treatment, and that fourth little meal that would hold her overnight until late morning. In all that time there was no sign of Herrickett, and the egg was still in the corner of Corson's pen. Then, just before going to bed himself, he slipped into the empty pen to turn his egg, as he had been doing for the past 2 mornings and nights. When he went to feed Corson the next morning, the egg was gone, so he guessed that Herrickett had duplicated what he himself had done, taken the egg in the night, when Corson was least likely to see and react to the theft of her potential progeny. Ari lingered while Vetch unharnessed Cachette after the morning patrol, as if he was uncertain about something. Finally, though, he made up his mind. "I thought you might like to know. Seftu's rider, Horeb, is back on his patrols." "Ah?" Vetch said noncommittally. "So what came of his side of the mess, then?" "First, a good long dressing down from Herrickett that practically pinned his ears back," Ari said with a grim little smile. "I suspect that didn't impress him too much past the moment, but then he had an intense session with the captain of Jousters, which of a certainty did. The captain ordered an official inquiry, and when it was over, he had an interview." Ari's tone and expression put a certain decided emphasis on the word. "With the commander of dragons. I saw him leave, actually. He looked like a whipped cur." "Is the commander so fearsome?" Vetch asked wonderingly. This was the first time that he had heard of the commander actually doing anything with the Jousters other than issuing orders. "Oh, he's worse, I do pledge you," Ari said. "He does not hear excuses. We are weapons in his hand, and woe betide the weapon that fails. As a commander of hundreds expects each man to tend to his equipment and see that it is in top condition, the commander of dragons expects that we are to do the same with our beasts. It's bad enough to face him when he's giving you a commendation. It's got to be 1,000 times worse when he's about to take you apart. But the inquiry proved that Horeb was not as much to blame for the incident as Riton was. Apparently, Corson had been proddy for the last week. Seftu only got interested when she went up in the air and saw her start to display instead of obeying her rider. Sobek, of course, was just as guilty, but he'd already been punished to the extent that the arm of the Jousters reached, Vetch had to suppose. So what's to do with Riton, then? Ari cleared his throat, and it sounded embarrassed. Well, here, you see, I have a dilemma. What happened to Horeb is very much public knowledge. Plenty of underlings knew about the interviews, and plenty more saw him going into and out of all 3 of them. The result of the inquiry is also public knowledge. However, the same cannot be said of what's to happen with Riton. If I tell you, it's gossip that the, serfs, slaves, and servants aren't supposed to know, Vetch supplied, the words leaving a bitter taste behind as he spoke them. But this was Ari, and Ari was not like anyone else. True, this is not the sort of thing that should be gossiped about. He winked. It was a very sly wink. Well, as you know, I could just be talking to myself or to my dragon. In fact, I believe I will talk to my dragon, was Ari's response, as he looked up at Cachette, who craned his neck around to stare into his jouster's eyes, looking for all the world as if he wanted to hear this gossip himself. Now, as for Riton, when he recovers, it's rumored, just rumored, mind, that his interview will be at the hands of the royal commander himself. Isn't that fascinating, Cachette? The dragon snorted, as if he was skeptical of how much good a mere dressing down would change Riton's ways. Really? On the whole, I would tend to agree with you, Cachette, given what I know about Riton. Oh, Ari did look sly. You see, Cachette, Riton is noble himself, and he seems to be under the impression that anyone of noble blood need not concern himself with orders and instructions. Fortunately, I have it on more substantial authority that Riton is going to be demoted back down to merest apprentice, no longer permitted to fly or fight until the end of the floods. And that if the great king didn't need Jousters so badly, he'd be sent packing after his dragon boy. And furthermore, since the royal commander is of sufficient rank to cow anyone other than the great king, he has decided that Riton's father is going to sit in on the dressing down, just to give a bit of familial emphasis to it all. While Ari didn't sound gleeful, there was no mistaking the satisfaction in his voice. If you were to ask me, Cachette, I would say that the punishment is certainly fitting. And serve him right, too, was Vetch's conclusion. Anyone who hadn't noticed that his dragon was looking to mate didn't deserve to be a jouster, and if he'd been depending on his dragon boy to tell him what Corson's condition was, he'd been completely a fool. He should have seen she was too thin, he should have immediately seen how restless she was, and checked her over himself. Noble or not, when he undertook to become a jouster, he took the same oaths to obey his superiors as any warrior or officer, and that meant every order, every rule, not just the ones that suited him. If he felt taking proper care of his dragon was beneath him, well, he should have just resigned and gone off to serve as an officer or something in the regular army. And through his foolishness and Horeb's, the latter not having the good sense to notice when his dragon had begun a courtship flight, Tia had nearly lost 2 jousters and 2 dragons. That they hadn't had been a miracle, due in no small part to Ari, who had been rewarded for his wisdom and skill by taking on the duties of Riton and himself combined. Well, that wasn't entirely true, as he learned that very afternoon. Well, Herrick had said very quietly as Vetch obtained Corson's dinner, your jouster's done it again. Done what again? Vetch asked, his eyebrows puckering in confusion. Surely Harriket didn't know how much about Horeb and Riton that Ari had told him. "He didn't tell you? Huh. Well, I'm not surprised," Harriket sighed. "He's been given quite a bit of recognition in a ceremony last night. He's attracted the attention and the notice of the greatest and most powerful in the land, Vetch, and not for the first time. Ari was awarded the Gold of Honor at the hands of the great king himself. 2 armlets and a full broad collar." Vetch blinked. "He got a ceremony? By himself?" was all he could think of to say. If the great king had held the Gold of Honor ceremony just for Ari, well, it was certain that Ari wouldn't be a mere jouster much longer. And then what would happen to Vetch and his plans? "Well, no," Harriket admitted. "There were something like 40 others, but still, 2 armlets and a collar. Everyone else, or nearly, just got B's or armlets, and only one other person got more than Ari did, and he was a commander of hundreds. And do you know what he did with them?" Vetch shook his head, but he already knew he was going to find out. He could tell from the vehemence that Harriket was showing that the overseer was only using Vetch's presence as an excuse to vent his own exasperation, though why he should be exasperated about Ari getting a great honor, Vetch could not imagine. "I'll tell you what he did. He dropped all 3 of them in his clothes chest, like an old kilt. The slave that cleans his rooms found them there, and I had to come and take them away to lock up for him. And what's more," Harriket continued in disbelief, "he did the same with the other awards he's won. They were all in there, packed up as if they were unsuitable presents from an inconvenient relative. Anybody would think he didn't care." It was perfectly clear to Vetch at this point that Harriket was both partly pleased because Ari was not puffed up by the awards, and exasperated that he seemed to count them of so little worth. Vetch made sympathetic noises, but he didn't understand Ari's attitude either. Yet somehow it felt right. If Ari had been the type to search after the attention of the mighty, well, he wouldn't have been Ari. The next day, Vetch thought he heard music at sunrise, the distant blare of trumpets and the pounding of drums, the shaking of sistrums, and for a moment he couldn't imagine why. Then he closed his eyes and tried to reckon up days and realized what it must be. It was the beginning of the planting ceremony. The flood was officially over, and the great king was standing in the stead of the god Sirius, with the chief lady in the place of Iris, blessing the fields nearest the palace to prepare them for sowing. All over Tia, the priests of Sirius and Iris were doing the same, and in Kefti's village, there would be a great festival with bread and beer distributed at the temple to all commoners. He had lost count of the days, working as hard as he was. But then, planting had never been more to him than the faint hope that he might be able to slip away from Kefti long enough to collect some of that bread and beer for himself. Altons celebrated 4 seasons, not the 5 of the Tians. By the time the Great Mother River got to Alton lands, she had spread out so wide in the swamps and delta that flood was little more than a rise in the waters of an inch or 2, and there was no real dry season, just one without rain. But now he remembered how quiet the compound had been last night, and it would be just as quiet tonight, for the court of the great king would be holding festival, and all the jousters would be invited. Harriket appeared as Vetch tended to Cachette shortly after sunrise. He at least did not look the worse for wear, so either he had not attended last night's feast, or else he had been moderate in his appetites. "How was Corson before we took the egg from her?" he asked Vetch without preamble. "Fine, sir," Vetch said honestly. "No different than usual. If I hadn't known the egg was there, I wouldn't have guessed. She even went out for her buffing without any more trouble than usual. And I looked in on her this morning, and she's still fine. I don't think she's missing it, to tell the truth." "Ah, good," Harriket began, but looked up at the footstep just outside the corridor. Ari appeared in the doorway, also looking no worse for wear than Harriket. But Harriket soon proved who had been attending what last night with his next comment. "You were missed at the feast last night," he said. "I was asked about you." Ari shrugged. And did you explain that double patrols do not leave a man with much desire to drink date wine, eat until he's sluggish, pursue pretty little dances, and stay up far too late? He replied. It is generally considered an honor to be asked to banquet with a great king, Harriket began. Along with a few hundred of his closest friends indeed, Ari snorted. If I was missed, it was only by the vizier of the feast, who found himself with an empty place to conceal. I don't understand you at all, Harriket growled, as Ari checked Cachette's harness. Last night you were invited to the great king's own feast. 3 times you've been awarded the Gold of Honor, and no one would even guess it. Ari shrugged. I'm a practical man. All very well to be heaped with tokens of the great king's esteem, but you can't sell honor gold, nor trade it. You can only wear it to show your valor and rank. And the fact that the great king favors you, fool, Harriket retorted with exasperation. And the great king's favor gains me, what, precisely? Ari replied mildly, with no more than a raised eyebrow. I don't care to mingle with the nobles of the court. I'm not looking for a promotion, and I value nothing that is as ephemeral as fame. Vetch kept his head down, hoping neither of them noticed him. This was a very interesting conversation, and he didn't want to be sent away in the middle of it. The great king's favor can make you, Harriket said flatly, and break me. Now Ari's voice was as stone-hard as Harriket's. Suppose I were to put myself forward. Then I must guard my tongue, waking and sleeping, lest someone who wishes to be more favored takes some word of mine and twists it, and whispers it in the great king's ear. I could not choose my own friends, my own pastimes, nothing, for fear that someone who does not love to see me raised on high may find a weapon to bring me down. I would be more of a prisoner than a serf, who at least may command his own thoughts. I think not. That sort of life is not for me. Now, if such honors would grant me the freedom to study dragons, rather than use them as weapons, then they would be of value to me. As it is, they are worth less than the sand in the dry season. And with that, he nudged Cachette, who was already impatient to be gone, and they thundered into the sky. Harriket sheltered his eyes with his hand, and peered after him, shaking his head. Vetch didn't know what to think, but he stowed the words away in his memory to ponder later. Corson laid a total of 3 more eggs, 1 every 3 days, which were duly taken away from her before she had a chance to go broody. She didn't seem to miss them at all, any more than she'd missed the one that Vetch had taken. Vetch didn't know what had been done with those eggs, and tried not to think about them. After all, he had more than enough on his hands at the moment, tending her, Cachette, and his own precious egg, which, if he wasn't mistaken, was showing every sign of being fertile. When all the eggs had been laid, Corson began to show signs of restlessness. Dutifully, Vetch reported that to Harriket as well. The overseer pulled on his lower lip and thought for a moment. Riton is going to be sent down, back to the ranks of the unflighted, until he learns better dragon husbandry, he said in an absent-minded tone that made Vetch assume he was thinking out loud. But there's a likely lad coming up who might do well with Corson, if she'll take him. Harriket's voice trailed away, and Vetch wondered what he meant. Could a jouster be taken from his dragon? Maybe not Ari, for Vetch was certain Cachette would never, ever fly for anyone else. But would it make any difference to Corson who flew her? Probably not, and that was confirmed a moment later when Harriket nodded briskly. I'll do it, he said aloud, with satisfaction in his voice. I'll switch their dragons. Ah! If he can get into trouble with that beast, I'll eat his saddle raw, without salt. That very evening, as Vetch was about to take away a half-barrow load of meat that Corson suddenly didn't want, for all on her own, now that she had delivered herself of her clutch, she was cutting back on her food. Harriket appeared at the door to Corson's pen with a strange young man in tow. This one could not have been out of his teens, but there was a no-nonsense look about him that made him seem very confident. and when he looked Corson up and down, he was not at all afraid of her. "And this is Corson. Stand your ground with her," Harriket was saying. "Remember what I told you." The young man nodded and approached the dragon, who was peering down at him with great interest. But she didn't snap. Her snappishness all seemed to have been due to her wanting to mate and being about to go to nest. Now she was back to her old self, agreeable, but with mischief and rebellion in her. Her tail twitched, Vetch noticed, as if she was contemplating a sly and seemingly absent-minded thwack across the newcomer's shins with it. "Corson!" the man shouted, before she had made up her mind about it. "Down!" Vetch gritted his teeth on his own resentment as the young man reaped the benefits of Vetch's work with Corson. Perhaps she hadn't been flying, but he was the one who calculated that her bad humor was due in part to hunger. He was the one who'd been working with her basic commands, if only to make his own job easier, and he had been teaching her that both obedience and disobedience had consequences. She had been obeying only when she felt like it. Now, after all his drilling, she did so automatically. She knelt, and the newcomer gestured imperiously at Vetch. He wanted her saddle, of course. Vetch throttled his impulse to follow Corson's unruly example before all that drilling, and become selectively deaf and blind. Instead, he brought up the saddle and harness. At least this fellow was competent enough to do his own saddling, feeling very much as if he was the expert here, and the jouster the interloper. Vetch watched the harnessing with a critical eye, and could find nothing to complain about. But he felt better when, as the young man finished, he gave Corson a rewarding slap on the shoulder. At least he didn't look on the dragon as a sort of flying chariot. Insensate and insensible. "Up, Corson!" the jouster ordered, and then looked back over his shoulder at Harriket as she obeyed without complaint. The overseer nodded, and the new jouster put one foot on Corson's foreleg and vaulted lightly into her saddle. He signaled to Vetch, who released the chain from around her neck, the chain that had kept her earthbound until this moment. Corson's training held, though she had not been ridden in nearly a moon. She stayed on the ground rather than going for the sky, although a few weeks ago she'd have been up like a shot arrow once the chain was off. Instead, she was rock steady until the new man gave her the nudge to send her up. She responded to his signal eagerly, throwing herself into the air, as Vetch and Harriket shielded their eyes from the storm of sand and wind driven up by the fierce beats of her wings. When the buffeting had ceased, Vetch looked up. Corson was a tiny figure against the hot blue sky, still climbing, and still under control, back to her old self, but with a superior level of obedience as far as Vetch could tell. He glanced over at Harriket, who smiled with satisfaction. "I think he'll do," the overseer said aloud, and there was no mistaking the pleasure in it. "We'll see how Rieten does with Beskella." Vetch's mouth dropped open at that. Beskella. The male was the oldest dragon in the compound, so old that the blue of his mane color had deepened to near black. If there was a lazier dragon here, Vetch had yet to hear about it. He had gotten rotated back to the new lot of jousters because his old jouster had been killed by a lucky arrow from an archer on the ground, and Beskella had elected to return to the compound rather than fly off to freedom as nearly any other dragon would have. And that was a measure of how lazy he was. Beskella had learned the most key of lessons, which was where the food came from. He knew that, unlike the case of a dragon in the wild who, when he failed to make a kill, didn't eat, in the compound, meals arrived on time and in full supply whether a dragon exerted himself to the fullest or not. Beskella liked captivity, so long as no one made him work too hard. And it was rather difficult to force a creature the size of a dragon to do much of anything it didn't want to. Vetch hid his smirk behind his hand. If there was ever a jouster who deserved being assigned to Beskella, it was Rieten. Patrols would take twice as long to complete as Beskella lounged his way through the sky, and Rieten could pretty much forget about the gold of honor. For at the first sight of a fight in the offing, Beskella would do his best to keep as far away as possible from the combat. Failing that, he would hold back and shy off every time his jouster tried to close in. That was assuming he didn't flee altogether, refusing to answer the guide reins. Oh yes, this was certainly a case of the right chickens coming home to roost. On the other hand, if a jouster couldn't master a dragon like Corson, at least with Biscella he could get patrolling done and wouldn't get anyone else in trouble. Vetch went back to work, his jealousy fading. Corson had a good jouster, it seemed, one of whom Herrick had approved. For that, he was grateful. Corson was no cachette, but he had been getting rather fond of her. Still, it rankled him to be treated as if he was nothing more than a mobile saddle rack and otherwise ignored. When Corson came back in, it was very clear that her new jouster was going to continue ignoring Vetch, and it was only because he had gotten to like Corson that Vetch didn't go straight to Harriket and demand to be put back on his old duties, serving Ari only. This was like the treatment he had gotten from the other dragon boys, only worse. Why, he didn't even learn the jouster's name for 3 days, and then only discovered it when he overheard another jouster asking, "Well, Nefthat, and how do you like our prime virago Corson? Or do you wish you had Biscella back?" Nefthat asked him nothing about Corson, though he did examine every inch of her every time he took her out. He continued to act as if Vetch was a mere convenience, of no import except that he kept the dragon fed, watered, clean, and comfortable. Still, he treated Corson well, and paid as much heed to her moods as an attentive lover would have. She was out of shape, and he was putting her back in shape on a reasonable schedule, being neither too demanding nor too lax. He was a good rider for her, but finally he couldn't stand it. He went to Harriket. But once he got the overseer's attention, he hesitated. How could he, a mere serf, complain about a jouster? He decided that it wouldn't be a complaint exactly. "Overseer," he said, choosing his words with the greatest of care, "what is my relationship to be to Corson's jouster?" "Relationship?" Harriket asked with a lifted brow. "None, and I told him as much. You aren't Corson's boy. You are Cachette's. I don't want him giving you orders that may conflict with something Ares asked you to do, so I told him to leave you alone while I find Corson a good boy." Suddenly, Vetch was very glad that he hadn't voiced an actual complaint, for he would have looked very stupid. "Thank you, Overseer," he said, with utmost politeness. I wasn't sure what I should be doing with regard to Jouster Nefthat." He bowed properly and got out of Harriket's way as quickly as he could, thanking the gods that he had learned to think before he blurted something out. How much less trouble would he have been in if he only had kept his mouth shut over the years? He took care to smile at Nefthat from then on, even if the latter did not appear to take any notice. At least with both Corson and Seftu back on patrol, Ari could stop doing double duty. Vetch had the idea that he was sleeping a good deal. Certainly Cachette was. Harriket was as good as his word, too. By the time the planting season was over, in fact, within a moon, Harriket had found another dragon boy for Corson. Another serf from a stolen farm like Vetch. Presumably having found that Vetch was such a good worker, Harriket was willing to try another of the same type. Harriket brought the replacement in one afternoon, without any fanfare, though he had taken the time to get the new boy cleaned up, kilted, and all before he brought him to the pen. With any dragon, that was a good idea. They were used to jousters and dragon boys in their uniform kilts and kit, and dragons were creatures of habit. Even the few servants like Harriket and the slaves who wore pretty much the same uniforms, which varied only in quality of materials. Presumably, a dragon couldn't tell the difference between coarse linen and fine, and the similarity of costume told the dragons who belonged here and who didn't. However, just the previous day, Corson had reacted poorly to the presence of a pretty woman friend of Corson's jouster Nefthat. The bright, fluttering gauze of her gown, the high voice, the jangling jewelry, whatever it was had made Corson rear up and hiss angrily, her tail giving one of those vicious lashes that Vetch had not quite managed to train her out of. Nefthat had, in his turn, reacted as Vetch would have wanted, shooing his lady friend outside. This was one of the only times when Nefthat actually spoke to Vetch. "Keep her company for a moment," he ordered, rather than requested. The tone made Vetch grind his teeth, but he obeyed, though he had no idea how to amuse a lady. He listened to Nephtat soothing his dragon with one ear, while he directed the lady's attention to the carvings on the walls, the construction of the pens, even the dragons peering over the pens with interest at them, babbling foolishly whatever came into his head in an effort to distract her. Fortunately, Nephtat finally came out and apologized to the lady. Vetch hadn't even waited to hear what he said, but now it looked as if his patience wasn't going to be on trial for much longer.
"Vetch, this is Fisk," Harriket said shortly. "He's a serf. I want him for Corson's boy. If you can train him to take Corson, do it."
And he left, with the two boys staring awkwardly at one another. It was Fisk who made the first move, though. He said, ducking his head in an unconscious submission. "Could be you'd give me your name?" Vetch had to smile. Then, he knew in part how Fisk must be feeling, but poor Fisk knew nothing about his would-be mentor, perhaps not even that Vetch was a serf. The hair should tell him, but Fisk might not know that only Altan serfs wore their hair long as a sign of their indentured nature. "Vetch," he replied, "and I'm a serf too." He looked the other boy up and down. Could it be that Fisk had been a farmer's boy too? "Well, if I'm to teach you about Corson, what do you know about animals in general?"
Mostly I've tended goats,"
Fisk ventured, and looked up at Corson, who looked curiously down at him.
"That'd be a mighty big goat."
For a heart-stopping moment, Vetch thought the other boy was feeble-minded, but then he saw the slow grin, and realized with relief that Fisk was joking. And it soon was apparent that Harriket had chosen well, so far as Corson was concerned, for Fisk was not afraid of her, and had more experience with intractable creatures than Vetch ever had. For one thing, he was 2 years older than Vetch, and what was more, Fisk had actually been a goat herd in charge of a large number of animals, and goats could be the most stubborn and evil-minded domestic creatures ever created. He might not be very bright, but he was eminently practical, and he had a good rapport with beasts. Unlike Vetch, he hadn't had a family to lose, as he was already an orphan when the Tians came, tending the herd of goats for a surly uncle. As a consequence, life in the Jousters' compound was more than an improvement. It was an improvement without any previous loss attached. He had never really known what it was like to be free or to have a close-knit family, for his father was dead and his mother had been her brother-in-law's servant. While she loved her son, she had been able to give him nothing but her love while her brother-in-law worked her to death and bid fair to repeat his treatment with her son. Now, with only a single, non-wandering creature to be in charge of, good treatment, and much better food, Fisk was convinced he'd fallen into a honeypot. He'd understood exactly what Vetch meant when he described Corson's quirks and personality, and he didn't let her bully him. More to the point, to both Vetch's and Harriket's delight, Fisk and Corson took to each other with a great deal of mutual respect and even affection. It was nothing like the bond Vetch had with Cachette, but it was as close to that as any other dragon boys, and closer than most. That released Vetch from his duties to Corson, which was a great relief. Corson needed someone who understood her and cared about her, and Vetch's heart was given to the creature growing inside his egg and to Cachette. Harriket was overjoyed, and within the week, Vetch overheard him speaking with Ari about finding more goat-herd serfs in the future to use as dragon boys. As for Vetch, Fisk might not be anyone he could have a deep and meaningful conversation with, but he was friendly, and he was another serf. So at least now he had someone who would share a meal and a joke with him. The cold shoulders of the other boys weren't so hard to take when there were two to face them instead of one alone. Gratefully, he went back to his old chores, which, after all the work of tending Corson, Cachette, and a dragon and egg, seemed infinitely lighter. The growing season was well underway, and the increasing heat would surely be the trigger to hatch his egg, and soon he would need all the extra time he could get. He certainly completed his round of ordinary chores faster than he had before he'd been doing double duty with Corson. Or perhaps it was just that he was putting on muscle and strength himself. He practically flew through his cleaning chores, And as for the others, the old leather worker and the weapons overseer had taken to giving him an allotment of work, so that the others wouldn't shirk theirs, knowing they could load it onto him when he finished the sooner. All this came just in time. The egg was starting to move. 12. The egg was starting to move because the developing dragon inside was shifting restlessly. It was definitely fertile, and was going to hatch if nothing went wrong with the dragonette. There was no doubt whatsoever about that. Though how long it would be before the egg really hatched now that it was starting to move, well, he didn't know, and he wasn't sure that even Ari did. It could be days, it might be weeks. The only thing he could be absolutely sure of was that it would be within the moon. The timetable seemed about right as well, given what he'd learned from Ari, though it did not seem possible that so much time had passed so quickly. By his reckoning, it should barely have been time for the planting festival. But there it was, caught up in the peculiar schedule of the Jousters' compound, and as busy as he was, time was all distorted. Among the Jousters, there were only 2 real seasons: the season of the rains, which included part but not all of flood season, when the Jousters and dragons could rest a little, and the season of no rain, which meant full patrols and everyone working flat out. The temple regulated festivals of the seasons, so important when he'd been working for Kefti the Fat, had slipped by him without noticing. Now growing season was well underway. The plants were all sprouting in the fields, and he hadn't even noticed. If Ari was right, eggs hatched well inside growing season, giving the richest time of the year, so far as game was concerned, for the critical first weeks of a dragonette's life. Then, when the little one was old enough not to need feeding so often, came dry season, and in the heat of dry, the dragonette could grow and develop without needing to be kept warm by a parent. Soon, the egg must surely hatch soon. He slipped away every night as soon as it was quiet, to turn it and speak softly to the dragonette within the shell, and woke before dawn to turn it again. So far, no one had caught him at his tending, but then there wasn't anyone about that early or that late. Not even the most diligent of jousters rose any earlier than he had to. And who could blame them when they were flying long patrols to prevent Altons from sabotaging the crops in the fields? Burning crops was an easy way to strike back at the hated enemy. You left no traces behind if you were clever, and every field burned was more grain that the enemy would have to purchase with precious gold, which in turn could not be used to hire and equip soldiers. Alton serfs and those Altons who still retained possession of their own farms through some miracle would not burn their own crops. They'd starve if they did, for they would get cold charity from the Tian masters. But that wouldn't stop Alton insurgents from firing the fields, regardless of who owned them. About the only relief there was from that threat was that Altons, like the Tians, could not be persuaded to go out into the fields at night, when homeless, hungry ghosts were a prowl. Not even the rebels would take that risk, a very real one, and not the sort of thing that even Harriket dared. Unhomed spirits were very real, and it never seemed to occur to the Tians that their rigor in denying slaughtered Altons the proper rites and funerary shrines only made more angry ghosts to plague their nights. It was dangerous enough to walk the streets of a village where the protection of the temples held sway, and the lights and lamps drove ghosts out. Only a priest or a witch would dare venture into open fields by night, and what priest or witch would trouble to fire a field when their time was better served making magic? But every so often, someone too foolhardy or desperate or sure of his protections went out at night, beyond the protections of the streets, and was found dead in the morning. Usually there wasn't a mark on him, but his face was generally contorted with pain and horror. No, the rebels were bold enough, but not that bold. They did their work between the first hint of dawn and the last light of dusk. So the jousters were in the air whenever possible, reminding those below that the great king had more than just soldiers to enforce his will, scanning the fields at dawn and dusk for creeping forms that should not be there. That meant more time in the sky, tired dragons and jousters, and the most profound of silences from sunset to sunrise within the walls of the compound. No time for festivities now, oh no. Once in a very great while, Vetch would hear music coming over the walls, but it was all quiet music, harp and flute, and never went much past the time that a late dinner would be. Probably some of the more aristocratic jousters were having music with their dinner. So Vetch's ventures were secure. Not even Ari caught him, even though the jouster came to the pen nearly every night, for at least a little while. At least now that Neftat was taking up patrols on Corson, Ari had been able to cut back his territory, which gave him a little time of his own again. He spent most of it with Cachette, and Vetch had to wonder if Ari was as lonely as he was. Certainly he didn't spend much time with his fellow jousters. Sometimes Vetch wished that he was just a bit older, more Ari's age. Often as he listened to Ari talk softly in the darkness, to Cachette and to him, he wondered if he was the closest thing to a friend that Ari had, other than Harriket. Did he ever talk to Harriket like this? Maybe not. There were things he said to Vetch that Vetch didn't think Harriket would ever accept tamely. Ari could criticize his own leaders and his own people freely with Vetch. Harriket might well feel that he had to report such disloyal talk. Maybe that was why he spent some time every night here. He had to unburden himself to someone, and Vetch was safe. And he wished one other thing, a wish that he could never have imagined himself making before he'd come here. He wished, for Ari's sake, that he was Tian. For if he had not been Alton and a serf, he could have confided his egg theft to Ari, who would have been delighted, and would surely have helped him when the egg hatched. If he had been Tian, he could have a dragonette openly and become a jouster, joining the ranks of the rest. He could become Ari's friend and not what he was. Whatever that was now. Dragon boy, serf, mostly Alton, no longer able to unthinkingly hate his Tian masters, but knowing that nothing would ever induce them to accept him either, with a life that was a strange mixture of the bitter and the sweet, with nothing in between. And it occurred to him the same night, as he lay thinking about that wish and staring up at the stars, that the one time when his anger stopped gnawing at him altogether was when Ari was around. With everyone else, except maybe Harriket, there was always that edge, the feeling that underneath it all, if a choice had to be made between him and a Tian, well, he'd come out second best. And even Ari and Harriket, if the choice had to be made publicly, would probably favor the Tian. Maybe that wasn't true, but it was something he didn't want to have to put to the test. It was an unpalatable thought. He resolutely shoved it away. He would just have to make certain it never came to that. Besides, he had another worry that he ought to be concentrating on. That egg would hatch within days, and that would bring the next hurdle, a successful hatching. He had to be there. He daren't take any chances. Baby chickens thought that the first thing that they saw was their mother. The same might be true of a dragonette. And that was when, once again, it seemed as if the Alton gods had heard him and were answering him with subtle aid. The second half of the growing season was always dry. Not the dry of the dry season, when the air sucked every bit of moisture out of everything, but usually there weren't any kind of heavy rainstorms. Instead, there was just enough rain to keep the crops from dying, and that usually in the early morning or early evening. Storms that were not hard didn't do much and were never very long. In fact, they tended to be rather warm and muggy rains, bringing sticky humidity rather than refreshment to the air. And the one thing that it was possible to count on was that they would not be the violent storms that broke at the end of dry season. There had been a feeling of a storm coming the day that Vetch was sure the egg was close, very close to hatching. Vetch was checking it as often as he dared, and as he did, he couldn't help notice that the air felt heavy and wet. So just to be on the safe side, he pulled the canvas over the empty pens on both sides of Cachette's pen, including the one that held the egg. After all, if a storm did break, whoever was nearest would start dashing around, pulling awnings, and the last thing he wanted them to do was to stumble into that pen. He even freed up the awning over Cachette's pen to be ready, just in case. Then, In the middle of afternoon patrol time, he noticed that the sky on the horizon seemed unusually cloudy out to the north. The clouds themselves were thick and tall, or at least they looked like it from inside the walls of the compound. He congratulated himself on taking the precaution of pulling those canvas coverings early. It looked as if there was going to be a good, solid rain rather than a mere sprinkle. He thought no more about it, except to wonder if the rain would be bad enough to bring the Jousters back early. So he reckoned that he had better see to it that Cachette's pen was done as early as possible. Harriket and the other overseers, even Tevelethat, trusted him to get his work done in whatever order he happened to do it, and not necessarily on a set schedule anymore. He could always do his quota of leather work later, and if he really needed to clean Ari's rooms, Ari had no problem these days with having Vetch in to see to it whether or not the jouster himself was in the suite. So Vetch was in the middle of cleaning out Cachette's pen, and he didn't think anything more about rain until he heard something that sounded like the rumbling of 1,000 chariot wheels, and looked up again sharply into the north. The clouds were boiling up before his very eyes, and with bottoms as black as the soil the floods laid on the fields. As if the hand of a god was shoving them along, they were speeding toward Memphis in a way that boded no good for anything caught in their path. What was more, he could see the colorful specks that were the jousters on their dragons, running along ahead of the storm front, for that storm was powerful enough to send the dragons back on the gust front itself, frantic to get out of the sky before the lightnings and winds caught them, winging ahead of the fury lashing the ground behind them, as fast as their muscles could send them. He stood there with his mouth wide open for a bit. Then it suddenly came home to him that this was going to be no ordinary storm. He wasn't the only servant to have realized what was happening. A moment later, Harriket ran through the compound, shouting for the boys to run for the landing court, slaves to cover the pens, and cursing everyone in his path. Dragon boys and every other servant that happened to be free ran for the landing court, for there was no way that most of the dragons were going to be able to land in their pens with that wind behind them. In fact, they'd be lucky to get down without any injuries. Vetch was right behind Harriket, and the overseer thrust chained collars into his hands without regard for who he was or which dragon he served. Well enough, Cachette and Ari wouldn't need him, but Seftu and Corson, and perhaps another half-dozen other dragons he'd gotten to know, and which probably would trust him, certainly would. The first of the dragons came plunging down into the courtyard just as Harriket, Vetch, and the others got there themselves. Already wind, chill as the winds of midwinter, whipped through the open space, sending dragons skewing sideways as they tried to get down to the ground. This wasn't the wind of the dry, the Camisine, that always blew in the same direction. No, this was a nasty wind, a demon wind, that twisted and writhed unpredictably. The landings were chaotic. With the exception of Cachette, the dragons were clearly fighting their jousters. They wanted more than anything to get back to safety on the ground before the storm struck, and if they'd had a choice, they would have landed anywhere they thought they could find shelter, rather than take the chance on speeding for home. There were near collisions in the air above the landing court, actual collisions on the ground, as hard gusts blew dragons aside and into each other's paths. If it hadn't been that their eyes were on the coming storm and not on each other, there might have been fights among the dragons as they competed for the limited landing space. Vetch and 2 or 3 of the braver boys dashed in with chains and collars to fasten around their throats. They found themselves scrambling among the fearsome claws to snap the collars around the first throat that presented itself, then drop the end of the chain in the hands of one of the servants or slaves. Corson recognized him as he ducked under her nose and actually pulled back her claws in mid-lash so that they skimmed along his back, barely stinging. He handed off the chain to Fisk, who had been behind him. He helped Seftu's boy get the leads on Seftu, but they didn't need them. Seftu was so grateful to be down that he was actually whimpering and was crouching so low that his belly dragged the ground. The rest of the boys spread out along the walls and shouted to attract the attention of their jousters, so that the dragons could get separated and steered over to the proper handler and taken back to their pens. The chaos began to sort itself out, so Vetch stayed where he was, knowing Ari and Cachette, knowing that they would come in as they always did, as if the sun god stood high in the sky, untroubled by storms. And sure enough, he saw them, Cachette's powerful wing beats holding course against the wicked winds, coming in last of them all. He saw then that Cachette, secure and nothing near as nervous as the rest, was going to land in his own pen as always. That was when Vetch abandoned the mess in the landing court and headed for his proper place. He got there just as they landed, and it was clear from Ari's wet hair and the rain streaks on Cachette's flanks that the rain wasn't far behind. At that point, no one cared about duty or protocol, not that Ari ever truly did. Ari helped Vetch to strip Cachette of his saddle and harness and pull the canvas canopy over the sandpit just as the first warning drops of the torrent to come splattered into it. Then Ari raced for his own quarters as splatters turned to downpour. The canopies were clever devices, just like the awnings that shaded the human inhabitants of the compound from the rays of the sun, fastened to fat bronze rings that were strung on 2 ropes of wire, running along 2 opposite walls of a pen. You grasped 2 hanging straps and pulled the canopy on its wires across to the other side of the pit, where you fastened the straps to rings at the other end. Then you had a roof over the sand pit that protected it from rain. This was the only way to keep the sand pits from turning into hot sand soup during the rainy season, or now. Cachette burrowed down into the sand as the rain poured down onto the canvas, sheeting down along the sides into the drains along the edges of his pit. And Vetch sprinted for the next pen. He thanked his gods that he had pulled the canvas over the tops of the unused pens. No one had barged into this pen to protect it, and his egg was safe from the downpour. But so close to hatching as it was, he had to see. It was almost not worth it. In the brief time it took to get from one pen to the other, he was soaked to the skin. He peered through the murk from his vantage point in the doorway, and thought that his egg was rocking, but it was hard to tell. Without getting into the pen, all he could see was that it was all right, that the canopy was keeping it and the sandpit dry. Back he ran to Cachette's pen. He peeled off his sodden kilt and changed to a new one in the shelter of his own little awning. The edges of the awnings had become waterfalls, and the sky was so dark it seemed to be dusk, not mid-afternoon. Lightning flickered constantly, seeming to freeze droplets in mid-air for a moment, and thunder drowned out every other sound. He was just grateful that the gust front had been the only wind. A good blow could rip the canvas from its moorings, soaking and cooling the sands, and that might have spelled an end to his hopes. If a chicken egg got chilled as it was about to hatch, the chick died before it could be born. Would the same be true of a dragon? He rather thought so. The storm would have terrified him if he hadn't been so preoccupied with thoughts of his egg. Fortunately, such fury couldn't last long. Before he became too impatient to wait any longer before returning to his egg, the sky lightened, the torrent lessened, the lightning and thunder passed into the distance, leaving behind only a steady, heavy rain, interrupted by brief surges of a real pelting. But his first concern had to be for his primary charge. Cachette could have gotten injuries that neither he nor Ari saw in their haste to get him unharnessed before the storm burst. Vetch dashed across to the sandpit in Cachette's pen, the edges of which steamed from the rainwater that had escaped the drains to soak into the sand along the perimeter. Cachette was fine. He was securely wallowed in the middle, buried up to his flanks, his neck stretched along the top of the sand with his eyes closed. Vetch knew that pose. Nothing was going to get Cachette out of his warm wallow. Not the sweetest bit of meat, not the coaxing of Ari, not the promise of a grooming and burnishing and oiling. Nothing. And at the moment, every other dragon in the compound was probably taking the same pose as Cachette. No one could interfere with him or come by looking for him, not until the rain let up anyway. Back he ran to his egg. It was rocking. In fact, it had rocked itself right up out of the sand. It must be hatching. No one was going anywhere in this mess. The dragons wouldn't stir, and the Jousters and dragon boys were all in their respective quarters at this point. Vetch waded out into the hot sand to the egg, which was now rocking madly. He steadied it with his hands and murmured to the dragonette inside. It paused for a moment. Then he heard the dragonette inside knocking furiously at the shell. He passed his hands over the outside, and after examining it carefully, he spotted a place where it was cracking. Ari had said that mother dragons had to help their little ones hatch. A shell hard enough to protect something as big as a developing dragonette was too thick and hard for them to break by themselves. Ari had helped Cachette. Now it was Vetch's turn to help his baby. He'd heard the story from Ari a dozen times. He knew what to do, and he didn't stop to think about it. He just did what he'd been planning in his mind for weeks now. He took the hilt of his tiny work knife and pounded at the cracking spot from his side of the shell. This seemed to encourage the dragonette, and it redoubled its efforts to crack through. He pounded, the dragonette pounded, and it was a good thing that the steady growl of thunder drowned out most sounds, or they would surely have been caught by all the noise they made together. To his ears, it sounded like a pair of carpenters or stonemasons at work, and if it hadn't been for the storm, so much banging and tapping would certainly have attracted anyone within earshot. Finally, just when he thought that the egg was never going to actually break, the dragonette punched through. 2 big flakes of shell fell away. A bronze-gold nostril poked up through the new breathing hole, and the dragonette rested for a while. Vetch let it be, just picking bits of broken shell away from the hole and snapping the jagged edges off to enlarge it. That was harder than it sounded. The shell was like stone, and the edges of the bits of shell were sharp. But the more he opened the hole, the more of the dragonette's muzzle protruded out, the nostrils flaring as it pulled in its first breaths of fresh air. The egg tooth, a hard little knob between the nostrils on top of the nose, like a flattened cone, was clearly visible. The dragonette would slough that within a day of hatching, but it was needed in order to break out. When the muzzle withdrew from the breathing hole, the rocking and hammering started again from within the egg. Vetch watched to see where the cracks were appearing, and helped again, pounding with the hilt of his knife, and grateful that the thunder and rain didn't look as if they were going to stop any time soon. Despite the cold, damp wind, Vetch was sweating, and he kept up a steady murmur of encouragement to help the baby within the shell. Vetch confined himself to helping cracks along, and chipping bits away from the air hole. He wasn't certain how much, beyond that little, he could help the dragonette without hurting it by forcing the hatch. This wasn't one of his mother's chickens after all, and even she had been careful with hatching eggs. There was a difference between assisting a hatch and forcing it, a difference which could mean a dead chick or a live one. He had to run off at one point to feed Cachette. The dragon's appetite wasn't diminished by the rain. The entire time he watched Cachette, he worried, what if the dragonette got into trouble? What if the egg fell over and the breathing hole was blocked by the sand? What if it hatched and floundered out of the sand and got chilled? But this was also an opportunity. He loaded his barrow with more meat than Cachette could eat now that he was out of his growth spurt. The top was the usual big chunks, but on the bottom was a thick layer of the smaller scraps and chopped bits that he got from troughs near where the butchers worked. They called this stuff porridge. When a dragon needed a heavier dose of tala than you could get into it, just by dusting the big pieces with the powder, the other dragon boys would mix it with the chopped pieces and blood. Well, that wasn't what he needed the porridge for, and the butchers weren't curious enough to notice what he loaded his barrow with. They were too busy listening to the rain and thunder outside, and talking about it in nervous voices. Under any other circumstances, he would have stayed to listen, but not today. He fed Cachette to satiation, while the rain drummed on the canvas awning. It didn't take long. The dragon wanted to go back into his wallow and didn't dawdle over his food. Cachette yawned and dug himself back into his hot sand when he was done, and was asleep in moments. Vetch quickly checked the corridor for the presence of anyone else before he whisked the barrow out of Cachette's pen through the cold rain and into the one next door, and found himself looking at a limp and exhausted scarlet dragonette, sprawled on the sand, limbs and damp wings going in all directions in an awkward mirror of Cachette's pose. The damp wings were half under the poor thing, and at his entrance, the dragonette looked up at him and meeped pathetically. It could barely raise its rounded, big-eyed head on its long neck. The bronzy gold and scarlet head wavered back and forth like a heavy flower on a slender stalk. The huge bronze eyes barely open, as if the lids were too heavy to lift. To either side, the halves of the egg lay, red-veined on the inside, with a membrane still clinging to them. Vetch parked the barrow under the awning and floundered out into the sand to the dragonette's side. It was bigger than he was, and heavier, twice his size and weighing about as much as a young child, he thought, though it was hard to tell for certain. It was going to get a lot bigger before it was finished growing, though. He dug a trench in the hot sand and helped to slide it in, tucking the clumsy, weak limbs into comfortable positions and spreading the wings out to dry on the surface. It sighed as it lowered its head down onto its foreclaws. Already the anxiety it had shown when it realized it was alone was ebbing. It was going to be crimson red, like both its parents. But unlike Corson, the extremities were going to be some shade of gold or bronze. Until it got a little older, its delicate skin was going to tear and bruise easily if he wasn't careful with it. Right now the skin was as delicate as his own, more so in places, and soft as the thinnest lambskin. He petted the dragonette's head and neck for a moment, marveling at the softness of the skin. Then he left the dragonette to bask in the heat and rest from the effort of hatching, heaped a bucket with the chopped meat, and returned to its side. It opened its eyes when he returned to it, and its nostrils twitched as it caught the scent of the meat. Its head wavered up. The poor thing looked so weak. But the mouth opened, and the thin hiss that emerged was anything but weak, and had a great deal of demand in it. The mouth gaped wide. It had a formidable set of teeth already. No surprise in such a carnivore. Open-mouthed, it hissed again, and whined at him, red tongue flickering out in entreaty. He laughed. "All right, baby, don't be impatient," he whispered, and dropped a piece the size of his palm in the open mouth. He'd worried about whether the dragonette would be difficult to feed. In the next several minutes, he knew that this, at least, was not going to be a problem. The little one snapped its jaws shut on the meat and swallowed. He watched the lump going down its throat with remarkable speed. Then the jaws opened up again. They quickly fell into a rhythm. The baby gaped. He dropped meat and bone in, the jaws snapped shut, and the throat worked, and the mouth gaped. It was so easy to feed the little one that literally anyone could have done it. In fact, before it was sated, it had eaten nearly its own weight in meat. It ate until its belly was round, the skin tight, and Vetch could not imagine how it could cram another morsel in. That was when it stopped. It closed its mouth and looked at him, really looked at him for the first time since it had hatched. The big, dark eyes seemed all pupil. He could see that they weren't, though, that the iris was simply so dark a color that it was nearly black. But the huge, dark eyes seemed to draw him in and hold him. He couldn't look away, and didn't want to, for those eyes seemed to him to be the most wondrous things he had ever gazed into. And then it sighed, laid its head in his lap with complete and utter trust, and closed its eyes and went immediately to sleep, without a care or a worry in the world. He was here, and he was now the center of the dragonette's world. So long as he was here, there could be nothing wrong. He thought his heart was going to melt. A pent-up flood of emotion threatened to overwhelm him. He squeezed his eyes shut to keep from crying, and just whispered tender nonsense into the ruby and bronze shells that were the dragonette's ears, while he stroked the soft skin of the head and neck with a hand that shook. But he couldn't hold the tears back for very long. Finally they started, and he wept silently, anger and grief that he had held in for so very long, mingling together with joy and relief in those tears, and nothing left to hold them back. How long he cried, he couldn't have told. He cried until his eyes were sore, his nose clogged, his belly sore from sobbing. He cried until his throat was raw and scratchy, crying for all he'd lost and all he could lose now, crying that his mother and father weren't here to see him in his first moment of triumph since the Tians came. It couldn't have been long, or he'd have heard Cachette hissing for his supper. Certainly it wasn't as long as it felt. But finally, even as he ran out of tears, he wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, careful not to get sand in them, and sniffed. He felt odd, felt as if he had cried something out of himself, and now there was just a hollow where it had been. "Can you see me, Father?" he whispered into the rain, into the vast space between himself and the summer country. "Can you see what I've done? Isn't this baby a beauty? The most wonderful thing you've ever seen?" The dragonette stirred a little in sleep and hissed softly. Careful so as not to wake it, He began to stroke the head and ears, and as he petted the delicate skin of the brows, he knew that his dragonette was a female, for it did not have the bumps beneath the skin that would eventually form into a pair of skin-covered horns that marked the males. "What shall I call you, baby?" he murmured to it. This wasn't a question he took lightly. Words had power, and names were the most powerful of all words. Words were what gods used to shape the world, and whatever he named this little dragonette would shape her. Then it came to him, from her colors, shading from yellow on her belly, through the scarlet of her body, to a deep plum along her spine, and at the end of her tail, while her ears and muzzle went to that brazen gold, like the colors of a sunrise. "Avatra," he murmured, "fire of the dawn. I name you for that." She stirred in her sleep and pushed her forehead against his stomach, as though in approval. Avatra it was. "Avatra," he sighed with content, and with rain drumming on the canvas above them, caressed the head that rested so trustingly in his lap. Now for the next hurdles, keeping her presence secret, and keeping her. But for now it was enough to cradle her and listen to her breathing softly in the rain. He had to feed Cachette again, eventually, of course. But the rain was still coming down, and he knew that not even Ari would come out of his quarters in this out-of-season downpour. So tonight he would not be sleeping in Cachette's pen. He eased the baby's head out of his lap, and she woke and looked at him, then yawned, her tongue waggling comically before she shut her mouth. She stared at him for a moment, then made a small noise that he had no difficulty interpreting as a demand. He had to chuckle at that. Fortunately, there was enough left in his burrow to line her belly, if not fill it, enough to hold her while he went to fetch more food for her and for Cachette. Then it was the same routine again, except that already she was getting the idea that biting down on the hand that was feeding her was not going to get her meat pieces to arrive any sooner, and in fact caused a delay in delivery as the owner of the hand made funny sounds and wagged the hand in the air. This was entertaining, perhaps, but did nothing for a hungry belly. So she quickly learned to be gentle, and learned that when she sucked at the hand instead of clamping down on it, sometimes it would bring a cargo of delicious wet stuff that lubricated the throat and tongue and tasted sublime. The wet stuff, of course, consisted of bits of the livers, hearts, and lungs, prime treats for every dragon because of their rich blood content, but difficult to maneuver once they were cut up unless the dragonette was cooperating. Avatra was a fast learner, even fresh out of the egg as she was, and when he was done he hardly needed to wash his hands, for she had wrapped her tongue around them and sucked on them until every bit of blood and juice she could get had gone down that voracious little throat. She fell asleep again immediately, and now that her wings were dry, he tucked them in against her body and heaped sand around her to keep her warm and supported. Then he took his barrow back to the butchery, and just as he was leaving the butchery, he overheard something that made him pause for a moment. "Witchery," one of the butchers was saying darkly. "Alton witchery. The Harris priest Urquhart retold me himself. He and the other Harris priests had all they could do to hold the storm back enough that the dragons could land without killing themselves and their jousters." "I don't much like the sound of that," one of the others murmured uneasily. "The sea witches have never been able to reach so far before, because they never tried to do so on the wings of a storm before." Vetch jumped. That was Harriquette's voice. "Overseer, have you heard anything more than that?" asked the first butcher humbly. "No. You seem to have gotten all the tidings there are to hear, Thotaret. But I don't doubt you, nor do I think that what you've said is a mere idle speculation. I've never seen a storm like that in growing season, and since the Alton Sea Witches' powers are of the wind and water, it stands to reason that they called it up, all out of season." Harriquette seemed very sure of himself, and Vetch saw no reason to doubt him. "It makes every sense, too, when you think what their strategy must be. They have fewer dragons and less experienced jousters than we. They can no longer meet us man to man,
So they must get us out of the sky and thin our numbers somehow. What better way than to smash our dragons to earth with an unnatural storm?
Vetch nodded to himself. It made perfect sense. Doubtless the sea witches who had conjured the tempest were now lying spent within the walls of their temples, and would not be able to move from their couches for days or weeks. But the damage had been done.
And the damage has been done,
Harriket said, in an uncanny echo of Vetch's own thoughts.
No one was killed, thanks only to the grace of Harris and the skill of our priests. But there are torn wing webs and sprained muscles and dragons all over the compound. A dozen will not fly without days of rest, and by then the witches will be ready to send another storm against us.
They will? Gasped the butcher.
Of course they will. It is by far the most effective weapon they have now,
Harriket said with scorn for the man's obtuseness.
They will hardly abandon it, and I fear we will now have to cease our scouting forays over their land, if a dragon is driven to earth over their territory.
He did not need to elaborate. Even Vetch knew what would become of a Tian jouster caught by Altan foot soldiers on the ground. He moved off silently, using the door to the barrow storage room to make his exit. At the moment, he had rather that Harriket did not know what he had overheard. He couldn't but help feel some elation. Among other things, if Harriket was right, Ari stood at far less risk of being hurt or killed now in the course of his duties. Cachette was bigger and stronger than any other dragon in the compound now, and had always been a better and more skilled flyer. It would take more than a witch-conjured storm to hurt him, and if the Altans were going to use storms against dragons, they must have pulled their own jousters back so as to avoid harming them accidentally, which meant that Ari would not be facing anyone in a joust until the dry came, and not even the most powerful of witches could conjure up a storm. He trotted back to his pens with the rain drumming on his wet hair. He checked on Abatra, but saw she was sleeping as soundly as a dragon could, which was very soundly indeed. So just in case Ari turned up, he curled up on his pallet in the unseasonable gloom. He would have a lot of chores to catch up on tomorrow, but he didn't think anyone would complain or take him to task for them. He'd been all over that courtyard, and he could always claim he'd sprained something, helping bring the dragons in, and had taken to Cachette's sands to bake the eggs out. Maybe he'd better lend verisimilitude to that claim by moving his pallet there now. It didn't take a moment, even in the twilight gloom and the rain. He was so used to doing so after the rainy season. And he was glad that he had, when not long after, he heard Ari's step outside the pen.
"Vetch!"
the jouster called into the dimness of the pen.
"Here,"
he called back. Cachette didn't even stir.
"I sprained my shoulder getting chains onto some of those dragons." "I thought you might have. One of them marked you too. Do you need something for the scratches?"
Ari made a dash across the open, rain-filled space and got in under the shelter of Cachette's awning.
"It was Corson, and she pulled her blow when she saw it was me," he replied, feeling oddly touched that Ari had noticed in the midst of all the chaos. "I've gotten worse from thorns, or the stuff Kefti made me sleep on."
Ari sighed and sat down on the edge of the wallow.
"Just bake out the sprain, then. You won't be the only one tending injury. There are sprains and even a dislocated shoulder or two all over the compound, and that's just among the jousters. I expect anyone in the landing court is probably nursing some sort of hurt, and the dragons themselves may have gotten sprains when they landed. We won't field but half the dragons tomorrow, nor the day after. It appears that your countrymen have found an effective weapon to ground us."
His heart leaped at that. So it was definitely true then. Harriket had been right. But he didn't say anything, and Ari didn't seem to expect a comment.
"Well, I won't complain," Ari continued. "There won't be any double patrols to fly, when we daren't take any dragons over Altan lands. Just the simple runs over our own land, until the Great King decides to break the truce and send the armies out again."
Vetch's heart dropped as fast as it had risen. Ari had said when, not if.
"But since the king has not chosen to favor me with his plans for conquest," Ari continued, still sounding oddly cheerful, I am not going to concern myself over that until the day dawns. Nor should you. Instead, I am for my honest bed. There is no point in doing anything but follow Cachette's example and catch up on rest. Good night, Vetch. Good night, Jouster, he called off after the retreating form that sprinted out through the door in the rain. And he waited just long enough to be certain that Ari was not going to return, before gathering up a blanket and abandoning Cachette to sleep alone. For tonight, and for every night that he could manage it, he would be sleeping beside his dragon. He stirred ever so slightly as he laid his blanket down on the sand beside her, and fitted his body around hers. And she nestled her head in next to his outstretched arm with a movement that brought a smile to his lips and a lump to his throat. "Help me," he whispered to the Altan gods, who it seemed could reach into this Tian stronghold after all. "Help me keep her secret. Keep her safe." And the prayer murmured on into his dreams, a prayer that surely, surely they must answer. 13. Vetch was helplessly, hopelessly in love. He had never felt like this before, and yet the emotion was one he recognized immediately. There was nothing he would not have done, would not have sacrificed for his beloved. His heart was lost to him, and he didn't care. Of course, if all the love songs he'd heard wafting from the Jousters' quarters during feasts and festivals were true, that was pretty much how he should feel. From the moment that Avatra curled her body to fit the curve of his, he was in love. And it didn't matter at all that at the moment probably all he was to her was to be the bringer of food and the one who made sure her itches were soothed and her messes cleaned away. He loved her with a passion the like of which he had never felt before, a passion that shook him to his bones. It frightened him if he stopped to think about it. He had never had so much to lose before. If he lost Avatra. He wouldn't think about that. Couldn't waste the time that would be lost if he thought about it, and froze in agony of fear and indecision. He had to concentrate on how to keep her, not on what would happen if he lost her. He'd had some small inkling of how deeply he had fallen that night, when he went to sleep curled protectively around her, with his last thoughts before slumber being a prayer for her safety. It really came home to him when he awoke in the first light of dawning, still curved around her, and looked at the oddly endearing creature that had been entrusted by the gods to his care, and his first thought was a prayer for her safety. Her hot little body was the exact temperature of the sand under both of them, and as she breathed in and out, he felt himself changing the pattern of his breathing to match hers. Then when she woke, just a little, and blinked at him trustingly before going back to sleep again, he knew that he was forever lost to her. Was this how Ari had felt when he first looked into Cachette's eyes? Rain still pattered lightly on the canvas overhead. It was very peaceful and comfortable, and he wanted to go back to sleep, but he didn't dare. He would have so much work today it didn't bear thinking about, except that he would have to think about it very hard indeed, and right now, in order to plan things properly. Every moment between dawn and dusk would have to be planned and accounted for, if he was going to get his work done and give her the kind of attention she required. Both Avatra and Cachette would need feeding as soon as it got light, enough for them to wake properly, so he would have to manage to crowd both activities into the same amount of time he normally took for Cachette. Now, even if she was awake, he couldn't feed Avatra now. No one would be at the butchery yet, and neither Cachette nor Avatra would want their breakfast until they were thoroughly awake and their appetites were roused. But there were other things he could do now in order to get them out of the way. For instance, he could slip over to the leather room, light a lamp, and get his quota for yesterday and today done early. Then he could get the food for both Dragon and Dragonette, feed Avatra first, then Cachette, and if the rain cleared enough that Ari showed up for a morning patrol, Vetch would be where he belonged, in Cachette's pen. Then he'd have to clean Cachette's pen in half the time he usually took, possibly feed Avatra again, and certainly clean her messes up.
and be ready for when Cachette and Ari came back. Oh, and at some point during all that, he should get himself bathed and fed somehow. He should, but he knew very well that if anyone went short, it wouldn't be his charges. I can bathe in the water from Cachette's trough. I can eat something on the run. He eased himself away from Avatra, heaped some hot sand where he had been in order to support her, and went off to get a clean kilt and get to work. He was glad enough of the lamps in their sheltered niches along the corridors. Someone must have come along and substituted the rainy season lamps for the torches that had been placed there after the rains were supposedly over. Though the sky overhead was getting lighter, it was dark down between the walls. It was strange to be the only one in the leather room. It was quite peaceful, actually, and he found that when he wasn't distracted by the gossip of the other boys, he actually got things done a little faster. By the time he put the last of his pieces in the finished piles, though it was still raining and overcast, he could tell that it was late enough that he would be able to get meat for his charges. He wasn't the first at the butchery, but he was certainly among the earliest, and as he stood in line in the gloom of that overcast morning, listening to the rain fall in the corridor outside, he paid close attention while the butchers and the other boys talked. Now, more than ever, he needed to know what was going on and being said in the rest of the compound. What were the Jousters going to do in this out-of-season rain? And if there was talk of Alton witchery, would anyone connect it with him? Their conversations, punctuated by the chack of the cleavers on the chopping blocks, revealed just how much damage had been done to dragons and riders in that frantic dash for home yesterday afternoon. That no one had been killed or even seriously hurt was deemed a miracle. But there were sprains, pulled muscles, and strains aplenty, and as Ari had told him, even a couple of dislocated shoulders among the Jousters. He got his meat without any comment from anyone about what he was taking. They were all too busy recounting the near misses and providential escapes and speculating on what might come next. It was at that point that Vetch decided he ought to leave. He felt the long hair that marked him as an Alton serf brushing against his back with a shiver. He quickly took his burden out, shoving it along in front of himself as fast as he could manage without spilling it. In fact, some of that damage to the dragons was proving out rather audibly as the dragons of the compound awoke for the day. As he wheeled his barrow back to Avatra's pen, he could hear the injured dragons as they hissed and whined in pain when they tried to move. From what the other boys said, there were plenty of riders who were just as damaged, including several who would probably choose to see a healing priest. In the course of that mad dash, dragons had been tossed around in the air like so many dead leaves, and some jousters had held to their seats only at the cost of injury. And here he was, divided in his emotions. He was immensely pleased that finally Alta had struck a blow against Tia, but these dragons were not to blame for what was going on, and he knew many of them personally. He hated to see them hurt. At least their injuries were only temporary, and Ari and Cachette had come home fine. He soothed his conscience by telling himself that if Alta had sent a storm with more lightning, or could have directed it, there could be a lot worse than sprains and strains. He fed Avatra quickly. She was more than pleased to cooperate in that regard, swallowing as fast as he popped pieces into her mouth, until the skin was tight enough over her belly to drum on. She gave an enormous yawn, blinked, and plopped herself down into the sand to sleep. By then the rain had faded to nothing, but he left the canopy over the pen anyway. It wouldn't hurt anything. No one would particularly care, and it would keep anyone flying over the compound from seeing her. Cachette was not only no worse for wear, he was happy to see Vetch, feeling playful, and in good temper and appetite. He buried his muzzle into the barrow, and Vetch went to get his harness. Sure enough, Ari did appear, just as Cachette was finishing, his flying helmet dangling from one hand. "No more than half the Jousters are going out on morning patrol," Ari said. And at Vetch's worried look, he added with a little nod, "Don't be too concerned. It's going to be a short one. We're just checking to see that no troops moved in or sabotage was done under cover of the storm." By then, Vetch had finished the harnessing, but rather than have Vetch pull the canopy back so they could take off from the pen, Ari motioned to him to leave it alone and led Cachette out to the landing court. Is he thinking there is going to be more rain? He might well be, actually. But if the patrol is going to be short, then he'd better get busy if he was going to clean up after Cachette and Avatra, feed the dragonette again, and take care of his other chores. He ran for breakfast, bolted it down, ran back to the pens, glad for all the good feeding he'd been getting, for he was much stronger now, even if he wasn't much taller. He cleaned the pens, filled the barrow, ran with it to the place where the droppings were left. He checked on Avitra, and he woke her to stuff her again, though her belly clearly wasn't empty. Still, his mother always said that a baby could always eat, and she was no exception to that truism. Then he cleaned her pen and ran the barrow out again, hiding the much smaller droppings among the rest, adding them to the running tally so that no one would wonder why there were more than had been accounted for. Then he was back in Cachette's pen, and just in time, for even as he checked to make certain that he hadn't forgotten anything, he heard the dragons coming back in, wings flapping heavily in the still air. They were very early. It was a good thing he'd gone everywhere at the run. When Ari brought Cachette in, the latter was almost as fresh as when he'd gone out. "Leave the canopies on," Ari said, as the dragon ducked his head to come in under the canvas. "We're in for a rather wet season of growing, I'm afraid. Not that I think it's going to harm anything." "It won't," Vetch replied, out of his own experience. "It'll just save farmers needing to open the irrigation ditches as often. At least it won't as long as it's just rain." "Let's hope, then, that the sea witches can't conjure hail out of those clouds, then," Ari said soberly. "You should be ready for us to come back early this afternoon, too. Until we're ordered otherwise by the commander of dragons, the senior Jousters have decided that no patrol is going to go outside of the borders established by the last truce." "Yes, and wasn't that the point of the last truce, that you weren't going to fly outside of the boundaries?" Vetch asked in his own mind, and some of that anger he'd managed to keep bottled up stirred restlessly again. Maybe if you'd stayed inside them, this wouldn't have happened? Maybe if you didn't keep pushing past those boundaries, taking what isn't yours? He shoved the anger back down and just nodded. It wasn't Ari's fault, and Ari was troubled, more than troubled, by the greedy land grabs among those who wanted the borders pushed back still further. "So, short patrols then?" he asked instead, lifting the saddle onto its rack. "Just over our own lands, looking for trouble," Ari replied, with a twitch to the corner of his mouth. Vetch cast a sharp glance at him, and it occurred to him that Ari didn't seem to be at all displeased about that. But of course, he wouldn't say so, not where he could be overheard. And he had to always remember, always, that no matter what, no matter how kind Ari was to him or what the jouster confided to him, he was still an Altan serf, and Ari was a Tian jouster. And if he wanted to keep Avitra, he must never forget that. As Vetch labored mightily to get all of his work done and keep Avitra's belly full that day, the compound itself was full of activity, a great deal of it rather disorganized and smacking of controlled panic. He was getting a hasty bath just before lunch when he heard chanting approaching the bathing room, and just as he started to leave, he had to duck back inside to avoid colliding with a procession of what must have been fully half the priests of the great temple of Horus on Temple Road, chanting and setting spells of protection, accompanied by little priestesses with sistrums and boys with drums. It appeared that they were determined to cover every corridor of the compound, and in the process get in everyone's way. Every priest wore a striped headcloth with the mask of Horus gleaming from the front, and a falcon pectoral in gold with a matching belt across his snowy white robe. The priestesses all were in filmy gowns of mist linen, with wide collars of gold, carnelian, and lapis beads and gold cords around their waists, their wigs done in hundreds of tiny braids, each one ending in a bead, and a lattice flower centered just over each one's brow with the stem trailing down her back. Behind them came 6 slaves bearing feather fans on long poles, though what they were supposed to do in the chill and the damp, Vetch had no idea. They weren't the only ones either. Racing from cleaning Ari's rooms, Vetch ran into a procession of priests of Sirius and Iris, who, not to be outdone, arrived to replicate the first effort. The same sort of procession with music and magical chanting, only the costumes differed. The priestesses of Iris wore the horns of the moon on their brows, and their gowns were tight sheaths of red linen that ended just below their breasts, with wide bands of embroidered and beaded material that served as straps running over their breasts and shoulders, while the priests wore helmets much like the great king's war crown and intricately wrapped kilts with heavy beaded belts. And not an hour later they were followed by the priests of Nuthis and Thet and Hammon, each in their own variations on priestly dress, who all trooped past Cachette's pen while he was feeding Cachette and Avitra. "A man can't turn to fart without blowing stink into a meddling priest's face today," growled one of the butchers to another while Vetch was collecting Avitra-sized bits for another feeding. Vetch smothered a laugh, and quickly. It was funny, but not to the butcher. By now it was clear that virtually everyone else in the compound but Vetch was worried sick about the way that Alton sea witches had managed to wreak havoc on the Tian Jousters so far within the borders of Tia itself, and he didn't want to draw attention to himself while people were so unsettled. And unfortunately, nothing that the priests were doing was giving anyone any real confidence that the compound had any more protection on it than it had before all the chanting and the processions. Everyone knew that the real, truly powerful magic went on in the holy sanctuaries, without witnesses, and this was just something to make people feel better. Whether that was true or not, Vetch had no idea. Part of him was fiendishly glad that the witches had done their work so well. Part of him wanted to see more damage and fear, just retribution by his way of thinking. It would be a fine thing for these teens to get a taste of fear for a change. But of course, once they started to get over their fear, it would mean trouble for every Alton serf inside the borders of Tia. Not that all that much real damage had been done, when you came to think about it. It was only because no one had predicted what was coming, or guessed the fury of the storm ahead of time that anyone had gotten hurt at all. No one was likely to be even slightly injured the next time the sea witches sent a storm, because now everyone would fly for home the moment that thunderheads appeared on the horizon. And as he'd pointed out to Ari, rain was not going to cause any harm to the crops. No point in trying to tell that to everyone here, though. They weren't likely to listen. Nerves were on edge, and people were all too ready to imagine that the sea witches could do all manner of dreadful things.
What if they could call lightning to strike the compound?
Or the great king's palace?
What if they shower us with hailstones the size of pomegranates?
What if they make the great Mother River run backward?
What if? What if they make pigs to fly and shit on your heads from above? He thought at last in irritation, overhearing yet another frightened and wild speculation over a hastily snatched dinner. That's just as likely, if not more so. For it didn't seem to occur to anyone that the sea witches had not had much luck at controlling the storm that they had created. They had simply set in motion and shoved it across the border. Vetch was a farmer's child, and he knew, better than most, just how much worse it could have been if the Altons had any amount of control over that storm. It was, after all, the season of growing, and Alton saboteurs had already made it perfectly clear that the ruin of Tian crops was high on their list of priorities. If the sea witches had had real control over that storm, it would have been hail, not rain, that pounded down on Tian fields. The crops would spring back from the heavy rain and wind. Hail would have ruined them. Why attack the great king's palace with lightning, when you could make his whole land starve? For that matter, he didn't much want to think what a hailstorm would have done to dragons and jousters in the air. There would have been deaths. Still, all the fuss was of benefit to him. No one paid any attention to what he was doing, how many barrows of meat he took, how many barrows of droppings he left, or where he was when he wasn't where he was supposed to be. Avitra ate and slept and woke and ate and slept again, like virtually any other baby. By day's end, she was demonstrably bigger and heavier. In a way, it was gratifying to see that all of the work he'd done hauling all that meat had a visible effect. And Vetch purloined some soft cloths and a jar of oil from the buffing pens to keep her skin soft and supple while she grew. Dragons didn't shed their whole skins at once as they got bigger. Instead, they shed their skins a little bit all the time, old skin flaking and falling off, exposing new skin underneath. Tiny scales grew larger, and new scales formed along the edges of old ones.
Vetch didn't know how a mother dragon kept a dragonette from itching as it grew and shed, but he would have to keep Avatra oiled and buffed, or she'd be driven mad with itching. Her pen was a still pool in the middle of all the chaos, and he went to it as to a refuge. She murmured sleepily as he took an oil-soaked rag and waded into the hot sand with her, to stretch out her wings and coat them with oil that soaked into them the way the first rain after the dry soaked into the earth. The scales of her body were tiny, hardly bigger than the grains of sand around her, but they would grow as she grew. He buffed them gently and rubbed the rag over her, and she lifted her head and gave him another of those wavering, limpid gazes before settling back down to sleep again. He could hardly bear to leave her, but he had work to do, and it was risk enough taking this much time during the daylight hours with her. By nightfall, when all the priests had finally finished their bespelling and prayers, less hysterical personalities managed to prevail within the compound. Harriket kept his head the whole time, of course, and Ari and the more senior Jousters seemed to have kept the panic all around from infecting them. Interestingly, just after supper, some of the older priests of various gods turned up to help soothe some of the hysteria, and that helped. One of the most helpful was the high priest of Haman, who actually turned up at both the kitchen court and the Jousters' quarters, and pointed out many of the same things that Vetch himself had been thinking all this time. He arrived in his full regalia, leopard skin cloak with snarling head over his right shoulder, freshly shaved head, 2 standard-bearers standing behind him, and bedecked with so much gold jewelry it made Vetch's back ache in sympathy just to look at it. Supposedly he was the great king's uncle. He certainly had the kingly manner, and that alone seemed to set people's minds moving into calmer channels. So at least by the time that the sun set, a measure of quiet had returned to the Jousters' compound, if not peace. Things were still edgy and chaotic the next day, and the next, which was all to the good so far as Vetch was concerned. The more people were focusing their attention on what was going on, or presumed to be going on, outside the compound, the less they would notice what was going on inside. Even Ari was so preoccupied that if Vetch hadn't made a point during his cleaning of snatching away the dirty garments as soon as Ari shed them and making sure the linen chest was full of clean ones, he probably would have worn the same kilt 3 days running. He wasn't in his quarters or out on cachette much, and Vetch could only assume that he and the other senior Jousters were engaged in some sort of council with important leaders of the army and the government. Vetch himself was certainly doing enough running. He ran everywhere he went. It was the only way to make everything fit into the day. He worked with one ear cocked nervously for a sound in Avatra's pen. He worried that Cachette might betray what was going on with his mild interest in what was on the other side of the wall. Cachette surely scented something, or heard it. He tried several times to peer over the wall to see what was there, but the canvas awning on the other side foiled his attempt to look into the wallow, and much to Vetch's relief, he finally gave it up. And Avatra ate and slept and grew, definitely bigger every day, and the compound held its collective breath and waited to see if the sea witches were going to be able to repeat their attack. Sure enough, on the 4th day, another of those monster storms roared up out of the north, sending the dragons flying for home before it. This time, though, there were no injuries. As Vetch had figured, the first sight of a thunderhead building up was enough to send the dragons all back well in advance of the gust front. This storm was a little different, too, with a great deal of wind and lightning, but the initial downpour was much shorter, and the light rain and overcast persisted longer, forcing the dragons to stay in their pens all that day and the next, except for brief patrols over tea and lands, and even briefer practice sessions. The exercise was just enough to take the edge off their restlessness. There was nothing to take the edge off the restlessness of their jousters. This was not the season of rains. They were not working on the ragged remains of their strength and happy to have the time to rest. Quite to the contrary, they were fit and itching for action, and to be held confined to the compound by a pack of witches. Well, it rankled. They badly needed something to do. Vetch sensed it in the sour looks, sour tempers, and growing tension. He heard wild parties at night in the Jousters' quarters, and heard rumors of scandalous escapades among the dancing girls and of broken furniture. He started taking the most out-of-the-way corridors when he had to go anywhere, and so did the rest of the serfs. He'd seen this mood before, and when tempers flared, well, if it is a choice between Tian and an Altan serf, no matter who is in the wrong, it is always the Altan who pays. He redoubled his efforts at stealth. He bit his nails to the quick in worry over Avitra. The tension could not last. Something would break, and soon. But he knew that, and he kept telling himself that all he could do was to stay out of the way and hope that it would not break over him. Vetch was eating his noon meal in the farthest corner of the kitchen court when the noise from the corridor made him whirl and look at the blank wall behind him in alarm. A shiver of fear gripped him as he wondered if all the stress he'd sensed had finally found an outlet, for it sounded like a mob in full cry, and he wondered who or what was the target for all that pent-up tension, or if they could be coming for him. But then one of the slaves dashed into the court, his eyes wide with excitement and not fear. "A dragonette!" he shouted. "2 of the Jousters have brought in a wild dragonette! Come and see!" He dashed out again, followed by a stream of quicker-witted folks, or more curious dragon boys and servants. As a new fear held Vetch paralyzed in his seat for a moment. Have they found Avitra? He broke the paralysis in the next instant. He had to know. With the others who were more slow to react, he shoved his way to the door, just as the procession of 2 of the younger Jousters and a small army of slaves came triumphantly by. They were, indeed, hauling a squalling, protesting, blue dragonette, encased in a net and bundled onto a palanquin carried on the shoulders of a team of 8 or 10 slaves. This was a much, much older dragonette than Avitra. It was easily the size of one of the huge sacrificial bulls of Haman. Its claws had been encased in padding and bags, its legs tied together, its mouth trussed shut. It looked absolutely furious, and Vetch did not want to be the person who cut it loose. "Where are they going?" he blurted, not thinking, not really expecting an answer. "Oh, they'll put the beast in one of the open pens, and one of the trainers will come care for it until it's tame," came the answer from above and behind him. "Tame enough for a dragon boy to look after, anyway. Harriket won't be pleased. He'll be the fellow who will have to find a boy, and all out of season." Vetch looked quickly around behind him, and saw that the speaker was one of the slaves, one that had been reasonably civil to him from the time he arrived. "Why?" he asked, feeling bewildered. I don't mean why are they doing that. I mean, why did the Jousters go after a dragonette? And why go after one that isn't even fledged yet?" The slave grinned down at him and winked. "You've been keeping yourself to yourself these few days, or you'd have heard. The great king sent down a decree to the Jousters. If Alta is going to try to ground our Jousters, then the great king wants more of them. Too many to keep on the ground, no matter how many storms the sea witches raise. So," he nodded after the mob, which had turned a corner, leaving only the noise behind. "Now the most restless of the Jousters are going to help the trackers and trappers out, as they used to when there were fewer of them." Vetch blinked. "More dragons?" he asked. "More dragonettes, more Jousters in training, both," the slave corrected. "And the king's vizier made the little suggestion that since the Jousters are grounded, perhaps they ought to be the ones hunting the new dragonettes." But Vetch thought about the fury in that young thing's eyes, and pictured to himself the fury of the mother if she happened to return while her babies were being abducted. "Isn't that dangerous?" "Entirely," the slave replied callously. "And so long as no one tells me to go along on one of these hunts, I cannot. Whatever it takes to get the young hotheads' minds off making trouble around here is perfectly fine. You would not believe what they've been getting up to in their quarters. The wrestling matches that end in broken furniture are bad enough, and the drunken parties, and the wild adventures with all of the dancing girls, but there are 4 very angry nobles who had to drag their daughters out of rooms in a compound that they should never have been in, and several more who've been asking pointed questions about where their wives have been and with whom." The slave snickered. "Which is probably why the king's suggestion was phrased so near to an order." Vetch could certainly agree with that, but he had to know more, and he decided to go in search of Harriket. Harriket, it seemed, was already in search of him. He spotted Vetch coming around a corner and shouted his name. Vetch hurried toward him. "I've 3! God save us, 3! Spitting and yowling dragonettes, and more to come, and I need you and Fisk to help train new serf boys," he growled, as soon as Vetch came within earshot. He was accompanied by a tall aristocratic man in a fine kilt, striped headdress, and a simple but very rich neckpiece and armlets. "Gods help us! If we don't have some of them killed before this is over," he shook his head. "Well, it'll be the stupid ones, or the ones with more bravado than sense, so small loss, I suppose." "No loss," said the stranger, who had the deep-set eyes, the beaky nose, and the stern look of one of the statues of the great king. He looked down at Vetch. "So, this is your little serf boy, Harriket? The one who makes dragons love him?" "The very one," Harriket replied, with a hint of a smile. Vetch, meanwhile, felt himself held in the man's powerful gaze. Whoever this was, Vetch felt like a mouse between the paws of a cat. He knew he should avert his gaze and stare at the ground in respect, but he couldn't look away. He was fascinated and terrified at the same time by this man, a powerful man, an important man, a man who could order my death and be obeyed on the spot. How he knew that, he didn't know, but he knew instantly that it was nothing less than the truth. It felt as if his mind was being rummaged through. Desperately he kept his thoughts on Cachette, on Corson, on all of the dragons he had been making friends with, a little at a time. "So, boy," the man said, speaking directly to Vetch, as no Tian noble had ever done before. "How do you make dragons love you? Is it some witchery?" Vetch gulped. Witchery? Oh, gods, that was the last thing he wanted anyone to think. "I'm good to them, Lord," he whispered. "Patient, careful. I give them treats, show them the pleasures of being obedient, let them become my friend. I coax them to be good." He fumbled for the words to describe what he was doing, and failed. "I like them," he said desperately. To his shock, the man tossed back his head in a bellow of laughter, freeing him from that paralyzing gaze. The stranger slapped Harriket's back. Harriket actually staggered. "Ha ha 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 ha! A good answer! A true answer!" the man said, still laughing. "So speaks any good tamer of animals. Well enough, Harriket. Find me more such as this boy, and I authorize you to take as many boys, be they free, slave, or serf, as you need for the new Joust 100. You undertake that, I will find you jousters who are neither too bold nor too foolish, even if I have to take them from the fields and the quarries to find sensible men of courage to fill those saddles. And if our nobles are offended by this, and feel I have demeaned their feckless sons by allowing peasants and labourers to serve alongside them, well, they can come and quarrel with me." With that, the man strode away through the mist and rain, paying so little heed to the weather that it might as well have been bone dry. "That, young Vetch," Harriket said with satisfaction, "is the commander of dragons, who just happens to also be the great king's 7th son by one of his lesser wives. And if our young hotheads can actually manage to steal so many dragonettes from the nest, and I am forbidding them to take more than one from any one nest, then we are about to double our strength to a full 100, and perhaps more. Though, where I'm to find so many dragon boys, boys who have experience, boys who are not intimidated or afraid of dragons." "Shouldn't they just love animals and understand them?" Vetch said without thinking. "What?" Harriket said, startled. "Someone like Fisk." Once again, he knew what he wanted to say, but didn't have the words for it. He loved goats. He knew how to see what they were going to do by the way they acted. He floundered, but Harriket's eyes lit up. "It's not like dragonettes are as big as grown dragons. Even one the size of an ox is still just a baby after all.
And he said you could take serfs or slaves, and serfs and slaves are always doing the dirty work around animals.
You could be right, boy, Harriket mused aloud. Perhaps dog boys, the ones that tend the hunting packs, they live, sleep, even eat with their packs. Dog boys will know how to care for a young thing, even a dragon. By the gods, I see what you mean. They're out there, invisible, because none of us ever look at them, Harriket exclaimed. The boys that tend camels, the ones that care for the sacred animals in the temples, or the great king's menagerie. Good gods, all those slaves and serfs we never even look at, living under our very noses. The boys that tend the Cafis bulls are surely no strangers to big, dangerous beasts, and Haman can spare us a few of them, I should think. He nodded with satisfaction. Good. I'll find the boys. You get back to your duties, and when I've gotten a clutch, you and Fisk can pick out the ones that are any good. Vetch went back to his duties with most of his questions answered, and as he went to get meat for Cachette and Avatra, he encountered a harried-looking adult in the doorway of the butchery. The man was pushing a barrow filled with small chunks, none bigger than his hand, and Vetch realized that this must be one of the dragon trainers, men he had not yet actually seen, the ones who were to tend the dragonettes until Harriket could find boys to take over the job. He did not look happy. Vetch could imagine why. This was, more or less, his season of leisure, and it had been seriously curtailed. At least this was more confusion to hide what he was doing. Provided, of course, that someone didn't try to put a dragonette in the pen that Avatra was already in and find her and start to ask questions. So, subtract one worry, add another. By nightfall, there were 5 dragonettes in pens in the compound, none of them nearly as young as Avatra, but not near fledging yet either. Vetch didn't have the time to look at any of them, though he heard that they were all about the size of the first one, as wild as lion cubs and as ready to take off limbs before their first taste of Tala calmed them. Corson must have mated late in the season, if these were the size of the dragonettes out in the wild. By nightfall, too, Harriket had found a round dozen new dragon boys, and to Vetch's great relief, he and Fisk were not going to have to train all of them. Half, in fact, were freeborn, and Harriket deemed it more appropriate that they be trained by their peers instead. The ones that Fisk and Vetch met with the next day were all from the great king's palace, and the households of 1 or 2 of his nobles, and all were dog boys but one, who tended the great king's falcons. This was a much, much older boy, not even a boy, really, for he must have been at least 17 or 18, and he proved to be a great surprise to all concerned. Harriket brought them all to the pen containing a young dragonette of a rich golden brown color, again roughly the size of a fully grown bull, that had been chained in place, and was ignoring the barrow full of meat within his reach. His eyes were furious, and even Vetch was taken aback by the intelligent rage that was in them. But the older boy wasn't in the least fearful. So, this is a dragonette? He asked, looking at the young beast measuringly. My lord, Harriket, I asked to come here. I had some thoughts, you see, and I wanted to see if I was right. If you would let me. Much to everyone's shock, including Harriket's, he had come prepared with a novel approach to taming a young dragonette, and he was fully prepared to test it. When Harriket nodded, speechlessly, he looked immensely satisfied. Thank you, my lord, he said. Then he simply walked into the pen with the young dragonette with great steadiness and aplomb, fixing it with a challenging gaze. This clearly took the young thing aback, as it fanned its wings wide in confusion and backed away from him. The boy took 3 swift steps and a lunge, and popped a bag with a hole in it over the surprised creature's head. While it went rigid in surprise, he worked the hole around to where the dragonette's muzzle was, got the golden-brown muzzle poking out of the bag so the dragonette could breathe, and tied the bag's mouth around the dragonette's neck to keep it in place. It suddenly went still, and Vetch and the others could see its muscles relaxing. Good, the boy said with satisfaction. They are like falcons, then. My lord, falcons rely on sight, and I guess these beasts do too. If they can't see, they don't fight you. And he picked up a piece of Tala-dusted meat and slid it along the dragonette's mouth. teasing the corner of the mouth until the jaws opened a little, then popped the juicy chunk inside. There was a sound of surprise, then the mouth snapped shut, and the throat worked. By now, even the trainer was watching in shock.
"He hasn't eaten all day,"
the man exclaimed. The boy just shrugged. "No more do some falcons, taken from the nest too old to decide that a man's just a funny sort of mother. This works with him, though we use a leather thing that we call a hood instead of a bag. Between the bag and Tulla, they'll tame in a week, I guess, and maybe sooner." The trainer shook his head, though in amazement rather than disbelief.
"Let me get the others,"
he said, and when he returned, it was with at least 10 trainers. By that time, the rest of the boys had gathered around this older one, who was slowly feeding the dragon bits of meat, talking the whole time in a calm voice.
"The falcons haven't a mind of these fellows," he said. "They just go straight into a trance when the hood's on their heads. Look, he's figured out already that I've got food. And now that he can't see me, he isn't afraid anymore, and his gut's telling him how hungry he is."
Sure enough, the dragonet no longer had his jaws clamped shut. As soon as he swallowed the last bit, he gaped again for the next one to come.
"He's not in a trance, but as long as he can't see me, it's not so bad for him," the young man continued. "He's hungry enough that he'll put up with my voice so long as he keeps getting fed. Now, if I were the one in charge, that's what I'd say to do. Treat them like young eyases, keep them hooded for the next couple of days, only feed them when they're in the hood. And after a couple of feedings, start to handle them all over between each bite so they get used to hands as well as voices."
"And then?" Harrowket's voice boomed from behind Vetch.
"Then I'd make him skip a meal so he's good and hungry. Then take the hood off and make it pretty clear that if he doesn't take the food from me, he won't get any."
The young man seemed pretty sure of his course of action, and Vetch was quite impressed.
"Never I'd tell her to use on falcons. But if it works like you say, Lord, you may tame down in a day or two, not a week."
"Try it, Bakken," Harrowket ordered instantly.
"And if he tames as well as you say, you will be in charge of training these others. What's more, at the end of the year, if the training of dragonets and boys works out properly, I'll free you, and you'll begin serving here at the freedman's pay."
The young man's eyes gleamed in a way that Vetch understood perfectly well, and a wave of raw envy came over him that nearly made him sick. Freed. Harrowket was going to free this boy. How much would Vetch do if only he could have freedom at the end of it? But of course he never would, never could.
"You won't get any cachettes out of this," Bakken warned. "I've heard about that, cachette. At best, these dragons will be proper tamed, like the best of the ones you've got."
"That will do," the overseer replied.
"That will certainly do. Now explain to the boys and all the trainers how you handle the young falcons, and how you think it should apply to the dragonets. Vetch, Fisk, you can go back to your duties."
Vetch was not sorry to go back, for he was already worried about Avatra again, but mingled with relief was such bitter envy at Bakken's good fortune that it tasted like bile in his throat. That wasn't fair to Bakken. He didn't know the young man, and Bakken was clearly kind to the falcons in his charge, competent, and eager to tame the dragonets in the most humane way possible. But it was so cruel to see freedom offered to someone so nearly in his own circumstances, and know it would never be offered to him.
"But he won't have Avatra,"
he reminded himself, as he took a quick peek into her pen and assured himself that she was still asleep.
"He doesn't have her, and I have to make sure he never shall."
14. Over the next half-moon, as the sea witches sent storms about every 4 or 5 days, Avatra grew at a rate that would have been alarming if Vetch hadn't expected it. Dragons flew for the first time at the end of the dry season, for they absolutely required heat, and if the nests that lay in the full sunlight during the dry season would be fully exposed to the rains and cold winds of the winter wet, they were by no means able to hunt and kill for themselves. Indeed, their mothers and fathers fed them for the next 2 years, but they had to be mobile by that time, A young dragon had to be up and out of his nest before the rain and wind came, so that he would follow his mother down to the warm volcanic caves for the winter. Then he would spend the next 2 years reaching his adult size, or at least that was how long it took in the pens. In the wild it often took even longer than that, for his growth depended on how well he ate. Here in the compound, of course, the dragonet never lacked for food, so he would achieve his full size in the minimum possible time. And as a consequence of all that good food, Avatra doubled her weight nearly every day. Vetch oiled and buffed her morning and evening now, not only to keep her from itching too much, but to keep her skin supple and prevent it from tearing as she grew. There was never enough time, yet somehow he managed to squeeze everything in, by running everywhere, doing everything at full speed. Ari had always been easy to clean up after. Now he was so seldom in his quarters that there was almost nothing to do. Vetch did his leather work by lantern light, and only needed to turn up on time for the inspection of the weapons. But the Jousters were going out so seldom, and then never seeing combat, that the inspection hardly took any time at all. It wasn't easy, but at least it wasn't impossible. There were 20 new dragonets in the compound now, and he was learning an enormous amount by eavesdropping on the trainers. Sometimes he even eavesdropped on the former falcon keeper, Bakken. But although what the young man had to say was interesting, it didn't really apply to Avatra, since everything he knew pertained to wild and half-wild beasts, not one being hand-raised like Avatra. He breathed a little easier with every new dragonet that came into the compound, especially when another of the new ones was also a red, and he felt more at ease with every new doubling of Avatra's weight, for she looked more and more like the other new ones. Another factor was working in his favor. It was getting impossible for anyone but Harriket to know which new dragonet belonged with which new dragon boy, or in which pen, and Harriket was so busy that unless something actually went wrong, he left the new boys and dragonets to Bakken and the trainers. He was not doing triple duty after all, which would have been impossible. It was Bakken, not Vetch and Fisk, who weeded out the unsuitable boys from the ones that would take proper care of their dragonets. It was Bakken who taught them what to do, and was turning into Harriket's right-hand assistant. Suddenly, the soon-to-be former slave's star was very high indeed, and Vetch was quite eclipsed. Not that he went back to being the outcast. There were far too many new people thronging the compound now for the free-born boys to single him out. Far, far too many serfs and slaves being made into dragon boys for them to say or do much about his status anymore. But there was no doubt that the admiring glances followed Bakken now, and it seemed that every other sentence he overheard these days started with, "Bakken says," and Vetch couldn't hate him, though it would have been easy to. Bakken was genuinely good with beasts. He tried to understand how they thought and why they did the things they did. Before he'd been assigned to the falcons, he'd handled both dogs and horses, and once had been given a sick lion cub to nurse. He was both firm and gentle with the creatures under his care. He tried to puzzle out what he called their language, what was important to them, what made them what they were, what poses and calls they used to communicate with each other, and he used that language to win their trust and cooperation. If he wanted to, Vetch had no doubt whatsoever that he could raise another cachette and become a jouster as good as Ari. If he'd wanted to. But if Vetch was any judge, that was absolutely the last thing that Bakken wanted. To be free, certainly. To become the overseer of the entire compound, possibly. To become a jouster, never. There was a look in his eyes whenever a jouster was about, a bland look that spoke more of scorn than respect. Well, that was none of Vetch's business, nor was it any of Vetch's concern. He had enough to worry about without concerning himself with Bakken and his plans, when he had plans of his own. Maybe that was the reason why he couldn't hate Bakken. He didn't have time or energy to spare to hate anyone. First and foremost of his concerns was Avatra, and she was his last thought at night, the first every morning. It was true enough that the older she got, the more she blended in with the growing number of dragonets. But growing older and bigger meant becoming more and more active as well. By the end of that half-moon, she was no longer just eating and sleeping. Whenever he cleaned her pen, she watched him alertly, bobbing her head in a way that made him laugh. When he buffed her, she stretched and crooned and bumped her head against his hand, begging further caresses. She was moving a little around the sand, not much, but it was a portent of things to come as she took tentative, wobbling steps. With every day she showed more personality, and with every day he loved her more. He thanked the gods whenever he had a moment to spare, for surely they were protecting her. Between the storms and the influx of dragonettes, there was too much going on in the compound for anyone to be paying any attention to Vetch's activities as long as he went out of his way to draw no attention to himself in any way, for any reason. Perhaps, given his reputation of being able to handle most dragons, people assumed he was spending his free time making friends with the new dragonettes and those boys that were serfs like him. Actually, he wished that he could. But he didn't dare. For one thing, Avatra needed every spare moment, and for another, if he made friends, he increased the possibility that a new friend would come looking for him and discover him with her, and he was Cachette's boy, not the keeper of a dragonette. It was something of a torment, actually. He'd been so lonely up until now, with the others shutting him out. If this had happened before he'd hatched Avatra, I could have had friends. I probably would never even consider trying to run. Well, that was how the gods had decided things, and he could put up with a great deal of loneliness if it meant having her. Everything conspired to help him, it seemed. The butchers kept plenty of small chopped meat on hand now, and no one seemed to notice that Vetch was taking some at each feeding, even though Cachette was long past needing anything that small. And luckily no one was keeping track of the sheer amount of meat he was taking. Even Harricat was too busy to supervise the dispensing of dragon meat. He left it to the butchers to make sure that the boys were leaving with completely filled barrows. Nobody ever asked about overfilled ones. Ari wasn't paying a lot of attention to what he was doing either. The jouster was working so hard of late that when he turned up at night to spend time with Cachette, he seldom spoke, just sat there, wearily, caressing the dragon's head in the silence. He had been recruited by Harricat to help train the new Jousters that the commander of dragons was bringing in, and when that duty was added to his own training and patrols, Vetch reckoned that Ari was stretched nearly as thin as his dragon boy was. That was all to the good. It kept him from noticing that Vetch was in and out of the pen next to Cachette's all the time. Excitement kept him from feeling too exhausted, and if his day was crowded from dawn to dusk, well, it was crowded with good things rather than miseries. The only bad thing was that now, instead of enjoying his meals, he had to bolt 2 of the 3 as fast as he could in order to keep on his frantic schedule. Since he'd taken to delaying his evening meal until after he'd given Avatra her last feeding for the day, that was the only one where he could actually sit down and taste what he ate. It wasn't too difficult to arrange for that either. With so many new dragon boys and additional servants and slaves to support them in the compound, it wasn't possible to feed them all at once. And there was more competition for getting your meals first than last. The influx of servants and boys and trainers, and eventually, it must be presumed, jousters and yet more servants, had yet another effect on the compound. New slaves and servants meant more slaves and servants that needed training, monitoring, housing, feeding. Tevelathat was absolutely frantic, for his charge was the domestic side of the compound, and although the great king's vizier had made ample provision for wages and slave purchases, the new staff still had to be acquired, fitted in, and trained, and provisions needed to be gotten for them, which meant more work in the stores and record-keeping. He couldn't put all of that on Harricat anymore, not when the vizier was looking over his shoulder to be sure his accounts were honest. Vetch almost felt sorry for the man, but he was getting his own comeuppance, as Vetch's mother used to say. If he hadn't been so concerned with his own status and lording it over all of his underlings, he would have had plenty of cooperation from people who were already trained and knew their business. Look at Harricat, for instance. Though the overseer had a wicked temper, and never hesitated to use his tongue, fist, and very rarely his whip where it was warranted, he was fair, honest, and never lorded it over anyone. And once you'd proved yourself to Harricat, He was perfectly ready to make allowances for your honest mistakes, or when you were just having a bad day. As a consequence, Harriquette's people were falling over themselves to take on extra duties and train the new people. On a clear night, 6 hands of days after that first horrible storm, Vetch put Avatra to bed with a full belly and stayed with her until her eyes had closed and she was breathing deeply. The last of the sun god's radiance was gone from the sky. To the west, it was a lovely azure. To the east, the color of fine lapis. And overhead, stars were beginning to come out. A clear night meant that the sea witches would probably conjure a storm tomorrow, or the next day at the latest, which meant that the Jousters would go out after more dragonettes and there would be yet another influx of youngsters. Vetch headed for the kitchen court, feeling slightly melancholy. The slaves and serfs who served the latecomers, when things were slower and mistakes easier to rectify, were all new to Vetch, and they didn't know him from any of the new serf boys. He probably would have missed his friendly serving woman more than he did, but by the time he sat down to dinner, he was usually so tired he could hardly think. Still, when he took his place in that out-of-the-way corner tonight, he wished she would move to doing the late serving. The slave who left him a jar of beer and a platter of bread did so without even looking at him. He sighed, reached for a loaf, and tore off a piece with his fingers, hoping that there was someone still grilling fresh meat, and he'd get a plate of that instead of cold leftovers. And that thought made him realize just how far he'd come. Last year at this time, he'd have done nearly anything for a scrap of meat, burned hard enough to need pounding between 2 rocks before he could actually eat it. A shadow fell over his table, a tall one. He looked up. "Well, Vetch," said an unsmiling Bakken. The slave must have just gotten a bath. His hair was wet and slicked neatly back. His hands were clean, his kilt fresh. Vetch noted without surprise that Bakken wore a hawk-eye talisman made, not of the usual pottery, but one like Harriquette sported, cast from silver and inlaid with enamel. Never had it been so obvious that Bakken was not from Tia. He had a Tian's black hair, but it was curly, and not all the water in the world could make it lie straight on his head. His eyes were a disconcerting blue, and his complexion, beneath his tan, was a fine olive color rather than Tian bronze or Altan ivory. His features were mathematically symmetrical. Deep-set eyes, prominent cheekbones, small nose, generous mouth, chiseled chin with a cleft in it. Definitely not Tian, nor Altan. Vetch blinked at him, taken by surprise by the young man's appearance at his table. "Well," he replied, not knowing what else to say. Bakken seemed to take that as an invitation to sit down, because he did so, sliding onto the bench opposite Vetch's. "So, you're Cachette's boy, I'm told," the young man said, taking a small loaf, but just holding it in his hands rather than tearing it open to eat. "You're the serf, the first serf to be made a dragon boy, the one that gave serfs a good reputation as dragon boys." Vetch nodded warily. What was this leading up to? Did he have something against serfs? "So it's largely thanks to you that I'm here at all." Bakken regarded him steadily, the torchlight in the court illuminating only one side of his face, and once again Vetch nodded, feeling even more alarmed. "So why do you hate me?" Bakken asked, as calmly as if he was asking Vetch why he was eating bread instead of an onion. Vetch started. I don't hate you," Vetch protested, feeling horribly guilty and caught completely off guard by the unexpected question. "Then in that case, just what is it that makes your eyes go dark and angry when you see me?" Bakken persisted, pressing his advantage like a hunting cat trying to flush a pigeon, and with every bit of that intensity. "I'd like to know. I don't make enemies, and if someone has decided on his own that he wants to be my enemy, I want to know why." Since Vetch had thought he was keeping his feelings securely to himself, Bakken's accusation made him tense and nervous. What else wasn't he keeping secret? And why was Bakken confronting him about this anyway? It wasn't as if he was trying to make himself into Bakken's rival. He didn't want to be Harriquette's assistant. He didn't even want to be here. I'm not your enemy, he said brusquely, looking away. I don't wish you ill. How could I? You take better care of the dragons than anybody but me. Bakken's head lifted at that, like a hound on a scent, and Vetch felt another pang of alarm. Now what had he given away? Anybody but you. Is that jealousy I hear? No, Vetch snapped. Then honesty drove the truth out of him. Well, not jealousy. Envy. Bakken's eyes lit, and he nodded. At that moment, he looked like one of the falcons he had once taken care of, with prey in sight, and Vetch already knew what prey felt like. It was a familiar sensation, a helplessness that, oh yes, he was certainly feeling now. Ah, envy. Let me see. What have you learned or seen or heard that could possibly make you envious of me? I'm not your rival for Cachette. Jouster Ari would never accept another boy, even if Cachette might. You're far too young to consider yourself as a potential assistant to Heriket, but Heriket offered me a great deal else besides that position. Vetch winced a little at the mention of Heriket's promises, and the falcon stopped on the prey that had just been flushed before its eager eyes. Ah, I see. In that case, would it be that promise of freedom that Lord Heriket made me? Freedom. Vetch felt his gut twist up inside him, and he set the bread aside uneaten. Why was Bakken tormenting him like this? It wasn't fair. Yes, he replied, biting off the word, making it a challenge. Leave me alone, he thought angrily. Why twist the knife in the wound? What have I done to you to deserve this? The falcon looked at the prey in its claws, and then unexpectedly opened its grip. Bakken sighed, relaxed, and shook his head. I'm sorry, Vetch, he said, sounding genuinely apologetic. I can't help what I am, nor what you are. When a slave is offered freedom, well, I'm more of a slave than you are, or ever could be, Vetch grated. A serf is less than a slave, for all that the masters pretend otherwise. I don't hate you, but don't expect me to love you for it either. Bakken closed his eyes for a moment, and there seemed to be a pocket of unexpected stillness holding both of them. I know that. I also know why your masters will offer freedom to a slave, but not to a serf, though I doubt it would be of any interest to you. Still, he pondered a moment, then continued. I'll try to explain it to you, as my last and most worthy master explained it to me. Slaves are either born that way, from those Tians who are born into slavery, or are Tians sold into slavery to pay debts, or they are brought as slaves from countries Tia has never conquered. Take me, for instance. I come from a very distant land indeed, so far that there is no chance my people could ever be the enemies of the Tians, so it is safe enough to free me. I have always been treated well, and have no one to revenge myself on. I've nowhere to go, freed. No reason to go to Tia's enemies, and every reason to stay here and continue to serve at the same place, but for a wage. Whereas you, he shrugged, Seth, you are an enemy. Freed, you are still an enemy, but there is no control over you or your actions anymore. I am sorry. If I could change things, I would. Vetch's gut twisted a little harder. It's not fair, he whispered. No, Bakken agreed. It's not. It's even less fair because I am certain that Lord Heriket would offer you freedom if it was in his power, for how you took over the dragon Corson and tamed her without frightening or hurting her. You are the one who has the reputation for making dragons love him. The knot in Vetch's gut eased. You know about that? He asked. He hadn't thought Bakken cared, actually. The young man had been very much involved with his own doings. Bakken smiled, and his set of large, even, and very white teeth gleamed in the torchlight. They were startling, not the very least because Vetch had never seen Bakken smile before. "Lord Eriket is very much impressed with your dedication and abilities. He told me all about it when he told me why he changed his mind about having serfs and slaves as dragon boys." Oh. Now Vetch felt guilty all over again, and felt he had to defend himself. "Well, I don't hate you, Bakken. But you can't blame me for—" "Of course I can't, and I don't," Bakken replied, interrupting him. "I just didn't want the most skilled dragon boy in a compound to be my enemy. That's all. Here, in my country, when men agree to be comrades, they shake hands." He thrust out his hand. Vetch shook it gladly, and gladder still that Bakken hadn't said friends. Of all the people in the entire compound, Bakken was the last one he dared to have as a friend, for he was the one most likely to uncover the secret of Avatra's existence. "I don't mind that you're getting all the attention, that Heriket's depending on you, and that, well, you've taken over the new boys," he said earnestly. "Honest, I don't. The freeborn boys probably do hate you, though." Once again that gleaming, toothy grin. "Let them. The boys I've picked are all like you and me. Well, maybe without our God's bestowed gift of understanding animals, but they're just as hard-working, and they like their charges. They aren't freeborn boys with plenty of choices ahead of them, and plenty of arrogance to match their choices. They already know that there are many, many worse places to serve, and they're learning that this is one of the best, and they do not want to lose their places. Pretty soon our kind will outnumber theirs, and I know we'll outlast them. So let them stew in their own juices until they can't even stand themselves, just as long as you and I have gotten things straight between us. There shouldn't be any animosity between men of our kind." Men. That was the sheerest flattery, and Vetch knew it. Still, it was sweet to hear, even if it was flattery. "You need to meet Ari," Vetch said at last. "He's different. You'll admire him, you know. He's not like any other jouster in the compound. Maybe not like any other, ever." "So Lord Eriket says," Bakken nodded. "He seems very different, and everything I've heard is good. He might change my mind about—" He stopped abruptly, but now it was Vetch's turn to pounce alertly on an incautious phrase. If Bakken had forced him into an uncomfortable place, well, turnabout was fair play. "About Jousters, you mean? Just why don't you like the Jousters?" He whispered that. He didn't want to get Bakken in any trouble, just because he wanted to know one of Bakken's secrets. Bakken frowned fiercely, but he couldn't conceal his own unease. "Ah, got you." "What makes you think that I don't—" Bakken began aggressively, but stopped and gave a self-conscious laugh. "Ha! You're pretty observant as well as clever, Vetch." "Maybe, but I want to know," he replied, not allowing himself to be deflected. "Ari is— I don't want anyone around him who doesn't like jousters and might do or say something that would give him trouble, unless you've got an awfully good reason for it, and it had better be an astonishingly good reason." "You have a point." Bakken studied him for a moment. "And all right. I think I can trust you, so I'll tell you. Though it isn't merely that I don't like jousters. It goes further than that. It isn't because of what they do. It's because of what they are." He paused a moment and signaled to a server, who plunked down a platter of still sizzling meat and another of onions between them, with an undisguised look of hero worship for Bakken, who answered it with a wink. "You eat, though, while I talk. You look starved enough as it is." "All right," Vetch agreed, since now that his gut had unnodded, it was growling. He plucked a hot piece of meat from the platter and dropped it quickly on the bread, adding an onion slice. He waited only a few moments for it to cool before biting off a mouthful. "It isn't that they're the masters, either. It's more complicated than that. Bakken took an empty beer jar from the table and brooded down at it. As I said, I've always been treated well. I don't think anyone ever realized how I feel. As I am sure you've noticed, no one ever pays any attention to the feelings of serfs and slaves. Vetch waited, patient as a cat at a mouse hole with only one entrance. What do you call a man who calls up his servants, has hunting birds brought out to him, takes one on his fist, unhoods and casts it, and basks in the admiration of his peers when it takes a fat duck? Bakken asked after a time. Vetch replied and shook his head. A noble, a rich man, he hazarded. Ah, good answer. But not the one that makes me angry. Bakken's lip curled. You see, what he calls himself is a falconer. He has not caught the birds, nor taken them at great hazard from the nest, scaling the cliffs to find them and bring them down. He has not tended them. He does not feed them. He has not trained them. The bitterness in Bakken's voice made Vetch blink in surprise. If the bird flies away, his wrath is only for the loss of a valuable possession, not because he is losing something he has invested a part of his life and self in. If it is recovered, he is pleased only because his possession is returned to him, not because he has gotten back something that is near and dear as a child. But the man who has done all those things, is not called a falconer. He is called slave, servant, and he has not even a right to challenge a master when the master says, I will have this bird, and he knows that the bird is not fit to fly that day. There was a story behind that, perhaps many. Vetch didn't want to know them. There was already enough pain in his own short life. He didn't want to add the burden of Bakken's to his own. Already he had 3 people besides himself in his prayers, his father, Ari, and Avatra. If he added any more, the gods might begin to wonder what was wrong with him, that he assailed their ears with so many pleas. Now, at least there is a separate name for the man who takes a dragon who is cared for by someone else, trained by someone else, who mounts into the saddle and flies it off, caring nothing except that it do what it was trained to do and bring him glory. Bakken continued, his jaw rigid. And at least he is named for what he does, and not the good beast that he treats as he would a mere chariot. Vetch started, hearing his own thoughts echoed so exactly. He takes a creature that would, on its own, serve him in, say, hunting, and he turns it into a weapon, a horrible weapon, and exposes it to the spears and arrows of enemies, with his only thought being where he would get another if this one fell. Bakken's gaze smouldered. And which of these Jousters truly knows his dragon, or has studied its ways and made it his friend, or even has cared for his own beast for so much as a day? Ari has, Vetch said, stoutly, raising his chin. Ari raised Cachette, trained him all by himself, and comes to be with him nearly every night. And he would tend Cachette himself now, if he had the time. And he doesn't trust Cachette's care to just anyone either. Bakken's rigid expression softened, and he patted Vetch on the head like a small child. Vetch bristled a little, but kept his resentment on a tight leash. To Bakken, doubtless, he was a small child. That was the hazard of being so little. So I have been told, and see no reason to disbelieve it. So your Ari is a single paragon among the Jousters, as the commander of dragons is a paragon among the nobles, given that he is taken, cared for, and trained his own birds, dogs, and horses. Now there was plain admiration in Bakken's voice, and Vetch guessed that of all of Bakken's masters, or the men those masters consorted with, the commander of dragons had been the only one who had earned Bakken's highest regard. Such men are worth serving, and serving well. Our Herakat is another such. But such men are few, and often given names they do not deserve, when they take the praise that is rightly given to men that they think beneath their notice. Oh, there are many stories there, Vetch thought, somberly, and now wanted to hear them even less. Stories and heartbreak. And I have troubles of my own. Thank you for explaining, he said, carefully. I won't tell anyone. Bakken nodded, accepting his word. Now, that isn't the only reason why I wanted to see you, he continued, his tone now so light, his expression so casual, that Vetch could hardly believe what he'd looked like mere moments before. I have need of your help, you see. I'm training one of the dragonettes myself. Vetch blinked. You are? That was unheard of. Trainers were trainers, and dragon boys, whether or not they were Haraket's assistants, were merely dragon boys, not to be entrusted with the training. Haraket wishes to see if my methods, things that I have learned from training both horses and falcons, produce a better beast than the methods used now, Bakken explained, with an ironic lift of his eyebrow. As I said, another remarkable man, our overseer. He does not answer a question of why with the answer, because we have done it thus and so for 1,000 years. Vetch stifled a laugh with his food. I need you, young Vetch, because you are 4 things. You are brave, you are agile, and you know and like dragons, and you are small, he continued, and smiled. And if you will agree to take time to help me, you will see why I need someone who is all these things. Vetch could ill spare the time, but he was going to have to begin training Avatra himself in another moon. And if he could learn how to do so by helping Bakken. What's more, Haraket says that there is absolutely no need for you to keep on with the leather work and the weapons inspection. You know very well how to do both, and there are more than enough new boys who need to learn how to make up for you not being there. Bakken cocked his head to the side. Will that give you time enough? This time, he did not even need to think for a moment about his answer. When do you need me? He asked. The blue dragonette that Vetch and Bakken now faced, the very first one brought to the compound, was an entirely different creature from the hissing, snarling thing that had been brought in a mere handful of days ago. Vetch would not have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Mind, it was no Avatra, much less a cachette, but although it eyed both of them with an expression both alert and wary, it was not prepared to rip off their limbs and eat them. Instead, it accepted their presence and eventually was relatively relaxed as first Bakken, then Vetch handled it. This one was a solid sky blue from nose to tail, the same color, deepening on the extremities rather than shading to a different color altogether. Sky blue, lattice blue. He was a wonderful beast to look upon. I've got him used to saddle, harness, and guide straps, the young man said, as he buckled those accoutrements in place. I've even got him used to bearing weight on his back. But that was a sack of grain, and a sack of grain is not a human, and a stranger at that. Now Vetch understood entirely what Bakken had meant last night by brave, agile, and small. He would need to be brave because this dragonette didn't know him and might turn on him if he tried to mount. He needed to be agile to get out of the way if it did, and he needed to be small because, big as this blue dragonette was, it couldn't bear the weight of a man yet, or probably even one of the larger dragon boys. Their growing spines were surprisingly fragile and could not bear too much stress. The dragonette's harness had been fastened to 4 ropes that were in turn fastened to 4 rings in the pen wall. Vetch wasn't sure what those were for. Well, he was about to find out. He'd made friends with the dragonette as Bakken had shown him. Now he was about to shock it. As Bakken stood back from his handiwork, Vetch strode across the sand with confidence and calm, both of which were going to be very important to keep the youngster from feeling uneasy as he approached. He greeted the dragon as Bakken had showed him, as an adult greeted a subadult, with a breathy trill and a head bump. Then, without a pause, he vaulted up into the saddle. He had to vault. This dragonette hadn't learned down and up yet, and he stood about as tall as one of the great god bulls. Bakken had taught him the maneuver this morning, practicing on a saddle strapped to a beam supported on legs, mounted at about the right height in the landing court. Both hands on the saddle, a jump and a twist as he shoved his own weight up with his arms. And he was in place, balanced on the thin pad of leather, for the first time, with the dragon underneath him, and him in the saddle instead of face down over it. Then, with another quick movement, he wedged his legs under and around the leg-hold straps, and grabbed the front of the saddle with both hands. There were no guide straps yet to hang on to. Bakken deemed this confusing and disorienting enough for the poor young thing. The dragonette went rigid with shock. Vetch felt its muscles tensing under his legs and braced himself for its inevitable reaction. It was as well that he did, for it tried at that moment to take off. Thanks to the ropes and the fact that it really wasn't old enough to fledge yet, it succeeded only in crow-hopping upward a few feet, flapping its wings clumsily. But that was unnerving enough, clearly another reason why Bakken wanted someone brave. And Vetch was very, very glad of the restraining ropes. It bounced about at the end of the ropes, bucking very much like the family's little donkey when startled, and Vetch clung on with grim determination and teeth rattling in his head. He couldn't even think, really. His very thoughts were bounced out of him. The straps cut into his legs with every bounce, and the saddle felt as if it was going to pop off at any moment. But it couldn't keep such fighting up forever, though, and the moment it stopped, in a flash, Bakken was at the dragonette's head, soothing it, comforting it, telling it what a wonderful beast it was. It didn't want to be soothed, but gentle hands, a soft voice, and a liberal allocation of tasty tidbits made it stand still, though it trembled like a leaf and kept rolling its eye and twisting its head to look at him. "Now then, handsome one," Vetch murmured, when he was sure it wasn't going to go off again under him, and added one hand, to Bakken's caresses. Bakken gave him an approving look. "Now then, you'll be used to this soon enough. It will all be fine." He murmured other such nonsense, reaching places to rub that Bakken couldn't from his stand on the ground at the dragonette's shoulder. And slowly the dragonette relaxed. "You see," Vetch murmured to him, "I'm not some strange monster on your back. I'm not up here to hurt you. I'm not a lion come to break your neck and eat you. I'm just Vetch. You know me now, don't you?" "Slide down now, Vetch," Bakken murmured after some small time, while the dragonette was engaged in getting his eye ridges rubbed. "Then get back on him again." Vetch unwrapped his legs, threw his right over the dragonette's neck, and slid down even faster than he'd vaulted up. The dragonette reacted to his absence with a start of surprise, but it didn't hop about this time, and before it could get too used to him being gone, Vetch jumped back into the saddle again. This time it only hopped once, and when it stopped, it wasn't shaking. Now it was only looking indignant, and that was a great improvement over terrified. They played this game 4 more times until Bakken decreed that the dragonette's developing spine had got enough stress for the day. He unharnessed and freed the youngster of everything but the single chain holding him around his neck, rewarded and praised him a little more. Then both of them left the pen. Once outside, Bakken slapped Vetch on the back with a hearty grin. "By the gods, it works! I thought it might, but I wasn't sure. I'd like you here just before feeding twice a day, so he's good and hungry, and he'll work for his tidbits. We'll play this little game on him until he takes you as easily as Cachette takes Ari, and until we've taught him up and down, and how we'll use both to mount, and we've taught him the use of the guide straps. Then, when he can actually get off the ground with you on his back, I'll get one of the heavier boys to help me, and work my way up until he can carry a very light man." Like you, Bakken? Well, why not? If Bakken wanted to add himself to the roster of trainers, why not? Vetch nodded, seeing the good sense in the planning. Trainers did something like this, only they started much, much later, when the dragonette could carry a man, and they didn't precede it with the gentling process. They just tied the dragon down, threw a saddle on him, and jumped on, letting the dragonette wear itself out on the ropes and breaking it to saddle. Small wonder that dragons did not love their riders. And now, thanks to Bakken, Vetch knew how to train Avatra without having to ask Ari. Exactly how to train her. And he would be starting very early indeed, with nothing more than a few straps to get her used to things being bound around her body. And when she flew, it would not be with ropes holding her to the earth. God's willing. God's willing. 15. The expected sea witch-sent storm did not come that day, nor the next. The tension built once again, fear and anxiety becoming as much or more of a weapon wielded against the Tians than the storm itself. Finally, another one, again with a great deal of wind and lightning, but with less rain than the last, struck on the 6th day after the last storm had ended. And the next storm arrived 7 days after that. Were the sea witches getting weary of their sport? Or were they only toying with the Jousters, hoping to set them off guard? Vetch dreaded both, and yet at the same time hoped this was so. That Alta at last had the strength to fight back. The sea witches had not been as numerous or as strong as the magicians of Tia within living memory. Had something happened to change this? Had they learned new magics? Had their numbers increased? Or had the priests of Alta also found a way to add their magic to that of the sea witches, as the priests of every Tian god could join their forces into a massive whole? Or was this only a brief, hectic flare of power before the end, like the dying of a fire, something that could not be repeated? Were the sea witches' powers once again on the wane? This was what Vetch dreaded. The rumors spread throughout the compound, causing at least as much unease as the storms themselves. The priests said nothing, perhaps fearing that if they took credit for the weakening storms, the witches would turn their words to ashes in their mouths and prove their boasts to be lies. The Jousters were reluctant to go farther afield despite the changing conditions, and it seemed that the commander of dragons agreed with them, for he issued no new orders. But further rumors told of convocations of the priests in every temple on Temple Row and throughout, not only the city, but all of Tia, as magicians and seers attempted to pierce the veils of magic concealing the seats of Altan power, and discover what their counterparts in Alta were planning. Evidently, however, no matter what the strength of the sea witch power was, the protections still held. There were no revelations coming from the seers of Tia. And in the end, it was that most necessary of creatures that brought the real news. A spy. It was Harriket that spread the word of a massive compound-wide meeting to the dragon boys, at morning feeding, as each of them collected the meat for their dragons. "Everyone to the landing court at noon," he repeated, over and over. "No exceptions. The commander wishes to address us." And of course, that only created more rumors rather than stilling the existing ones. If some of the others had time to buzz and whisper over the rumors, Vetch did not. The only time he might have said anything was to Bakken, and Bakken was not inclined to talk about anything other than the progress of the Blue Dragonette. "So much smarter than a horse," he was muttering cheerfully as Vetch arrived to help him, only to find him harnessing the youngster. He looked up when Vetch arrived with a satisfied smile on his face. "Vetch, you have no idea. The best qualities of a falcon with the intelligence of a fine hound. And you can tame him like a wild horse. Look at him. Mere days since he was brought in, and look at him." Indeed, the dragonette regarded both of them with aloof tolerance, standing calmly and registering displeasure with a hiss only when he didn't care for something that one or another of them did. Sometimes it was when Vetch moved a little too quickly, once when Bakken accidentally pinched a fold of skin while harnessing him. "I might gentle a wild horse that fast, but I wouldn't lay money on it," Bakken continued. "And a horse is not a hunter. It is a social animal that craves its herd around it. It is harder to tame a creature that takes prey. By their nature, they are competitive and wary. It is also harder to tame one that, in the wild, is not part of a herd." "He wouldn't have been able to if he'd eaten a man," Vetch reminded him. "You got a chance at him while he was still impressionable. He thinks we are mightier than he. If he'd ever eaten man-flesh, he'd still be thinking of us as dinner. Bakken nodded, knowing, as Vetch knew, that anything as small as a man was generally killed and carried whole to the nest by the mother dragon, so the young dragonettes got a good idea what their prey should look like. All the more reason to start taking youngsters earlier than first flight. What's happened here with him, by the accident of the Jousters going out and robbing nests far earlier than they've ever done before, is to repeat what we falconers usually do with Aya's falcons, Bakken replied. We take them old enough to know they are falcons, but young enough to tame quickly. Well, yes, it's true that's successful, but it was at the cost of 8 Jousters so far. Vetch reminded him. Mother dragons aren't like falcons. When they defend their nests, it's the humans that lose the fight. Bakken snorted. And there are 2 would-be Jousters eager to replace every one stupid one that tries to haul off a dragonette with a mother too near, he replied. It is easy to replace Jousters. It's a lot harder to replace a dragon, especially a properly tamed one. Better that they get themselves killed off now, than they get themselves killed in a joust or accident and lose a trained dragon. It was clear that his opinion of the Jousters hadn't changed. Well, Vetch shared it. As far as he was concerned, none of the fools who'd become dragonette dinner was much of a loss. Besides, everyone that goes down a dragon's throat is one less to attack Alta. There, Bakken said in triumph, and stood a little away. Less strep. Now, today we'll teach him up and down. He laughed. Ha! This isn't my training, though. I asked the other trainers how they do it. But I need you, Vetch, because this is a 2-man job. He passed the end of a jousting lance to Vetch, holding on to the other end himself. Now, we fit this right into the crook of the elbow on his front legs. When I say the command, push down and in on his lower legs. They'll collapse, especially since he won't be ready for this, and he'll go down. When he does, get the lance away so it doesn't hurt him or stop him from going all the way down, and shove it down on his shoulders. That was clear enough, and clever, too. Vetch nodded. Together they pushed the lance in on the dragonette's forelegs. Down! Bakken ordered, and they both pushed the blue dragonette's legs with the lance shaft. Now, if they had tried to force him down, starting with a shove on his shoulders instead of with the lance, he would have fought them, and he'd have won. Young as he was still stronger than they were. But this caught him off guard, like a man tackled from behind at the knees. With a snort of surprise, the dragonette felt his own legs giving way underneath him, and he was too startled to fight. He went down, and to Vetch's pleasure, he also folded his rear legs under him as well. It was accidental, but this would set the mark for what down meant. Good boy, Bakken crowed, rewarded the young beast with a tidbit immediately. Very good boy. He caught the slight movement of the dragonette as it prepared to scramble back up to its feet, and shouted, Up! Just as it made up its mind to get up. More praise, another tidbit, and the dragonette's eyes were suddenly very bright. Was it too much to say there was speculation in them? He'd been taught here that there were things he would have to do that he didn't necessarily think of for himself. Did he now realize that here were 2 of those things that he actually needed to learn? Again, Bakken signaled to Vetch to use the stick. Down! Up! Down! Up! Dragons didn't have very expressive faces, but Vetch had learned to read subtle signs in the skin around their eyes and the set of their heads. The dragonette was definitely thinking and thinking hard. But this would be the first time that it had been asked to learn that those strange sounds coming from its captors meant that it was supposed to do something. That was a difficult concept for an animal to learn, for in the wild, they certainly didn't issue commands to each other. It was too much to hope that the youngster would learn down and up in a single session, but he did understand the physical part of the command by the time they finished with him for that session. The moment he felt pressure on the lance shaft, he went down, and when the pressure went away, he came up. That's good progress for a morning, Bakken said in satisfaction, when the dragonette started to show signs of waning interest and irritation.
I'll see you before afternoon feeding.
Have you named him yet?
Vetch asked, curiously, for Bakken had never yet referred to the dragonette by anything other than the youngster, or some other generic name.
No,
Bakken replied instantly.
and I won't, until he first flies free and comes back. I never name a falcon that hasn't made a free flight.
Well, Vetch could understand that, because that moment of free flight was the risky one, when the falcon or dragonette realized that he was free and could fly off, never to be seen again. Names had power.
But a name can pull something back to you again.
He'd felt that instinctively when he named Avatra. He had bound her to him with a name, or so he hoped. Well, maybe that was on purpose, too. Maybe Bakken was unwilling to use anything to pull a falcon or dragonette back to him, other than training and whatever affection was possible from a falcon.
He'll find, if he can win it, there's a lot more coming from a dragonette.
Did you ever try to tame flappers? He asked curiously, referring to the winged lizards of the desert that looked so much like miniature versions of dragons. Bakken laughed. What boy hasn't? He replied. But boy or man, there is no taming those wretched beasts. All you ever get for your pains are lacerated fingers and a view of it vanishing into the sky the moment the cage door is open. I suppose if you could actually find a nest, you might be able to get one to fix on you the way a baby chicken can, if you hatch it yourself. But I wouldn't even bet on that. There's no room for anything in those heads but killing and meanness. Vetch had to laugh, for although he had never had the leisure to try and catch and tame a flapper, every one of Kefti's apprentices had tried, and every one of them had gotten the same result. Fingers slashed to the bone, and eventually an empty cage, since the little beasts could never be kept confined for long. He'd never seen anything for the ferocity of a flapper. It was a good thing that they were uncommon, shunned humans, and lived only where people didn't, or no domestic fowl would be safe.
Don't forget the meeting,
Vetch reminded Bakken, who grimaced, but nodded. Vetch glanced up at the sun. It was near enough to noon that he decided to make a quick run of food to Avatra, then sprint for the landing court. In stark contrast to the wild dragonette, Avatra was overjoyed to see him, and it occurred to him that he had better find something for her to do when he wasn't around. She was old enough now that she could get bored if he wasn't there to play with. He needed to find dragonette toys. Perhaps she'd enjoy gnawing on a bone like a dog. The butchery was deserted, the butcher's already at the meeting place, which gave him a free hand there. So when he got her meal of the usual small pieces, he also took possession of a huge leg bone from an ox and brought it with him. It had been stripped clean by the butchers already, which made it ideal for his purposes. There wasn't any meat on it to putrefy and make her ill. Once she was stuffed, he left the bone beside her, and she was already tentatively biting at it out of curiosity as he left. He was one of the last to reach the landing court, and as he entered the gate, all he could see were the backs and heads of people in front of him. As short as he was, he hadn't a prayer of actually seeing anything but the backs of heads. He looked around for something to stand on, and decided that his best bet was to climb up on the base of the pillars carved at either side of the gate itself. The sandstone was smooth as well as sandstone could be, but he was used to climbing and swarmed up it like a monkey. It didn't take long to get himself up there on the top of the pedestal that supported the pillar, and once in place, balancing on the tiny ledge where the square base ended and the round pillar began, he gaped in astonishment at the sheer number of people gathered within those 4 high walls. He'd had no idea that there were that many people housed within the compound. Obviously the commander of dragons knew, though, which was why he had set the meeting here, for there wouldn't be any place else able to hold all of them at once, not even the Jousters' hall where Vetch had been freed from Kefti. The sun shone down on a sea of heads, heads in simple striped headcloths, shaved heads, heads with the hair cut short and precise, and here and there the shaggy, long-haired head of a serf. The colors of the wall paintings blazed in the sun, and there was a murmur of voices, a hum that filled the space between the walls. At the far side of the court, a simple, head-high platform had been set up.
Standing up there were the commander of dragons and several priests in formal attire, the sort of robes and jewels and regalia they had worn when they had led spellcasting processions around the compound after the first storm. Other than the wall paintings, they supplied the only spots of color in the courtyard, for the garb of nearly everyone from the compound itself was uniformly made of sun-bleached linen. Very few wore ornaments other than the Hawkeye talisman either. The commander stood with his hands on his hips, with the bright sun shining full down on him, surveying the crowd below him, looking remarkably casual and completely at ease. Once again he was dressed simply, with none of the showy jewels usually sported by the nobility, and only the hairless pectorals spreading jeweled wings at his bare throat, and the royal vulture at the front of his blue, close-fitting war helmet marked him as any higher rank than a senior jouster. Seeing him so very calm evidently was having an effect on the inhabitants of the compound. Some of the tension was out of the air, and the murmurous sound of many conversations did not have that frantic edge to it that Vetch had expected. Finally, the commander held up both hands peremptorily for silence, and he got it, as the crowd hushed. "Hear the words of the priests of the gods of Tia," the commander said, his words ringing out, strong and deep into the quiet. "The gods of Tia are stronger than the gods of Alta. Here priests are wiser and more powerful, and in no way can the Altan magicians hope to prevail over those of this land. The gods of our land will prevail."
Which only means the Shave Skulls haven't figured out what the Sea Witches are doing, nor how to prevent it. Someone muttered below Vetch, and his neighbors nodded in agreement. Vetch had to agree with that. If the priests had successfully countered the Sea Witches' magic, they'd have boasted about it here and now. If they'd been able to find seers who could get past the protections that hedged the Altan places of power, they'd have trumpeted their findings. This was all empty air. But the commander wasn't finished. "The priests of our land are wise, learned, and powerful," he continued, and Vetch thought he heard just a tinge of irony in the man's voice. "But no man goes hunting with only duck arrows in his quiver, when he does not know what other quarry he might encounter. The great king, may he live 1,000 years, also sent eyes and ears that walk upon 2 bare feet into the land of the Altans, and this is what he found." Vetch found himself leaning forward and holding his breath, and he was not the only one. "The Sea Witches have a new magic, but as it is wind and water magic, it is subject to the season and the conditions of the season," the commander told them, making sure each word was plain and unambiguous. "As the season progresses from growing to dry, there will be less water in the air, less favorable winds. The storms will come farther and farther apart, and lose strength as the days pass and the dry comes upon us, until at last they will fade to a memory, and we need only cope with the dry, as ever. Perhaps the dry holds terror for the enemy of the north, but we know it as an old neighbor, and our priests strive to see that we can learn to turn it against them, as they have sent their sea-born storms against us." A collective sigh of relief arose from the crowd. If, like Vetch, some of the other Altan serfs felt disappointment, they were careful not to show it. Now there were some murmurs beginning, and in a moment they would probably be in full roar of conversation. Once again the commander raised his arms for silence. "This is not to say that the Sea Witches may not find ways of raising storms in the dry," he cautioned. "I do not need to do more than mention the midnight camisine, I think." His words had a chilling effect upon the crowd. The midnight camisine was so named, not that it arrived in the dark of the night, but because it threw so much sand in the air, with such terrible winds, that it blotted out the sun. When such a storm blew up, it was as dark as midnight at midday. There was little hope for anyone caught without shelter in such a sandstorm, for it was literally impossible to breathe. One could actually drown in sand. "Nevertheless, this is a magic of wind only," the commander added. "And the Sea Witch's power has ever been that of water, not wind alone. Harus of the all-seeing eye is the guardian of the winds of Tia, and of the Jousters too, and so you can rest assured that his hand is over the Jousters and their dragons, and all those who serve them. And since it is a creature of Harus, the priests of Harus intend to turn it northward, and give the witches a taste of true power. Small comfort, that, to those gathered below Vetch. Still, it did not do to say so aloud. The priests might hear, and withhold their protection from the grumblers. It was always a chancy thing to arouse the enmity of the priests. They might choose to ignore you, or they might not. Vetch knew, however, as did every other Alton-born serf, that the sea witch's power was so integrally tied in with water that it was highly unlikely they could call up a midnight camisine. Still, if the storms that had been brought had kept the dragons close to home, perhaps the threat of powerful sandstorms would do the same. "The great king," the commander continued, "has mighty plans for us, my Jousters. I may not tell you what they are, but I am certain you may guess that as your numbers increase, you become a still more powerful weapon in his quiver. So I will leave you with that. Trust in the gods and their priests, and dream of the gold of honor." That was enough to evoke a cheer from the assemblage. All but Vetch, who was covering the fact that he was not cheering by climbing down from his perch. He knew, as did everyone else, what those plans were. The truce, which was being eroded at every possible opportunity by both sides, would fail. Once again, Tia would hammer northward, with the Jousters at the forefront of the challenge. "But if the gods are with me, by then I will be gone." Eventually, as the storms weakened and took longer and longer to appear, he pulled back the awning over Avitra's pen. That gave Cachette a good look at her, and she at him, and within a day Cachette got bored with his neighbor and stopped spending so much time peering at her. His one regret was that he didn't dare ask Ari for advice. If only he could have. But he could take no chance that anyone might learn of Avitra, and of all the people in the compound, he had the most to fear from Ari. Avitra was in the pen next to Cachette's. Ari knew very well that he had not been assigned a dragonette to care for, and Ari was Tian. There was always that. So Vetch had to blunder through on his own, with common sense, what he learned from Bakken, and what he overheard from the trainers. He learned by eavesdropping that the dragons were allowed to carry a grown man until they were 3, but that even a male fledgling, smaller than a female, could carry the weight of a small boy. By the time the dragon could fly, its backbone could bear up under that much weight with no problem. In the old style of training, for the first 2 years that they were in captivity, the young dragons were given saddles and harnesses, then taken out on long leads and goaded to fly with the dead weight of sandbags in the saddle. This strengthened their flying, and got them used to harness, saddle, and weight on their backs. Bakken, of course, was going for a much more tractable dragon. He had no intention whatsoever of using goads on the new dragonettes, and after a lot of convincing, and based on his successes so far, the other trainers agreed to follow his lead. Bakken would follow their example, insofar as using the long leads and the sandbags went for early flying practice, but in the safety of the pens and on the 4 tethers, he would keep putting boys on the dragonette's backs to get them used to living weight. Furthermore, he was going to use a technique of flight training from falconry, and he planned to teach the dragonettes to fly on those long leads from one end of the training field to the other on command. His plan was to teach them to fly between him and another trainer, as a dog was taught to come on command. This would be in return for rewards, rather than goading them into the air. This was a training technique he knew well, and the dragon trainers were mightily impressed with the ploys that Bakken had used so far. Vetch was not going to be able to do that. He could hardly take Avitra out of the pen without being discovered. He would have to strengthen her in some other way, so that her first flight would be a strong, high, and fast one, because by necessity it would be with him.
This would be an all-or-nothing cast of the bones. It would either succeed or fail horribly. He would not think of failure or its consequences. So as soon as she was romping around the sands of her pen, he began getting her used to a weight on her back, improvising a harness and a small sandbag at first. Then, when he discovered where the dragonette harnesses were kept, purloining one and using that. He actually kept a weight on her for about half of the day when he was sure it wouldn't tire her. She certainly was anything but quiet. In fact, he had to make her, not one, but several toys to keep her amused. He brought her bones. He made her a big ball of rawhide stuffed with grasses, which she would pursue like a kitten with a ball of thread. Taking a cue from kittens, he rigged a rope with a scrap of silk on the end to a pole he stuck in the sand of her wallow, so she could bat at it with her foreclaws as it moved in the wind. He wrestled with her, teaching her to stop attacking when he commanded her to do so, and enforcing that she must be gentle with him, because he knew that if he did not do this now, while she was small, he could never control her behavior when she was big. The closer it got to the dry season, the faster she seemed to grow, strong and agile. The complement of dragonettes was now at the 50 that the great king had stipulated, with as many new boys at the cost of 13 jousters and 7 dragon hunters that were not themselves jousters. There was talk now of enlarging the compound, because the great king had gotten wind of the new training techniques, and if they worked, he wanted still more jousters and dragons. This did not bode well for Alta. Vetch could only pray that the Altans had spies abroad to hear such things. At just about the time when the magic-spawned storms stopped altogether, Bakken stopped needing Vetch's help, for now there were 2 or 3 of the new boys that weren't any larger than he was that he could use as riders to get the youngsters used to the presence of a human on their backs. Half of the dragonettes had learned up and down, and the blue dragonette was at the stage of learning to fly short distances on a lead. Vetch stole time to watch whenever he could get a moment, trying to make out how he could adapt all of this to training Avatra. It was just as well that Vetch didn't need to help Bakken anymore, because Avatra was taking more and more of his time. He had thought he had been busy when all she did was sleep. Now that she was active, she needed attention. Fortunately, Ari didn't know that he wasn't helping Bakken now, and Vetch didn't intend to tell him. As long as Ari presumed that he was off helping the other dragon boy whenever he was missing, there would be nothing at issue. He never saw Harriket anymore, and Ari only in passing. He was worried about Ari, though. The jouster was thinner, and looked as if he was not sleeping well. But there wasn't much that Vetch could do to help him, and besides, if Ari learned about Avatra... Vetch slept entirely too well, but that was hardly surprising, considering how much work he was doing over the course of the day. He was so used to doing things at the run that he wasn't sure now that he'd ever be able to do them at a more leisurely pace without feeling that something was wrong. He sometimes surprised himself by how strong he had gotten when he found that he had absent-mindedly lifted some weight that would have been so far beyond his strength a few moons ago that he would not have considered trying to heft it. He hadn't gotten that much taller, and he certainly wasn't a little barrel of muscle in the way that 1 or 2 of the other boys were. He was still wiry and lean, but it seemed that all the good food and hard work had strengthened every single muscle fiber to an amazing degree. Avatra was also a great deal stronger than he would have guessed. When he loaded her with a sandbag that was nearly his equivalent, she hardly noticed the weight, and there was nothing to tell by looking at her that she hadn't been wild-caught like the others. He had to wonder, given how lively and big she was, if giving Tala to the growing youngsters did more than simply make them easier to handle, if perhaps it actually slowed their growth. Certainly Cachette was the biggest male in the compound, nearly as big as many of the females, and he had never gotten Tala. Avatra was going to be huge, bigger than her mother Corson, for certain, and females were always bigger than the males. She was not as vocal as the other youngsters either. They meeped all the time, their tone rising in shrillness the closer it got to feeding time. Avatra only gurgled happily when he appeared in the doorway, hissed if something alarmed her, and made no other sounds but a soft chuckling when she settled down for a nap with her head in his lap. So the last of growing season was spent, with Vetch so busy that he could not have told how many days had passed from storm to weakening storm. At last, one day, he woke to find that all of the tala bushes planted within the compound had blossomed overnight. The air was filled with their peculiar fragrance, sweet, but with a bitter undertone, like myrrh, carried through the corridors by an arid wind that must have begun in the night, coming from off the desert. The Khamseen. The dry just begun, he recognized with a start, as he awoke to the scent in his nostrils, out of an uneasy dream of laboring at Kefti's wells, and heard the wind whining around the corners of the walls of Avatra's pen. He had been here a year. Although these pampered bushes within the compound always blossomed a day or so before any others, this and the wind were the signals that the dry had officially begun. Unless the sea witches had some new and profoundly powerful magic, there would be no more storms to keep the dragons inside the borders of Tia. The commander took the coming of the dry as his sign as well, and ordered that the Jousters resume their overflights of Altan territory. He sweetened this order with another. To signal the start of the new patrols, he decreed a 2-day festival within the walls of the compound, and provisioned it himself from his own treasure houses. Work hardly stopped, of course, but the Jousters were not to go on patrol at all during the festival, and the servants and dragon boys were given leave to partake when their duties were done. Anything in the way of chores that did not immediately pertain to the care of the dragons was suspended for those 2 days. No leather work, no housekeeping, palace slaves were brought in to take care of it. Even the dragonettes were given a reprieve from training, somewhat to Bakken's displeasure. The landing court was laid out for the celebration with a bazaar full of merchants selling trash and treasures, and food and drink tents, jugglers, acrobats, musicians, and dancers, games of chance, and games of skill. The Jousters had their own games, out in the training field, in which they were to compete with each other. They made passes at a ring suspended from a thread, which they were to catch on their lances. They swooped down to snatch up bags of straw, which they were to drop again on a target painted on the ground. They had races for speed only, and races where speed and agility counted equally. The landing court was set up the day before, and on dawn of the first festival day, the entertainers were in place, the tents set up, and food of every sort was set out temptingly. The festival began at dawn exactly, with a fanfare of trumpets from the musicians, as those servants who had been freed from duties entirely, and the Jousters, of course, were summoned to the celebrations. Vetch was already awake, of course, but the trumpets startled and frightened Avatra, and he began the day feeling annoyed and irritated. Then Vetch found himself dodging boys who were suddenly as quick as he to get their feeding and cleaning chores done. Never had the corridors been so congested so early, and worse was to come, so far as he was concerned, who had no reason to love this festival. The kitchen court was closed, all the servants, serfs, and slaves getting their own holiday, with everyone expected to go to the festival site to get their meals. Once he was out of the area of the pens, which swiftly emptied, as the dragon boys finished their duties and fled to the delights in the landing court, the place was full of strangers. Once he set Ari and Cachette off, he slouched off in a sour mood to get himself breakfast. He didn't even trouble to get a bath. He wasn't going to compete with the little popinjays who were using up all the water in order to try and impress some girl or other. No, he would wait until the afternoon, when there was no one to compete with, and he could get a bath without some stranger poking his nose in the door and staring at him. For his privacy was gone along with the quiet. Nobles practically swarmed the place, especially the Jousters' quarters. It was a repetition of the usual scene at the training field, only within the compound itself. The glitter of gold, the gleam of jewels, and the sheen of expensive fabrics made him glower with disgust at the amount of show. There were so many women, young and old, draped in flowers, with perfume cones atop their elaborate wigs, that the air was sometimes chokingly sweet with their scent. He was glad that all visitors had been barred from the pens on account of the dragonettes, who were easily startled. The fluttering ribbons, the high, shrill voices, and the idiotic babbling would have left the place in an uproar that would take a week to undo. The only place where Vetch could get away from the press of the curious and the fawning was in the pens themselves. Not feeling in the least like celebrating when he knew very well that what was being celebrated was the start of more aggression on his own people, he found the pens far more congenial. So that was where he took himself, after a brief visit to the landing court where he got fried fish, a delicacy that seldom graced the tables of the Dragon Boys, and some date-stuffed honey pastries for breakfast. The corridors were, by then, thankfully, echoingly empty. He wasn't surprised to find Cachette still gone. Ari was a senior jouster, and at this point his skill and Cachette's were near legendary. He would, no doubt, be competing in the games for most of the day, or perhaps demonstrating that falling man-catch trick for an admiring audience, but done with a dummy instead of a man. But as Avatra was finally having a nap, worn out from fretting at the unaccustomed noises, and he didn't want to disturb her, he settled down in Cachette's pen for his meal. He had just about finished it and was licking the last of the honey from his fingers when, much to his surprise, a shadow darkened the sun above the pen, and when he looked up, he saw that Ari and Cachette were returning. He leaped to his feet, very glad now that Ari had found him here, and not in the other pen. He sent a brief thanks to the gods for sending Avatra that bout of sleepiness as he waited for Cachette to settle, then trotted over to the great dragon's side. "Unharness him," Ari said, with shocking brusqueness, as he threw his leg over the saddle and slid down to the ground. "We won't be going back out. The cursed games can go on without us, and I hope they all choke on fish bones." Vetch stared at him with an open mouth. Ari's face was white, his mouth pinched, and that last had been said with such savagery that Vetch was sure Ari meant every word. "Why?" he blurted. "You don't want to know," Ari replied, and started to stalk off. But something inside Vetch made him act without thinking. He grabbed the jouster by the elbow and wouldn't let him go. "Yes, I do," he said firmly, shocking himself with his insane act of audacity, but unable to stop himself. "Or maybe I don't. But if you don't tell someone, you're going to snap, and then where will Cachette be?" Perhaps nothing other than the stark truth that if Ari failed, his dragon would suffer, got through to him. He resisted for just a moment, then his shoulders sagged, and he turned back to Vetch. His eyes were bleak, his mouth twisted, and his skin so pale beneath his tan that it looked as if every bit of blood had been drained from him. "You don't want to know. And I want you to know that I didn't have anything to do with what happened. If I'd been ordered to do it, I swear, either I would have stopped it, or I would have flown Cachette into the wilderness instead and never come back." That shocked Vetch even more. Ari? Threatening to desert? "Tell me," he just barely managed. Ari took a deep breath. "There's a date orchard just over the border. The Altons haven't bothered to even try to protect it for seasons and seasons. I don't know why. I suppose it isn't profitable enough. There's a Tian village of settlers right on the edge of the orchard right across the border. When the dates ripen, they harass the Altons and grab the dates for themselves. It's happened every year, like the flood. But this year, maybe because of the sea witch sent storms, the rightful owners got up some courage. They fought back. I mean, really fought. They chased off or wounded most of the Tian settlers who tried to steal their fruit, and even killed too. So yesterday, instead of going out on patrol, one of the senior Jousters decided to teach them a lesson. He led an entire wing of Jousters to the village, where they stooped down on the villagers in their fields, grabbed whoever they could get, carried them up, and dropped them. Just like on the battlefield, Vetch thought, his heart growing cold inside him. Only these weren't enemy commanders being smashed on the rocks. These were simple farmers, who'd done nothing except defend what belonged to them, who had only tried to protect what had been stolen year after year, in defiance of laws and treaties. They didn't stop until there wasn't anyone left in the open. They weren't even all men. Ari got out between clenched teeth. There were women, and some children. Dropped to plummet to the earth and die, smashed like eggs. They hadn't had a chance. Vetch wanted to scream, weep, He couldn't even breathe. I didn't even find out about it until today, when the target game started. Ari grated, each word wrung from him, each phrase drenched in pain and anguish. When they started boasting about it, and saying that the next time they went out, they should stop long enough to paint a target on the ground for more sport. Vetch's anger, so long dormant, erupted within him like a volcano, and filled him with such rage that if Ari's voice hadn't been flooded with outrage and pain that nearly matched his, he'd have gone for the Jouster's throat just because he was Tian. As it was, he swayed where he stood, going cold and hot by turns, red mists passing between him and the rest of the world as he tried to hold the anger in check. I will not make war on children, Ari shrieked, and broke away from Vetch and ran. Vetch felt his knees giving, and he dropped to the ground like a stunned bird, his pain finding vent in a howl of his own, and a flood of tears that he could not stop and did not want to. He came to his senses only when his eyes were swollen and gummy, his cheeks raw, and he was so dehydrated from weeping and the camisine that his lips were cracked and his tongue cleaving to the roof of his mouth. Something snuffled his head and the back of his neck. He looked up through blurring eyes to see that not only was Cachette whuffing at his hair in concern, but Avatra had managed to make her way out of her own pen and into this one. She whimpered in sympathy and in no little fear, though not of Cachette, apparently, who was dividing his attention between Vetch and her. It's all right, little one, he said thickly, even though it wasn't. But she couldn't know, couldn't understand what had happened, and neither could poor Cachette, who only understood that the center of his universe had screamed and run away, and the other source of his comfort was suffering too. He got unsteadily to his feet and went over to Cachette's trough. He plunged his entire head under the water, keeping it there for as long as his breath held out. He came up with a gasp and wiped his eyes. He couldn't help Ari. Ari would have to find his own solution to his conflict, but certainly his absence from the games would not go unnoticed. What Ari does about it is Ari's business. He finished unharnessing Cachette with fingers that shook. He tried to comfort the unsettled creature as best he could. Avatra kept butting her head against him, anxiously, and he had to pause frequently to try and give her comfort too. What comfort he had to offer, anyway. Snatches of raucous music came wafting incongruously from the landing court, muffled shouts from the training fields where the games were still going on. His stomach turned over. He was glad that he didn't know the names of the jousters who had participated in the atrocity. He didn't think he'd be able to restrain himself from trying to take some sort of revenge if he knew, which would gain him nothing, of course. He'd be caught and probably executed, and then what would happen to Avatra? Poison? Where could he get hold of poison? Or at least, where could he get hold of poison that he could actually use? Nowhere, of course. There were plenty of things in the compound that were poisonous, but they tasted or smelled foul, or were only poisonous in such large quantities as to make their administration impractical. Knives in the dark? He snorted at that. As small as he was, even an ambush was out of the question, and he was no trained assassin to sneak into the jousters' quarters undetected to slit the throats of sleepers, though the vision conjured up by that thought was vastly satisfying. No, he could do nothing for revenge. And he could do nothing for his own people either, not as he was now. But if he and Avatra could get away... I hold the knowledge of how to raise and train the most superior jousters and dragons in the world in my head. What would happen to the Tians if every Altan jouster was as good as Ari and Cachette? Until this moment, he'd had no real idea what he was going to do with Avatra besides escape. Now he had a goal, a mission. He would go north, to Alta, to Bato, the heart of the ringed capital of the kingdom. He would present himself to the Altan commander of dragons. They surely knew about Ari already. Tales of such a legendary jouster would have come not only from their spies and their seers, but from their own jousters who encountered him. Vetch would have the proof, in the form of Avatra, not only of how Ari had trained such a perfect dragon, but that the training could be duplicated. "It's all right," he reassured the anxious dragon and dragonette, taking a deep, unsteady breath. "Or at least it will be." 16. If Vetch had little stomach for the festival before, he had even less now. He could not bear to look at those cheerful faces and wonder which one of them knew what Ari had just revealed, or worse, which ones had participated in some way, or worse still, which ones approved. He led Avatra back to her pen, and as she settled anxiously back into her wallow, he wondered briefly if he was going to have to begin tethering her there to keep her from following him. But he soon realized, when she displayed no further interest in the entrance, that she had only come looking for him because she had heard his deep distress and had followed the sound of his voice. She had wanted to comfort him as he had so often comforted her. The very echoes of the celebrations made him feel ill. How could there be a festival going on? How could people be having a good time when a massacre of innocents had just taken place? How could the people who had participated in it be joking about it and planning to make a game of killing the next time? How could they even bear to imagine a next time? And the part of him that longed for revenge writhed inside, urging him to go do something now, while his enemies were all unwary. Was it weakness, or was it wisdom that offered the counter to that anger in his soul? If I do that, I am no better than they are. He hoped it was the latter, for the thought held him for a moment. Suppose he should go and do something horrible, not to the jousters who had been the murderers, but to ordinary folk. That would be exact revenge, but that wouldn't be right either. And if he did something horrible, just how much worse would the next Tian atrocity be to make the Altans pay? He saw poor Cachette peering anxiously over the wall, and resolutely turned his heart away from vengeance. Ari's dragon was just as distressed as little Avatra. His rider had acted quite out of keeping with anything Cachette had come to expect, had run off from the games, been in deep anguish, had not paid any attention to Cachette, and had run off after shouting at Cachette's dragon boy. The bottom was out of Cachette's universe. Fortunately, Vetch knew what would make things at least partially right again, at least for the dragon and the dragonette. Because the butchers were going to have a holiday along with everyone else, priest-magicians had come yesterday to create the reverse of the magic that they worked on the dragon sands, taking the heat away from a huge room at the back of the butchery, presumably sending that heat into one of the pens, or perhaps putting it into one of the cook tents, to keep the hot food there warm without the use of charcoal or other fire. The butchers had worked at a frenzied pace to fill that room, and the result was that 2 days' worth of dragon fodder was stockpiled in the ensorcelled storage area, a curious place in which it was so cold that one could see one's breath hanging in the air. This was no new thing, or so Vetch had been told. The palace kitchens had such a place, but the magic was seldom used outside of the palace, except for occasions such as this. It was much simpler just to have butchers to deal with the steady stream of carcasses that always came from Temple Row. The way to soothe a dragon's heart ran through his belly. Vetch went to get Cachette's favorite treats. He brought some for Avatra, too, the hearts of smaller beasts than cattle. Although it was not feeding time, Cachette always had room for beef hearts, and his favorite food relaxed and comforted him. When he finished his snack, he looked up at the sun speculatively and yawned, then waded out into his wallow, and instead of burying himself as he did during the winter rains, he spread himself out to bask in the hot sun, with his wings stretched to their fullest extent. This was a contented dragon, and Vetch knew it was safe to leave him. He returned to Avatra and introduced her to the delights of Cachette's favorite. She was dubious at first, but one taste convinced her. Rather than relaxing her, though, the snack energized her, and she began exercising her wings, flapping hard and making little jumps into the air. Unlike birds, who had to grow feathers and skin and bone before they could fly, dragons only had to grow enough skin and bone, the bone forming the support, the skin forming the wing surface. And unlike birds, whose feathers were fragile while they were growing, dragonets began hopping and flapping fairly early in their development. But they hovered far better than most birds could, and Vetch knew from watching the older dragonets that at some point Avatra would be able to hover for a few moments in place, even with extra weight on her back. When that happened, he would know that the moment for first flight was close. He watched her closely and realized that the day was not far off. It was time to keep the harness on her during daylight hours, except when he was giving her a bath, and it was time to start edging the weight she was carrying upward until it was heavier than he was. That way, when she actually made that first flight, she would have built up her strength to carry more than Vetch, and as a consequence, she would be able to go higher and farther than a dragonet of similar age. He had to plan on pursuit. He hoped it would not come until he and Avatra were out of sight, and those who came looking for him would cast their nets far too short of where he and she eventually had to come to ground. With luck, pursuers would assume they had no more strength and endurance than the average dragonet at first flight, and as a consequence, would never guess how far they could go. The best way to strengthen her was through play, so until she grew tired and wanted another nap, he resolutely closed his ears to the unwelcome noise of celebration and chased her around the pen until she tired of that, then let her chase him. The play was good for him too, though he felt guilty at playing when he knew what he knew. But Avatra didn't know, and wouldn't understand if she knew. There was no reason to deprive her of the fun and exercise she needed. Like a puppy or a kitten, her energy seemed boundless right up until the point where she suddenly tired, flopped down where she stood, and was instantly asleep. At that point, he left the pens for what he had already decided would be his last foray out to the landing court until the festival was over. He brought a clean barrow with him, and wandered among the food tents, picking out items that would not need to be eaten warm. No one questioned him, oddly enough. Perhaps they assumed he had been sent to get provisions for several of the other boys over at the games. When he had enough to hold him for 2 days, he returned to the pens and went straight to the butchery, stashing his provisions in that cold room. There he would not need to worry about them spoiling, and he would not have to venture among the celebrants in order to eat. Which was just as well, because to do so would have put the temptation to wreak anonymous harm too near to resist. It had come very, very close, as he had made his way around all that unguarded food. The easiest and safest route to revenge would be at the festival, through the medium of poison. If the droppings of dragons burned the skin, what would they do if ground as fine as flour and stirred into food? Put into a stew heavily flavored with pepper, onion, and garlic, it probably wouldn't even be tasted until too late. Ari was far away from the festival, and he could be certain that the only people who ate the poison would be those from within the Jousters' compound. But what if I poisoned Bakken by accident? Or Haraket? Or one of the other serfs? That was the problem with such a plan. He knew the people who might be hurt, and there was no way to strike at the perpetrators without knowing who they really were. If he went after them specifically, he couldn't act anonymously. It all got very complicated, and he could entirely sympathize with Ari's anguished cry of, "I do not make war on children." And he couldn't help remembering another plaint of Ari's. "Haraket says I think too much." Maybe that was Vetch's problem too. People who didn't think didn't seem to have any complicated and inconvenient problems of conscience. Cachette had gotten a full holiday out of it after all. Ari did not return to the dragon pens until after the celebration was over, and when he did, he was close-mouthed and grim. Vetch wondered where he had been all that time. He hadn't been in his quarters when Vetch went to look, and Cachette had missed him sorely. He appeared, as usual, one of the first Jousters to come for his dragon on the morning after the festival. What was not usual was that he was wearing his helmet rather than carrying it. It was difficult to see his face, impossible to make out his expression, but he didn't say anything at all as he inspected the harness and lance. Vetch didn't mind that. How could he? He knew Ari, and knew what it was like to have no recourse to the world's hurt, but to retreat from it, put on a mask, hide anguish within. He couldn't blame Ari at all for retreating even, or especially, from him. But what did bother him was that Cachette had so clearly missed those evening visits these past 2 nights, and Vetch had a good idea that the reason Ari had not come was because of his presence in Cachette's pen. What was more, he would be willing to hazard that Ari was in desperate need of the silent comfort of his dragon, too. As long as Ari thought he had to avoid Vetch, he wouldn't come to Cachette. And he wouldn't ask Vetch to be absent himself either. It was up to Vetch to give Ari a way around the problem that salvaged his self-esteem. So before Ari could mount up and fly off on patrol that first morning after the festival, Vetch caught his jouster's arm long enough to make Ari pause for a moment, his foot on Cachette's shoulder. "Sir, Bakken wants me to sleep in the pen of one of the dragonettes," he lied. "He doesn't want just anyone. He wants someone who's used to it, so that the dragonette isn't startled by someone who doesn't know how to act around them in the dark. It's the one they put in next to Cachette, so I'll still be here if Cachette needs me. He thinks she's so young that she'll tame amazingly if she accepts me as a kind of nestmate." "The little Scarlet, over there?" Ari replied, with a tilt of his head, as he considered the request for a moment. "Well, I suppose I've no objection. I wanted you sleeping in here initially both to keep Cachette company and to keep you out of the reach of the other boys so they couldn't easily torment you. But Cachette will be able to scent you over the wall. You will be here if he calls out, and you'll still be out of reach of the other boys." He paused a moment. "Yes, I've no objection at all. Go ahead and move your gear." "Thank you," Vetch began, but Ari had already mounted, and before he could say more than that, Cachette was in the air. Huh. He thought that, under the veneer of coolness, he sensed relief in Ari's voice. Well, now he had every excuse to be with Avatra between sunset and sunrise, which was a help to him, too. This wasn't entirely bad. In all of the wretchedness he and Ari were feeling, there was one small grain of good, for at least he wouldn't have to wake up before first light to be in Cachette's pen by the time the sun crested the horizon anymore. And hopefully, Cachette would get his jouster's attentions again. No matter what he felt, or Ari, the poor dragon shouldn't have to suffer. How could Cachette understand what was wrong? All he knew was that something was the matter, and that he was lonely. That night, as he lay along Avatra's side, waiting for sleep, he thought he heard Ari's footsteps outside the corridor, and a few moments later, he definitely heard the jouster's voice murmuring on the other side of the wall, though he couldn't make out the words. He sighed and felt some tension move out of him. That was it. Either Ari was embarrassed at having betrayed his feelings to a mere serf and dragon boy, or he was still so ashamed of what had been done to that Altan village that he found it difficult to face Vetch, another Altan. Or probably it was even more complicated than that. But whatever was wrong, it had been Vetch's presence that was keeping the jouster from his nightly visits to the dragon. Vetch certainly found it hard to face Ari. No matter what Ari had said, the fact remained that he might well be in the next party ordered to pacify an Altan village in the same way. It was possible that, despite his anguished outburst, Ari would countenance such an atrocity if only by passive silence. Vetch didn't think he would, but he couldn't be sure. How much was Ari bound to his duty? How far did loyalty to orders go? What would really happen when he was caught between obedience and conscience? And Vetch was caught on the horns of a dilemma, because if that happened, on one hand he didn't want to know what Ari's ultimate decision about obeying such an order would be, but on the other, knowing the truth about someone was important. But having your illusions smashed was painful. He couldn't pretend that nothing had happened if Ari did simply go along with more horrors. But losing what you thought was a friendship, even if it was only an odd sort of friendship, was more painful still. But did he want to maintain it when it was based on false perceptions? He didn't know what decisions Ari had come to all by himself over the past 2 days. Ari was clearly not going to tell him either. except that he was going on his usual patrol, a patrol intended to keep innocent Tian farmers and their crops safe, but at what cost? He had to concentrate on what he could affect, or he would go mad. And maybe that's how Ari feels. At least now Cachette wasn't being deprived of Ari's attentions. That was something, anyway. It wasn't enough for Cachette to just get general petting and attention. A certain amount of that petting and attention had to come from his person, the one he had bonded to from the moment of hatching. And if the only way that Cachette could get that attention was for Vetch to absent himself into the next pen, well, that was all right. Curious, though, that Ari had known about Abatra, even identified her by her color. He wouldn't have thought that Ari'd had time to notice. I wonder if Ari guesses about Avatra, he thought suddenly, alarm making him sit straight up in the darkness. Avatra murmured her objections to his movement, and he lay back down again, mind racing, as he went over every question or comment that Ari had made in the last few days, trying to divine whether there was a clue in what he'd said, some hint that Ari was probing, trying to discover if Vetch had followed in the Jousters' footsteps and hatched his own dragonette. Don't be stupid, he thought at last, after he'd been over every detail that he could remember at least twice. As busy as the Jouster had been, how could Ari possibly guess? He just saw Avatra over the wall when he came in at some point. He hasn't said a word about her, and he hasn't caught me here with her. How could he guess that she's my hatchling? Still, it would be a good idea to take extra care from here on in. Ari saw more than most, and was disconcertingly good at putting facts together into a whole. Vetch filed that in the back of his mind, for caution was now certainly the order of the day. But as time went on, the dry progressed, and the days got hotter and hotter. Ari said nothing. Vetch elected not to return to sleeping in Cachette's pen, and Ari said nothing about that either. The fact was, Ari wasn't talking about much of anything, not to him, not to Harriet, but he was doing something. What, Vetch couldn't guess. But he was spending every waking moment when he was not in the air or with Cachette off somewhere. That was all to the good. It was keeping the one person who was likeliest to guess just what the little scarlet in the next pen was far away from the scene. He was increasingly afraid of leaving Avatra alone, lest she make that first flight in his absence. He rushed through his chores that took him away from the pens. Hard in mouth, he listened all the time for some sign she had been discovered to be something other than one of the official dragonettes, or worse, that she had made her flight without him. And yet, though that would be worse for him, it was not necessarily so for her. At least she would be free, even if he were not. He was so close to his goal, and yet, at any moment, the prize could be snatched away from him. And for the first time since his father had been killed, he prayed, not only to the Altan gods, but to any god that would listen, that she not be discovered and taken from him, or that, if she was discovered, at least let it be that she escaped into the free skies, even if he could not. And perhaps the gods, aloof in that land beyond the horizon, actually listened to him. Because the moment of discovery and the moment of first flight both came at the same moment, and it was when he was with her. He was, in fact, sitting on her back, in a purloined saddle. The saddle was one of the smallest ones in the compound, made precisely for dragonettes, and one that he had been eyeing for days, waiting for the dragonette who was using it to outgrow it. He had his legs braced in the harness, his hand locked into the hand brace at the top of the saddle, the guide straps, which she had learned to obey beautifully, tied to the brace, while she made little bounds up and down the sands of her pen, flapping her wings enthusiastically the whole time. He had come to enjoy these wild rides, even though he'd been terrified at first, for unlike the dragonettes he had ridden for Bakken, she was not tethered. He remembered all too well his very first ride a dragonback, face down over the front of Ari's saddle. He'd sworn then that he would never, ever ride on a dragon again, but that had been before Avatra. Now, well, he was guiding the dragon. The exhilaration had overcome the terror, and now he was able to join in the sense of fun she had in these exercises. He thought that she was building up to that burst that would take her truly up into the air. but he wasn't actually expecting anything than her first hover. She was right in the middle of her pen, about to make a really big bound. He thought that this might be the moment when she really went airborne with him, rather than just jumping about with wing assistance, and he was braced for it, when a wild shout from the doorway of the pen startled them both. "Hoy!" shouted one of the older dragon boys, staring at them. He knew Vetch. He knew very well that Vetch wasn't assigned to a dragonette, and he knew that Vetch should not have been sitting in the saddle on an untethered dragonette's back. He didn't know what Vetch was up to, but one thing he did know. It wasn't what Vetch was supposed to be doing. "Haraket!" he shouted. "Haraket! Come quick!" Vetch didn't even think what to do. He just reacted by punching Avatra in the shoulders with his heels. She, already startled and alarmed by the shout, and even more so by a strange human in her pen, a thing she had never seen before, also just reacted. By leaping, not jumping, leaping for the sky, eyes focused up, neck outstretched, and wings working purposefully. She was frightened now, truly frightened, and she wanted away before any more people shouted at her and jammed their heels into her. One wing flap. Two. She was off the ground, with him still on her back. Not a hover, this. No, it was the first wing beats of real flight. Dragonettes are often startled into their first flights. He heard Ari's voice in memory. They get very nervy about the time they're about to take that big leap. Maybe it's the gods' way of making sure they get off the ground that first time, because if nothing startled them into flying, they'd be too afraid to try. She was making good, strong wing beats now, not flaps. And she wasn't just fleeing, she was climbing with determination. She wasn't afraid to fly, not Avatra. She surged upward in that way he recalled from riding Cachette, a jerky, lunging motion, throwing him back each time she made another wing beat, until he bent over the saddle, crouching, to get himself in balance with what she was doing. He was just the rider now. Avatra was the one in control. All he could do was to hold on and try not to hamper her. She was above the walls, then higher than the walls. There was more shouting down below. He clutched at the harness in sudden fear. He heard Haraket's voice. He heard the voices of other men, loud, excited, angry, down below and behind him. He looked back and saw a crowd of men in Avatra's pen, Haraket at their center, gesturing and shouting, but not at him. That sent a chill down his back. They weren't calling his name. Instead of ordering him back, demanding he return then and there, as they would have been if they thought this flight was purely accidental, they were shouting at each other, issuing confusing and probably contradictory orders, but none of those orders was shouted at him. That was when he knew he was in deep trouble. They knew what this was about. They knew he'd stolen a dragonette, though they didn't yet know it wasn't one of the new ones. They knew that this wasn't just the result of a wager or a boyish prank. They understood that he was going to try to escape, that he intended to fly off on Avatra in order to do so, and they weren't going to let him get away. He wasn't a dragon boy now. He was an Altan enemy, stealing a precious dragonette. Avatra craned her neck around and looked down at the waving, yelling humans below her as she beat her wings down in a stroke more powerful than the last had been. Then she glanced back at him, her eyes pinning with alarm. She seemed to understand the fear in him, and redoubled her efforts, which were showing more skill with every passing second. For the first time, Vetch was glad that he was such a skinny weed. He was lighter than the sandbags he'd been training her with, and she was having no trouble carrying him. He felt her deep, easy breathing under his legs. He felt powerful muscles under his hands driving her upward. The compound spun away under him. She caught sight of the hills in the east, and they must have awakened some deep instinct in her, for she drove for them. Now she was over the city, wings pumping furiously as she continued to seek for height and the winds above. The Camiseen would aid her in this direction. It drove for those same eastern hills, giving her speed she could never have reached on her own. He clung onto her back more by instinct than skill, crouching down over her neck, trying to move with her. He told himself not to look down. He couldn't help it, though. As she leveled out and stretched her wings in a gliding stroke, he looked down and saw only the broad, flat, gray-green expanse of the great Mother River below, a boat like a child's toy being towed against the current going upriver, pulled by a team of oxen seemingly as small as the ones in his father's funerary shrine. The shrine. Too late to think of that. Too late to consider all the things that he'd hoped to take with him. If they escaped, he would have to survive and keep them both alive with what he had with him. If they escaped. They had to. Then they were over the fields, once green, now brown in the dry, with here and there a small square of dusty green still being irrigated by hand to provide some special crop. Vegetables, or perhaps even tala. Tala for dragons. The only way anyone would be able to catch him would be on a dragon. How many jousters had been in the compound? How many could get their dragons saddled and into the air quickly? How many were just back from patrol or about to leave on one? Ari wasn't back yet, but he'd been due out of the north at any moment. There were others who had surely beaten him back in. Ari was generally the first to leave and the last to return. That alone might save him. This was the end of a patrol, not the beginning, and dragons were coming in tired and hungry. It might be hard to get them into the air, and they'd be irritated, sluggish, and reluctant to obey. But he had to look back over his shoulder, and saw behind him what he'd feared to see. The bright eyes of color against the hard blue of the sky. Dragons and jousters in pursuit. Tiny in the distance, but there were several of them who'd managed to get their mounts airborne, experienced flyers, experienced riders. If they caught him, they would never let him keep Avatra. They'd never let him near another dragon again, probably, even if by some miracle he convinced them that this had been all an accident. If he claimed that, could he make them believe him? But then, how would he explain purloining the egg and hatching her? That he was raising her for Ari as a surprise? Would anyone believe a tale that tall? Even if they did, how could that make any difference? They'd still take Avatra from him. Nothing mattered against the enormity of losing Avatra. He would rather die than give her up. She was everything to him now. Without her, it wouldn't matter what they did to him. He made up his mind at that moment that if they caught him, if they started to force them down, he would jump. Better dead than lose the only thing he loved, the only family he had now. The harness and saddle were not of such tough stuff that she could not eventually get them off. Without tending, the leather would quickly dry out and become brittle in the sun. Within weeks, at most, the last pieces would fall off her. He would never let them take her. He would rather die and set her free. Sobs welled up in his throat. He choked them down. His heart felt as tight as if there were copper bands around it, and he prayed wordlessly. Surely the gods had not brought him this far only to snatch everything away from him. He looked back again. There were 3 dragons in pursuit of him now, for all the rest had dropped out of the race. But these 3 were obeying their jousters, and he thought they looked a little nearer, though not near enough to tell who they were. Just the colors, a scarlet, a green, and a blue. He looked down. They were over the desert, which undulated beneath in waves of pale sand broken by rocky outcrops. The breath of the desert, hot, dusty, and so arid it parched his lips, wafted up to them. He bent over Avatra's neck and shouted encouragement to her. He'd had no idea where to go, but she, guided by instinct alone, was heading for the same hills that her mother had sought at the end of the mating flight. Those hills were riddled with caves and rich with game, and they marked the boundary of the lands that could truly be called Tian. Out there, although Tia claimed the earth, it really belonged to the dragons and the wild, wandering tribesmen of the Bedu, the blue people, the veiled ones who called no man king. If they could reach the hills, they could hide there. They could stay under cover until the hunters had given up. But the hills were a long way away, and there were 3 trained dragons in pursuit. He crouched lower over Avatra's neck and willed his own strength into her. His long hair whipped into his face. He ignored it and tried to wish himself lighter than he already was. When they were halfway between the hills and the great Mother River, he looked back again. Avatra was still flying strongly, showing no signs of tiring, and now there were only 2 dragons following. One, the Scarlet, had dropped down and was gliding behind the other two, making a long, slow turn to return to the compound. His heart leaped. One gone. Could they outdistance the other two? "Go, my love, my beauty!" he shouted at Avatra's head. "Go! We are small and light us down. Ride the wind, my heart. Take us to freedom." He thought she responded to his encouragement with a little more power. One gone, two to go. But they were two Jousters, and he was only a dragon boy on first flight. They had strength and experience on their side. All he had was hope and heart, and the valor of a very young dragonette. He looked down again. The sand was interrupted by more larger outcroppings of rock. They were getting closer to the hills. He redoubled his prayers. With every wing beat, they drew nearer to escape. When they reached the hills, he looked back again. One of the two remaining dragons had turned back, but the third was still in hot pursuit and was closing the gap between them. And now he could see, with pitiless clarity, that the third was Cachette. His heart felt as if it was being squeezed, and for a moment he was blinded by tears. But he leaned over her neck again and begged Avatra to fly faster, harder. She heard him, and he felt her trying to do as he asked. They topped the first set of hills, but below them he saw the ground of the second rising to meet them, closer than it should have been. She was losing relative height and real height as well. He felt her muscles beginning to tremble, and knew that she was running out of strength and endurance. And a shadow passed over them, between them and the sun, the superior position of a jouster to force another dragon to earth. He knew without looking up that it was Cachette. It was over. Ari had caught them, and he would force them down, take them both captive. The teams of trainers and soldiers that Harriket had surely sent after them would come and take them back, bound and chained. They would take Avatra away from him, if he allowed that to happen. Avatra was at the end of her strength, and there was nothing more that she could give him. It was time to give her a gift, her freedom. And with a sob, he pulled his legs free of the harness and leaned down over her neck. "Goodbye, beloved, my light, my love," he murmured to her. He squeezed his eyes tight. He couldn't look at the ground, but this was the only way. Better this. Better lose life than lose everything that made life worth having. "Let me wander as a hungry ghost. Better that than a slave without her." He took a long, last, deep breath. Then he deliberately overbalanced and let go. It was horrible. He screamed in utter terror as he fell, tumbling over and over in a macabre parody of an acrobat. The screaming just burst out of his mouth without any thought. He waited for the scream and the horror to end in a terrible blow and blackness. Something hard struck him in the stomach instead, knocking what was left of his breath out of him and ending his scream in a gasp. He slid face down along something hard and smooth and hot, then impacted a second time and felt a strong arm grab him around his waist. And he screamed again, this time in thwarted rage and heartbreak, as he realized that Ari and Cachette had plucked him out of the sky as they saved Reeton. Only he didn't want to be saved, and they had rescued him only to haul him back to a wretched existence not worth the living. He screamed and tried to fight, but he was lying in a difficult position. He could only strike at Cachette. Ari was 3 times his size and double his strength, and was not about to let him land a blow. He cursed the jouster in every way he could think of, tears blinding him as he changed his tactics and tried to squirm out of Ari's grip, to resume the plunge to death that they had interrupted. That was just about as successful as trying to fight them. He felt Cachette side-slipping and losing height quickly. His stomach lurched with the renewed sense of falling, but he knew that this fall would not end in blessed blackness, but in captivity, and he howled his anguish. Avatra cried out above him. He'd never heard her cry before. It sounded like a hawk. And she followed them down, floundering wearily through the air as Ari and Cachette brought him down to the earth. As they spiraled down into a little valley, he just gave up and went limp. He was crying uncontrollably, sobbing with rage and thwarted hope, and the death of everything he had hoped for. He couldn't see, blinded by the tears as they landed, as Ari slid off first, then pulled him down to the ground, and held him while he wept. He wanted to fight, but all the fight was out of him. There was nothing, literally nothing left but grief and hopelessness. He was all alone, and there was nothing left to him but a bleak future of pain and emptiness. Or so he thought, until Ari took his shoulders and gave him a good hard shake, stopping his hysterical sobs for just an instant. And that moment was all that Ari needed. "Stop it!" the jouster commanded into the hot silence. "You don't really think I'm going to take you back, do you?" For a moment, the words made no sense. Then when he did get the sense of them, he was so shocked that all he could do was stare, eyes still streaming, throat still choked on a sob. "I have no intention of bringing you back," Ari repeated wearily. "Especially not after seeing you try and kill yourself to keep from being caught. I may be a monster, but at least I'm not that sort of monster." He might have said more, but just then Avatra came charging toward them, knocking Ari aside with her head, and clumsily putting herself between the jouster and Vetch, hissing defiance. Ari put up both hands placatingly, but laughing all the same, as Vetch instinctively threw his arms around her neck. "There. How can I possibly take you back? She only come and carry you off again, and probably tear the rest of us to shreds doing it." He chuckled. Vetch held his arms tight around her neck, to steady himself as well as to keep her from some clumsy attempt to attack Ari. He still couldn't believe what he'd heard. "He's not taking us back? How can he not take us back? Isn't it his duty?" But it was Ari who had never told Vetch a lie. Then Cachette, full of dignity and twice the size of Avatra, interposed himself between the dragonette and his jouster, looking down at her with an expression of weary condescension. Avatra, who had never seen another dragon but Cachette except as a head over a wall, or a shape in the sky overhead, just hissed at the bigger dragon, defying him along with his jouster. "Very brave," Ari chuckled. "I hardly think I need to worry about you encountering trouble. She'll certainly protect you from anything and everything, or die trying. And at the moment, there isn't much that will be able to take her on except humans." Vetch swallowed hard. He began. "I am not taking you back. I never intended to," Ari replied. That's when Vetch's legs failed him, and he sat down hard on the ground. Avatra stood over him, making it very clear that she was not going to allow anyone or anything near him. The jouster looked at both of them for a long moment, then sighed, shaking his head. "Look," he said, "we're in the middle of the dry, practically midday, and it's damned hot out here in the sun." He beckoned. "If you can get up, follow us." Vetch struggled to his feet. Ari and Cachette were already halfway down the slope, heading for the dry stream bed that cut down the wadi. Evidently he knew where he was going, and Vetch took hold of Avatra's harness and followed behind. Avatra resisted at first, not wanting to follow the creature that had threatened Vetch, but at his insistence, she reluctantly and suspiciously plodded after Cachette. Ari turned down a crack in the earth so narrow that Cachette's folded wings brushed both sides of the wind and water-sculpted passage. The sun might be right overhead, but here, everything was still in shadow, and it was a lot cooler. It was deep, too. They might have been going down one of the corridors between the pens, except that the farther they went, the taller the walls became. The sandstone was carved in weird, smooth, many-layered curves that twisted and turned without any rhyme or reason. This tormented, contorted passage was far wider at the bottom than it was at the top. Above them, the crack couldn't be wider than 2 feet or so, while down below, Cachette was able to squeeze along without too much difficulty. The floor was a thin layer of sand over a harder rock. Vetch felt it under the hard soles of his bare feet. It was strangely beautiful here, and completely without the mark of man on it. Then, with no warning, the walls opened up into a sort of pocket about the size of a dragon pen, with only a small opening to the sky overhead. The rock of the ceiling framed the irregular oblong of turquoise sky like a gold mounting surrounding a gem. At the far end of the pocket was a patch of green, where sun must fall during some part of the day, a twisted, ancient tree, a few flourishing bushes, some grasses, all surrounding a tiny pool of water fed by a mere drip of a spring that trickled down the side of the rock through that hole above. Ari bent and drank a palmful. He gestured to Vetch to come up beside him. With his tongue cleaving to the roof of his mouth and his eyes as dry as sand, and sore with weeping, Vetch didn't have to be asked twice. But first, he let Avatra drink her fill. She drank down the basin to about half its depth, and only when she was satisfied did he drink, and take a handful of water to carefully wash his eyes. Ari watched him with tired satisfaction, Cachette with benevolence. When he had drunk and cleared his eyes, Vetch looked up at the jouster with one question in his mind. He felt such a whirlwind of contradictory emotions that he literally shook with them. Relief, anger, gratitude, defiance, hope, disbelief. He distilled it all down to one word. "Why?" he demanded. Ari sighed and looked around for a place to sit, choosing eventually a smooth outcropping, wind-sculpted into a shape vaguely like a toad. He sat down on its flat top, and Cachette folded his own legs underneath him. "That's 2 questions, I think, or perhaps 3. Why did I save you? Why did I follow you? And why did I do so, intending to help you make your escape?" Vetch nodded. His legs were still shaking, his knees still weak, so he followed Ari's example, except that since there was no outcropping to sit on, he sat down on the ground. "I was just coming in as you took off," the jouster said meditatively. "I'd had my suspicions about that little scarlet dragonette ever since you asked to sleep in her pen, by the way. How did you manage to purloin her away from Bakken?" Vetch managed a shaky smile of triumph. "I didn't," he said proudly. "I hatched her from Corson's first egg, just like you did with Cachette." "Great Horus!" Ari exploded, looking astonished and delighted at the same time. "No wonder she follows you like a puppy. Is that why you volunteered to take Corson in the first place? And she's been in the pen next to Cachette all this time?" He nodded and smiled. At least he had managed to deceive Ari in that much. That was no mean feat. "By Cachette's belly! I can scarcely believe it. And you tended and hatched the egg and tended Cachette and Corson? When did you sleep?" The jouster asked incredulously, then waved off the answer, while Avatra gave a huge sigh and flopped down beside Vetch. "What do you call her?" "Avatra," he said proudly, and she raised her head to the sound of her name. "Fire of the Dawn." Ari smiled at the dragonette. "Well, to continue. We were coming in to land after our patrol. Herakat waved us off, after another couple of jousters, and pretty soon it was clear enough why we were in pursuit. I recognized you, of course, and the little Scarlet, and at first I thought this was some sort of accident, that you'd been exercising her for Bakken and she'd broken the tether or something. But by the time we were halfway across the desert, it was clear enough to me that it was no accident, and that you were trying to escape with her." He took a deep breath and shook his head. "What was going to happen when you were caught? Well, it was pretty obvious, too. So when the second rider dropped out of the chase, I kept it up. I'd already decided to help you, but I wasn't sure yet what I was going to do. I figured I'd force you two to ground and work that out once I got you down. I didn't expect you to do what you did." He leveled an accusatory look at Vetch. Vetch matched him with defiance. "I would rather die than lose her," he said quietly. "She's all that I have." "You made that abundantly clear," Ari said dryly.
And you nearly turned my hair white when you rolled over her shoulder like that. I wasn't sure we could catch you." Vetch remained silent. Ari examined him closely. Vetch put his arm over Avatra's shoulder and wondered what, if anything, Ari saw in his expression. "Well, no one is going to find us down here," Ari said at last. "You can overfly this place as much as you like, and you'll never spot it. I only found it by accident because I was following a dragonette one day, and I couldn't work out why he had dived into a crack in the hill. So, we have time enough to work out what we're going to do." "We?" Vetch repeated incredulously. "Yes," Ari replied, settling back against the rock. "We. Let's start with where you think you're going to go from here." 17. With those words, Vetch wondered wildly if Ari was going to come with him, and a strange, wild hope rose within him. It was not just that it would be so much easier to make his way northward with Ari. No, it was that he would not lose his friend. But Ari's next question dashed that thought and that hope to the ground and broke them. "First of all, where are you going?" Ari asked. "To the, Great Devil Altar, I presume?" Of course. He can't go with us to Altar. He wouldn't be welcomed. He'd be killed." So unless Ari had a different destination in mind for both of them, though what that could be, Vetch had no clue, Ari would not be making an escape along with Vetch. And Vetch felt horribly trapped by the question. Once Ari knew that Alta was his final destination, surely now Ari would stop him. But Ari only shrugged, and answered his own question, as if it had been entirely rhetorical. "Of course you are. What else is there for you? They'll welcome you, certainly. An escaped serf with a dragonette bonded to him. I can guarantee that they'll welcome you. Now, you'll probably have to prove that Abatra won't fly for anyone else, because they'll assume she's like every other dragonette and try to take her from you. But I don't believe you'll have any trouble convincing them that the two of you have come only as a pairing." Vetch shrugged helplessly, but underneath it, he was dismayed, because he hadn't considered that possibility. "Don't worry too much about that, Vetch," Ari said in a kindly tone. "You're both still youngsters. Now, if she was Cachette's size, they'd make more of an effort to take her, but as it stands, they'll know very well she won't be useful to them as a fighting dragon for another couple of years, and by then, well, so will you." "Unless I can be useful to them in another way altogether," Vetch thought somberly. Still, Ari was right. They probably wouldn't fight too hard over a dragonette, and if the Altan Jousters were as reactionary as the Tian ones were, well, it would probably take years to convince them that hatching dragons made more sense than catching dragons, anyway. "So it's Alta, unless you plan to wander with your dragon in the wilderness." Ari shook his head. "Take it as read. Don't even consider that option. I do not advise that course at all, because sooner or later one of us will run across you, and you can't expect to outrun us twice." Vetch nodded, knowing that Ari probably was a better judge of that than he was, given his years of experience. "But I'd try it anyway, if he'd come with us." "First things first," Ari continued briskly. "Do you even know how to get across the border from here without following the Great Mother River?" Vetch could only shake his head. "Have you provisions, clothing, tools?" Ari persisted. "What were you going to eat? What were you going to feed her?" "I thought we'd hunt," Vetch said weakly. Ari shook his head ruefully. "Mind, since I know you must have had a lot of experience in foraging for yourself, you aren't as ill-prepared to fend for yourselves as some of those idiot boys back at the compound," he said graciously. "And I know you weren't exactly thinking that this would be first flight when you got on her back this morning. So how could you be prepared? Still, no, this is no way to send you off. You need a great deal more than you've got." He stood up. "You two stay here, and don't move from this place. I need to make some arrangements, and neither of you are going to be able to help in the least."
"Arrangements?"
he asked weakly. "Arrangements. And one is going to have to be immediate."
Ari glanced over at Vetch's exhausted dragonette.
"First thing of all, we need to do something about little Avatra. She's expended a lot of energy, and when she gets over being too tired to move, she'll be hungry." He stood up. Cachette took that as a signal and got to his feet. "Don't move," Ari repeated, as he led Cachette down that twisting passage. Vetch had known the first time that Ari said "stay here" that his knees were too shaky to hold him.
"As if I could move,"
he thought ruefully. Then Vetch and Avatra were alone. He looked down at her and saw that she was asleep in the pool of sunlight that came down through the hole in the ceiling. He slid to the ground and lay down beside her, feeling absolutely drained to the point of numbness. He couldn't even think properly, and the silence down here was so profound that it seemed to echo in his head. The hills broke up the Camisine winds, so that there was nothing down in this crevice, not even the omnipresent whine. Even that trickle of water slid over the rock without making a sound. It was never silent in the compound. It had never been silent on the farm. He found it a novel experience and closed his eyes, trying to pick out anything besides his own breathing and Avatra's. And in his listening to the silence of a quality that he had never before experienced, he fell asleep without having any intention of doing anything of the kind. He woke to a strange, grating, dragging noise. He shoved himself upright in alarm, as Avatra beside him shot her head up, eyes pinning. But it was Ari who emerged into the pocket, followed by Cachette, who was wearing only the collar of his harness as a harness, as the rest of the straps had been unbuckled and reassembled into a peculiar sort of drag arrangement. That was the scraping sound, Cachette dragging 3 very dead goats underneath him. "It's not jousting fair, but if she's hungry," Ari began, as he unbuckled the first and dragged it into the pocket, leaving it on the ground while he went to get the next. He didn't get a chance to finish that statement, for Avatra pounced on the carcass and began tearing into it as if she ate whole wild game every day. "Evidently," he chuckled. "She's hungry." Vetch blinked, for there wasn't a mark on any of the 3 bodies.
"How did you—"
Ari laughed and took off his belt, which wasn't a belt at all, but a sling. "Maybe other people have trouble using missile weapons on Dragonback," he said with something as close to a smug look as Ari ever got. "But I don't. Then again, our noble warriors do think that a sling is beneath them to use."
"The more fools, they,"
Vetch replied with scorn. Ari smiled. "And I strongly suggest that if you haven't already got skill with the sling, you acquire it. Well, that takes care of your little girl. Are you starving?" He shook his head. Curiously, he wasn't even hungry. Then again, his stomach was still roiling from all he'd been through and the gamut of emotional states he'd run. "That's just as well. Wild goat broiled on a knife tip over a scrap of fire bears a close family resemblance to burned sandal, and that's all I have for you," Ari told him, with a raised eyebrow, inviting his reaction. Vetch blinked at him for a moment, then managed a smile. "You just let her eat and doze in the sun. You drink plenty of water, and wait for us to get back," Ari ordered. "Rest if you can, because it will be the last uninterrupted rest you'll get for a long time. Your journey is going to be long and hard, even with my help." Vetch couldn't imagine what Ari was going to do, but he nodded, and helped Ari drag the corpses of the other 2 goats over to Avatra, who was nearly finished with the first. Once again, Ari and Cachette vanished down that tall crack in the earth. Avatra was busy with her meal, the first she'd ever eaten that hadn't been cut up neatly for her, but she was doing perfectly well, and didn't need his help. Evidently, there would be no need for a how-to-eat-a-whole-wild-goat lesson. Vetch lay back down on the ground to watch her with his back against the crevice wall, and pillowed his head on his arms for just a moment. He really didn't intend to sleep, but his eyes were still sore, and he still felt as drained as a wineskin of the first vintage at the end of a festival. No, he really didn't intend to sleep.
When he woke, the pool of sun was all the way across the floor, and what woke him was the sound of voices overhead. His heart leaped in his chest with fear. Voices. Can anyone see down here? He pressed himself back against overhanging wall of the pocket and peered up. He couldn't see anything, but some peculiarity of the shape of the pocket brought the voices clearly down to him.
"Saw him fall about there,"
came Ari's voice. The terror of discovery held him pinned against the wall, and his first thought was that Ari had betrayed him, betrayed them both. He should have lied. He should have told Ari that he was going west, east, south, anything but admitting he was going to try to make it to Alta. Now Ari had brought people from the compound, guards or soldiers. But before he could move, a strange voice answered.
"Not a sign of 'em. Not that the jackals would leave anything, and they probably dragged the body off to a den anyway," came that other voice. "And the dragon flew off."
Ari again.
"That way. Towards the breeding valleys. Well, she'll be back with her mother by now, and we won't see her again. By now the other dragons will have chewed the harness and saddle off her, and no captured dragonette ever gets caught twice. You're right, Ari. It had to have been an accident, poor boy, and we jumped to an unwarranted conclusion. If he'd been planning to steal a dragon, he'd have taken one of the older ones, not an unflighted dragonette." "Of course he would have. Of what use is a first-year dragonette to the Altons? They can't carry a man for at least another 2 years," Ari replied, sounding mournful. "My cachette would have carried him. I wouldn't be the least surprised to find that Corson would have, or a half-dozen others. What's more, you saw for yourself that there was nothing about his gear that looked as if he was getting ready to run away. There were no provisions, nothing packed, and he didn't even have a fire starter or a water skin. He didn't even take the funerary shrine." "No, he didn't. And if nothing else, that's a pretty convincing argument for pure accident. Poor child. He must have underestimated how close that dragonette was to first flight. Bakken is shattered. He thinks it's his fault, showing the youngster how to train the dragonettes to carry a man. He thinks Vetch was trying to find a way to prove to Hiraket that he deserved the same sort of reward that Bakken had been promised." "It's more like to be mine," Ari said, and if Vetch hadn't known better, he'd have believed in his own demise. Ari was doing so good a job of sounding guilty. "If I'd just followed at a distance instead of chasing him, when the dragonette got tired, I could have retrieved him. Instead, I frightened her into throwing him before I was close enough to catch him. Which is why—" A long silence. "Ah, I'd wondered. Well, the great king is hardly likely to begrudge you that." "Indeed. Well, I've brought the shrine, and I got another figure for it. You head on back. I'll see if I can find something like remains. And even if I can't, I'll still place the shrine and the offerings for the boy and his father. It's the least I can do." "And you don't want to find yourself haunted either," the voice said shrewdly. "I don't blame you. No, get that shrine placed out here so his spirit won't try to come back to the compound. I don't want to see any wandering ghosts in the corridors. See you back at the compound." Vetch sat there with his mouth falling open, hardly able to believe what he was hearing. Was Ari had reported him dead? And had he just heard Ari and another jouster agreeing that he was? A shadow passed across the opening above, and the familiar sound of dragon wings echoed down where Vetch waited. And for some time, nothing more happened, as Vetch strained his ears and his nerves went tight as lute string. Then, when he was ready to scream with the tension, he heard something in the passage. It sounded like footfalls, 2 light feet, and 4 very, very heavy ones. That something was indeed Ari and Cachette. The dragon had a large bag strapped across the back of his saddle. "Ah, awake. I don't suppose you overheard me up there," Ari said cheerfully. "Down, Cachette." The dragon stretched himself alongside Avatra, who was still sleeping. Most of it. I'm dead?" Vetch hazarded. "As the God King Arsani Kathaman," Ari agreed. He took the bag from the back of his saddle and tossed it to Vetch,
It was a lot heavier than it looked.
"Your grave goods. I told everyone you'd been thrown and the dragon had escaped, then suggested that I ought to go set up a funerary shrine to you and your father where I last saw your body. So to avoid having you come back to haunt us, virtually everyone in the compound rushed to put together a rather motley assortment of funerary offerings. I, of course, put together a very select assortment of my own choosing as well, but I saw no reason to refuse their gifts. There might actually be something worth keeping in them." He felt rather as if he'd been run over by a chariot. Why had he not confided in Ari in the first place? His fears seemed baseless now. Ari had taken a chaotic situation in hand and had taken care of every possible consideration.
"You want me to leave these things for my father?"
he hazarded. "Some of them," Ari said cryptically. "There's another bag up there." He jerked his head at the opening, where the obliging Dethet-Ra left it. "And yes, I did bring your father's shrine, but I strongly suggest that you set it up here and leave it, or you'll have to hunt a place to leave it later, and that place will not be nearly as secure. You'll find, I think, that it isn't the sort of item you can afford to take along on a journey the length of the one you have elected to make."
"I can always set up another for him when I get there,"
Vetch said after a pause. "Indeed. Now I'll go get the other bag. You rummage through that and see what's useful. What isn't, that you can just leave for your father's spirit." Ari strode off down the crevice. Cachette remained where he was, since Ari hadn't ordered him to his feet. Vetch knelt down beside the coarse canvas bag and opened it. On the top of the bag was a roll of his own bedding, with something hard and squarish in it. The shrine? Yes, he discovered as he carefully unrolled the bedding that the shrine was wrapped in it, so his first act was to deal with it. Ari had been marvelously careful. He quickly set the shrine to rights and looked around the little refuge for somewhere to put it. Finally, he climbed up to a kind of shallow niche, high above what he hoped would be the high water mark in the rainy season. He set the shrine on that ledge, after chasing out sand, a few dead leaves, and the shell of a beetle or two. He scrambled down from his perch and returned to unpacking the bag. Under the bedding were the woolen cape he'd been given for cold weather, and the canvas rain cape, both of which he had kept with his bedding. Tied up in a square of cloth were the little treasures he had accumulated while he was at the compound. There weren't many of them, some faience amulets, a carved knife handle that someone had discarded, a horn spoon he'd made himself, a very small oil lamp he had molded from clay. A little box proved to be a tinderbox with a fire striker. Then came a couple of small knives, a sling and a pouch of stones, a wineskin that sloshed when he shook it. And on the bottom, barley bread and honey cakes, a bit squashed, but he wasn't going to complain. Ari reappeared with that second bag. "I have no idea what's in this one," he said, bringing it over to where Vetch had spread out his loot. "I packed the first one. The gods only know what the others thought was suitable as your grave goods." He chuckled. "I'm afraid that your fellow dragon boys recalled that rumor about you being the focus for Alton Sea Witch magic, and stuffed anything they could think of in there to placate your spirit, because it's cursed heavy." The first thing out of the top was a game board and counters. "Well, that's useful," Ari said sarcastically, "but I'm sure your father's spirit will appreciate it." Now what? Ah, that's more like it. Someone was feeling very guilty indeed. He pulled out 2 more wineskins, both full. "Pour those out, rinse them, and fill them with water," Ari directed. "Avatar can't drink wine, and in the desert, water is more precious than the great king's own vintages." After a moment of thought, Vetch emptied and refilled all 3. He had never much liked wine anyway, and the water here was very clear and good. A net bag full of more bread, a flute, a pair of sandals far too big for Vetch, and a set of jackstones, a set of dice. Evidently, they hope you will occupy your spectral time with drinking and gaming rather than haunting. A cone of perfume and a bundle of incense, a set of 12 Abshadi slaves, meant to serve tirelessly in the afterlife, and apparently with a dozen slaves to work for you. You'll have the leisure to gamble and drink. Kilts and loincloths, which Ari shook his head over. Not that Harriket would grudge them, but he's going to have the head of whoever had the audacity to take these from stores without asking. Still, at least you'll have some spare clothing. And speaking of heads, here's some headcloths. Good. You'll need them to keep the sun off you in the desert. Yet another net bag of bread, a jar of oil, a clay lamp and some wicks, a bow and a quiver of hunting arrows. Can you shoot? Ari asked, and when Vetch shook his head, he laid the bow aside with the objects deemed useless. Don't bother taking this. Not only can you master the sling a great deal more quickly, but the ammunition is just stones or clay pellets you can bake in your evening fire. You won't have to worry about losing or breaking arrows or arrowheads, and any fool can roll clay pellets. It takes a master hand to knap arrowheads and fletch the shafts. Fishing line and hooks, a fishing net. Not much use in the desert, but they're small and light, so you might as well take them. Another knife, this one rather longer, a small axe, and last of all, in the very bottom of the back, a small sack that jingled. What's this? Ari said in surprise as he poured out the contents. Coins and a little jewelry. Copper coins, copper rings, a copper bracelet, 2 very small silver pieces, several amulets of different gods made of enameled copper or soapstone or some other stone. Vetch expected Ari to deem that useless as well, but after pouring it all back in the pouch, he put it in with the rest of the gear. You might need that when you're across the border to buy provisions, the jouster said. Now, let's get you packed, because I'll have to bring the bags back with me, if I'm going to maintain the story about laying all this out as grave offerings. In the end, the clothing went rolled into the bedding, all but the 2 capes, which Ari fashioned into crude bags to hold the rest of the goods. One knife went in Vetch's belt, the others into the bags. When they tried the bags experimentally on Avatra, she didn't like them, but it appeared she would tolerate them. She craned her neck around to stare at the offending objects, quite affronted by their presence, sniffed them, then decided to ignore them. Vetch climbed back up to the niche, and Ari handed up the things they had decided to leave. When Vetch climbed back down again, the niche was tightly packed, and Vetch was satisfied that his father's spirit was going to be rather pleased, for though the leavings might be impractical stuff for his journey, they were fine funerary goods. Time to go, Ari decreed. We need to go east, far and fast, to get out of patrol range before the next scouting wave goes out today. East? Vetch asked, now supremely puzzled. Of course, Avatra had gone east, into these hills, but he'd had no choice about where she went. Alta was in the north, not the east. But whether you make up your mind to go to Alta, or elect to live in the wilderness after all of my warnings, you need to get out of where we're patrolling, or you'll only be caught, Ari said firmly. He nodded as Vetch bit his lip. So you'll have to go east before you can go north. Besides, well, never mind. You'll see when we get there. We? He asked. I'm going to take you somewhere, he said, again surprising Vetch, who thought he had come to the end of surprises. Just follow me in Cachette, and don't drop back. It's going to be cursed hot, and you're going to want to get out of the sky, but that's the last thing we can afford to do. Up, Cachette! The great dragon rose. Ari led him into the crevice. Vetch called to Avatra and followed. Instead of taking immediately into the hard blue sky as Vetch had expected, Ari took hold of Cachette's harness and led them on foot. Outside that crevice, the sun beat down on Vetch's head with unrelenting heat. Under his bare feet, that he had thought were calloused and toughened, the hard, baked soil, full of stones and harder than the sands of the wallows, was very difficult to climb. But he didn't complain. How could he? He owed Ari much more than simple obedience without complaint, and it appeared that before this day was over, he was going to owe him a great deal more. Both of them laboring in the heat, sweating like lathered horses, they led their dragons over the top of the next ridge. Only there, just below the crest, did Ari mount up. Sweat poured down his face, but he ignored it. Remember what I said. Don't lag, he cautioned, as Vetch clambered into Avatra's saddle. Now let's get going. We have a long way to go.
At his signal, Cachette spread his wings and leaped, forward, not up. Avatra, purely by instinct, followed, both of them coasting down the slope of the hill like a pair of ducks skimming over the surface of the Great Mother River. Up the following slope and down the next, Cachette skimmed along the surface of the hills, staying low, and after some confusion, Vetch thought he knew the reason. If they went up, there was a chance that someone might spot them in the distance, even if all they could see were 2 dots, and wonder why there were 2 dragons in the place where there should only be 1. Despite the concerns that Ari had voiced, he wasn't pressing Cachette to any great speed. Avatra fell in behind him, just off his right wing, and it seemed as if it was easier for her to fly there, in his wake. It occurred to Vetch that flocks of geese and ducks flew that way, in formation. Did dragons? Well, why not? It was, as Ari said, cursed hot. Avatra seemed to revel in the heat, taking new strength from it, but it wasn't long before Vetch was thinking longingly of the bathing pools of the compound. Ari and Cachette set up a kind of pattern in their flying that Avatra imitated. Heavy, jouncing wing beats on the upslopes, and a long glide down the other side. Whenever the camisine came roaring down a draw or around a hill, and caught them unexpectedly, they sideslipped in a way that sent Vetch's stomach into a tumble. None of these modes of flying was especially comfortable for the rider, and Vetch found a new respect for the Jousters, who did this day after day, twice a day, for most of the year. No wonder they were as muscular as the best warriors. They went on, forever it seemed, up one slope, down another, and on, as the sun god's boat slowly crawled across the heavens, and Vetch began to wonder just how far was far enough. Then they topped another rise, and this time there was nothing more in front of them but the long slope down into arid, rock-strewn wilderness and more desert, except that off in the distance there did seem to be a little green. Now Cachette took a bit more height, and Avatra followed him, Vetch clutching the saddle, his stomach lurching all the way. Once aloft, Cachette began a long, stately glide, spiraled up a thermal, then took a glide down until he reached the next thermal to spiral up it, all of it taking them indirectly toward that speck of green. It was farther away than Vetch had thought. Distances were deceptive in the clear desert air, which was probably why Cachette had gotten the height to enable him to glide in. Laboring that far, wing beat by wing beat, was a lot harder than getting up to where he could maneuver from one thermal to another, even if it was the longer route, measured in distance. That speck of green eventually resolved itself into trees. Not just any trees. Vetch soon recognized them for what they were. Date palms. It was an orchard around an oasis. And there were people there, and tents, people garbed head to toe in long indigo blue robes. The Veiled Ones, he realized, as they began a final spiral down. He didn't know much about the Bedu, but he knew that much, their customary garb, and the fact that they made their home out here, where there was nothing that a Tian would recognize as civilization. He was able to make out their flocks now, sheeps and goats, a few donkeys. So here was his first glimpse of the mysterious desert nomads of which he had only heard, who had no king and no land of their own. He wished he wasn't so preoccupied with flying. He would have liked to pay more attention to the exotic encampment. They didn't seem particularly surprised to see 2 dragons coming to land at their camping place, although there was some pointing going on down there. Vetch was just glad to see the well that irrigated the date palms. At the moment, his mouth was as dry as the desert sands they were about to land in. Definitely about to land. The ground was coming up a lot faster than he realized. And just about the time as Cachette back-winged to a graceful stop, he also remembered that Avatra had never landed with him on her back, had in fact only actually landed once in her whole life, and he hadn't been on her back at the time either, which was just about the time when she blundered right down onto the ground, stumbling in a tangle of legs and wings, and he went somersaulting over her shoulder again, this time entirely by accident, and this time hitting the ground instead of Cachette's neck. Hard, very hard. So it was true that when you hit your head, you saw stars. Fortunately for the shredded remains of his dignity, if any of the Bedou were laughing, they were doing so silently, behind their veils. He didn't actually break anything, although he did indeed see stars for a moment. By the time he picked himself up off the ground and dusted himself off, one of the Bedou had approached Ari, apparently to act as spokesperson for the group. Male or female, there was no telling. They were all dressed alike in those robes, and all wore headcloths and veils that showed only their eyes. "I see you, Jouster of Tia," said a voice from behind the veil. Either a high male voice or a low female, Vetch couldn't tell which. "I see you, mouth of the people," Ari replied respectfully, briefly touching first his chest, then lips, then forehead, with his first two fingers. "I come in peace." "I greet you in peace," the Bedou answered, returning his salutation. "Do you seek aught here, from us, besides peace?" "Water and a bargain in service, not goods." Ari sketched another little bow, this time in Vetch's direction. Awkwardly, Vetch copied his salute of respect. "My apprentice is of Alta." There were murmurs from behind the veils of the other Bedou gathering around them, but no one spoke aloud but the one designated as the mouth. "Of Alta." The mouth feigned no surprise. "He has the look of it. Well, Jouster of Tia, apprentice of Alta, what is it that you bargain for?" Ari took a deep breath. Vetch held his. Ari looked squarely into the eyes behind the veil. "My apprentice would go home." Vetch had the feeling that no matter what Ari had told the mouth of the Bedou, that personage would have at least appeared as if it was all perfectly expected and ordinary. Then again, perhaps it was. There were seers enough in the temples, so perhaps this person was a seer as well as spokesperson. Perhaps he, or she, had known for some time that they were coming, and what they would ask. Whether a seer or not, the mouth, however, was a shrewd bargainer, and proceeded to make it very plain that the services of the Bedou were not to be had cheaply. Ari, for his part, made it equally clear that he expected a great deal out of the Bedou for their payment, and that he was no green goose fresh from the farmyard to be plucked. He drank from his own waterskin, though the well was in plain sight, and stood under the broiling sun as if it were the coolest of days in the winter rains. "Passage right, for this mere child and his beast, to de Becks," Ari began. The mouth chuckled richly. "You take us for unsophisticated rustics, perhaps? A fugitive with a dragon going to your enemies? 20.
5, Ari countered. "It is no dragon, but a dragonette, and not even one that was on the roster."
18. He will need hiding. How does one hide a dragon?
So the bargaining went. First passage right, then hunting right, shelter right, water right, then something called lead on, forage and feed, cover right. Every one of these things was considered, bargained over, hotly contested, then agreed to. And Vetch had no idea whatsoever what these things meant, how much they were going to cost, or, most importantly, how they were going to be paid for. There surely wasn't enough in that little pouch of jewelry and coin to cover even one of these rights. Was he expected to go into another kind of servitude to pay for his passage? But how could anything he knew be reckoned of enough worth to pay it in any reasonable length of time? He at least could use Avatra as a shade, and followed Ari's example in drinking from one of the 3 waterskins he'd filled. He offered some to Avatra, but she wasn't interested. So he scooped up handfuls of sand and gave her a buffing as they waited and listened. The rest of the Bedou remained encircling them, watching and listening just as avidly. Finally, after an endless amount of bargaining, while the barge of the sun god crept toward the west, Ari and the mouth finished their negotiations.
"All rights, all guides," the mouth said,
as Ari wiped his sweating forehead with the back of his hand.
1 lek, 20 Alex, 7 de Becks.
"Done."
Ari seemed satisfied, but Vetch's head reeled. That was enough to provision an entire village for 6 moons. Where was he supposed to find that much money? But Ari was rummaging in a leather pouch hanging off the front of Cachette's saddle. "I believe that you will find these are easily the equivalent of that sum," he said, stepping forward and placing a necklet and 2 heavy armlets in the mouth's outstretched hands. Vetch recognized first the yellow glitter of gold, then with a sense of shock, the gold of honor, engraved with the Harris hawk and the royal vulture. How could it be anything else?
"The gold of honor, Jouster," the mouth said at the same moment. "Will the great king not be incensed that it comes into profane hands? Will we not be courting his anger?"
"Do not seek to gull me into thinking you less than shrewd, Veiled One," Ari retorted. "You will melt it down or pound it out, of course. I care not, so long as it buys my apprentice those rights."
"And has the great king not forbidden any such thing?" the mouth countered. "The gold of honor is not to be defaced, according to his laws."
"Since when have the people ever bent to the laws and will of the great king of Tia?" Ari retorted acerbically. "What matters it to you? There is no curse on such a thing, if you are concerned. It is law, not magic, that marks what may and may not be done with honor gold." Then he raised one eyebrow, and his expression went from acerbic to sardonic. "I had never thought to hear that the Bedu feared the wrath of Tia's king."
"Then the bargain is struck, Jouster," the mouth said smoothly, apparently not in the least stung by Ari's jab. "Be pleased to accept our hospitality."
Then and only then, as the gold jewels disappeared into the mouth's robes, did the circle of onlookers break. Yet another of the robed creatures beckoned to both of them, and they followed, into the oasis. There, on a wool carpet spread in front of one of the tents, they were offered dates, stewed lamb, flatbread, and water in brass cups. Their servers did not speak to them, and once they sat down to eat, the servers vanished. Vetch, however, could not eat. He was still reeling from the shock of seeing Ari hand over his gold of honor to these nomads. Ari paused with a bite of the lamb in a scoop of flatbread halfway to his mouth and frowned. "What's wrong, Vetch?"
"The gold of honor," he whispered, and gulped. "You gave up the gold of honor."
"Which I cannot sell, nor trade, nor melt down inside the bounds of Tia," Ari pointed out. "What good did it do me? I could wear it, if I chose to flaunt myself. I could put it in a chest and keep it. I could display it on a table. Very useful."
"But won't the great king be angry if he asks you to wear it, and you don't have it any more?"
Vetch asked nervously, but Ari only smiled.
"I told Heriket to fetch it for me, that I was feeling guilty about your death, and I was going to leave it as my funerary gift. That, at least, is permitted. One can leave the wretched stuff in a tomb, a shrine, or as a temple offering. Heriket seemed to think this was a sensible plan, and I have no doubt that a scroll telling some fool scribe, in the palace of what I have done, is on its way to the treasury now, and the king will probably insist on replacing the wretched baubles with ones even larger and in poorer taste."
Ari sighed gustily, surprising Vetch into a laugh.
"Ha! There! Much better! Now eat!" He prodded Vetch with a piece of flatbread. "You and Avatra will need strength. You'll be leaving this camp at the same time that I leave to return home."
"Indeed," said the mouth,
who seemed to materialize out of nowhere at just that moment.
"It is too dangerous for you to remain here for very long. Hear what your master has bought you, apprentice. You will have safe passage across the face of the desert, and water at every oasis. You have the right to hunt and forage, and if you cannot find food on your own, then we will supply it. But as our resources are limited, you will be required to try hunting first. There will be a message going ahead of you, and a guide to the places where you will be spending your nights. Not human, no," the mouth told him, anticipating his question. "Here is the first one."
He handed Vetch a cord with a blackened bead strung on it, but curiously, the cord did not hang straight. It slanted toward the east, as if something was pulling it. And when he took the cord from the mouth,
That was indeed what it felt like. At each stopping place, you will surrender your guide and get another like this. That will lead you on to the next oasis, the mouth said. And if by some fearful accident you are taken by your enemies, you must pledge on your soul's survival that you will release the bead to fly home without you. The mouth was clearly waiting for an answer in the affirmative. Vetch quickly stammered agreement and put the cord around his neck. As I told you, you have hunting right, to hunt for whatever you see wild on the way, to feed your dragon and yourself. But you also have hearth right, giving you both food from our stores if you cannot catch anything. Though I will warn you, we are not a wealthy people, and you both may go hungry if you count upon this.
I won't, Vetch began, but the mouth wasn't listening.
Last of all, you have water right, which of itself is worth twice what this bandit bargained from me.
The mouth's tone gave the lie to his words, though. He didn't sound angry or even annoyed.
So, the message is sped, and so should you be. A man on a camel can reach the next point on your journey by full dark. You should have no difficulty.
With that, the mouth stalked off again, leaving Vetch to stare after him. Don't look for friendship from them, Ari warned. We made a bargain, that's all. The Bedu don't care for our little wars, nor our pretensions at holding dominion over the land.
You sound as if you admire them,
Vetch ventured. Say, rather, that I envy them. Their only enemies are the land and the weather, and they are the freest people in the world, though they pay a heavy price for freedom. He sighed. And the mouth is right. Finish that meal, and we will both be on our separate ways. So there it was, the moment he knew was coming. But he had never thought that it would be like this.
Master,
he began. Ari, the jouster corrected firmly. I am no longer your master, though I'll have a hell of a time replacing you. Vetch winced and hung his head. He felt horrible, leaving Ari in the lurch like this. But what could he do? He couldn't go back. I'd try to get Bakken, but Heraket would fight me for him. I think I'll exercise my rank and purloin one of those youngsters that Bakken is training, Ari continued. Though I think not a serf this time. If another dragon boy gets into his head to emulate me, I at least want to get another jouster out of the situation. Vetch looked up and caught a twinkle in Ari's eye, and felt a little better. Not much, but a little.
I wouldn't have run, except they'd have taken her away from me,
he said softly.
And I knew it would break her heart, and mine.
That's how you should be thinking, from this moment on. Whatever you decide, do it for her sake. Ari replied firmly. Nothing else, nothing less.
I won't,
Vetch said, drawing himself up and looking Ari straight in the eyes. Good. There was a long moment of very awkward silence. Awkward on Vetch's part, anyway.
Can't you come with me?
He asked finally.
We don't have to go to Alta.
We could go east, to Beshelos.
No, we couldn't,
Ari said sadly but firmly.
I took certain oaths, and I will do my duty. I must.
I wish... Well, it can't be otherwise.
I'm sorry, Ari,
he said, overcome with guilt. Don't be. I'm not. For the very first time in all of the time that Vetch had known him, Ari broke into a broad and unshadowed smile.
It's the best thing in the world to see a young thing fly free.
I suppose I should give you all sorts of advice now, but I can't think of very much. He sighed and shrugged his shoulders. Finally, Vetch got the courage to ask the question that had been in his mind all along, since the first day Ari had plucked him out of Kefti's yard.
Ari, why? Why everything?
Ari looked at him quizzically.
I'm not sure myself. He looked up into the hard, cloudless blue bowl of the sky. "When I first saw you, so angry with me for stealing your water, I thought you were amusing, like a kitten that's ready to attack a lion for some imagined offense. Then, when that fat idiot of a master of yours came out and turned you from angry to terrified, it wasn't so amusing. And when he laid the lash on you, I knew I couldn't leave you there. And I did need a dragon boy."
"But the rest of it?" Vetch suddenly had to know, desperately. "Finding me a shrine."
"Because it was right. Because I never had a younger brother. I'm the youngest in my family. Because—" He sighed and looked inexpressibly sad.
"Because I feel guilty for all of the wretched things that are being done to Altons.
And perhaps at first I thought I could assuage some of that guilt by being good to you. But after a while, Vetch, you earned your place, and everything I did for you. By the time that wretch Kefti showed up again, you'd earned it. The other boys may not have liked you, but they could never claim you hadn't earned your place. And, I don't know, but I'm a man who believes in the gods. And I've had a feeling all along that the gods have some purpose in mind for you, and I was just the means to that purpose." Vetch sighed. That was another dark fear put to rest. In the back of his mind, he wondered all along if Ari had a darker purpose for him. But no. It was all simple and as complicated as guilt, faith, and just maybe friendship. "Now I have a question," Ari said into the silence. "You aren't really named Vetch, are you?" He smiled. He almost had to. "No, that's something we Alton peasant farmers do, to protect precious boy babies. We name them something awful, so that the demons think they aren't worth taking in the night." "So, just what is your real name?" Ari asked. "No, wait, let me guess. Kuran, like your father." Vetch nodded, and felt a sudden sting in his eyes that he blinked away. The bead suddenly tugged at Vetch's neck, just as the mouth materialized again, looking significantly at the sun. Ari nodded, got to his feet, and whistled sharply for Cachette. The dragon raised himself from where he'd been basking in the heat, beside Avatra, and moved toward his beloved Jouster. Ari swung up into his saddle without asking Cachette to drop to the sand, and from that lofty perch looked down at Vetch. "Whatever you do, try not to get on the opposite end of a joust with me. I still have my duty, and I will hold to it." He nodded. "I understand." Ari smiled again. "I thought you would. Your gods go with you, in whatever you decide, Kuran." And he sent Cachette up into the sky, leaving Vetch, no, Kuran, and Avatra to watch, as they disappeared into the heavens that were, at last, no less bright than his hopes, and no lighter than his heart. Epilogue.
"Well, young Kiran," the mouth of the Bedou said, "one more day, and you will be where you wish to be, across the border in Alta. I hope that this proves to be truly what you desired."
Kiran. He had told the Bedou at the beginning of his journey that this was his name, and how he wished to be addressed, so as to get himself used to the shape of a name he had not used in years all over again. Looked out over the desert and saw, in the far western distance, the faint haze that marked the beginning of land where things could grow. He licked dry lips. "It has to be, doesn't it?" he replied, as straightforward as the Bedou had been. "There's no place else for me to go." It had been a long journey, one in which he had lost track of the days as he zigzagged from one oasis to another, following the pull of the little beads he'd been given. At each oasis, he would surrender the bead that had brought him there, to receive a new one. He and Avatra had learned together how to hunt, for only at an oasis, and only if they had not been at all successful in their attempts to find food on their own, would the Bedou supply them. This was not out of greed. When an oasis held herds and flocks that numbered, not in the hundreds, but in the handfuls of animals, it was very clear that the Bedou were not a wealthy people. Honorable, yes, true to their word without a doubt, but not wealthy. He and Avatra honed their hunting skills quickly. He could not bear to see the big eyes of the unveiled children watching every bite he took as if it was coming out of their own portions, which it probably was. Sometimes he went hungry, though he never, ever let Avatra go without. That was all right. He was used to hunger. There had been nights spent in the open desert, the two of them huddled together against the cold. Kurun's bedding pulled over the two of them. There had been days when he'd rationed out water by the sip as they crossed expanses of desert. But the Bedou had never misled him, nor miscalled the distances, nor failed to provide him with at least enough water to get from oasis to oasis. But the closer they drew to Alta by their circuitous route, the better he and Avatra had gotten at hunting, and the more game there had been to hunt. Until now, they never went hungry at all. He was tougher, she was tougher, stronger, and much bigger than when they had fled the Jousters' compound. Mind, what they caught and ate might not be very palatable now, and they might be eking out their meals one scrawny hair at a time, but they never went hungry any more. They were self-sufficient, and it felt rather good. He had come to know as much of the Bedou as they ever allowed outsiders to see, and he came to admire what he saw. Not that he had a chance to see very much, for only the mouths were permitted to speak with outsiders. Still, they were generous within their means, and they never once led him astray. When he slept within their encampments, they found means to give Avatra a warm wallow by digging a pit, lining it with rocks, and letting a fire burn to ashes atop them before covering the hot rocks with sand. They gave generously of what they had, and he quickly came to the conclusion that they were not the barbarians he'd always been told that they were. Not if a barbarian was a wild and lawless creature devoid of the understanding of honor, without religion, without wisdom, without learning. All these things they had in plenty. It was only in material goods that they were lacking. He mounted into Avatra's saddle and wrapped his legs into the bracing straps. He would not need a guide bead now, with his goal within sight.
"You undertake a different sort of trial when you cross that border, young Kurun," the mouth persisted, "and perhaps things will not always be to your liking. We of the desert know little of the dwellers in the marshy delta of the Great Mother River, for they have little to do with us. I cannot tell you what to expect."
"But I will be free," he said softly, with one hand on Avatra's neck. "And so will she." The mouth bowed his head slightly.
"This is so."
He stared with Vetch to that distant haze of green.
"Then I can only say, may your gods go with you."
Kurun touched his brow, his lips, and his heart in thanks and farewell, and gave Avatra the signal. With a tremendous shove of her legs, she launched for the sky. The free and open sky, and the beginning of a new life for them both. This concludes Joust by Mercedes Lackey. Narrated by Ryan Burke. Copyright 2003 by Mercedes R. Lackey. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Mercedes Lackey, care of Scoville Galen Ghosh Literary Agency, Incorporated, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.